Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Boss and get close just throw bombs. Seeing his subordinates trying to get closer, Raza quickly stopped them. The temperature on the monster's body was getting higher and higher. If he got close, he would probably die. In response to Raza's order, his subordinates took out 2 or 3 pumpkin bombs from their arms and threw them at the monster that had recovered to some extent. The even more terrifying explosion directly blew the passage into a big crater. Lazar, who was a little closer, was thrown away with his skateboard. When he stabilized and looked at the bottom of the pit, he only found a pool of black scorch marks, like some kind of burned meat residue. Boss, what was that just now? How the hell do I know? Pack your things and deal with everyone here. Raza was still frightened. If it weren't for the equipment provided by Elbert, they might not be able to deal with this monster. Ordinary bombs can't kill him. A quarter of an hour later, there was no living person in the entire base. All the images in the control room had been destroyed, and some data had been copied. When Raza and the others flew out, they saw corpses all over the ground. Apparently these ordinary people, the hired security guards, are simply no match for Green Goblin, even if they are just pirated copies. Boss, this is the information they brought out. Not a single corner is damaged, no. 2 handed a metal box to Raza and said with a flattering look on his face, "Very good. You take people to plant the bomb and send this place to the sky." Thinking of the previous monster, Raza's face was not very good, but his mind could still think clearly. This place is studying this kind of thing. There is only one now, how many may there be in the future? Raza couldn't imagine it, but at the same time, he looked at the metal box in his hand with a fiery look in his eyes. Since they can do research, why can't I do it myself? Albert had told him before that he should pay attention to the research data. Apparently, he was aware of this situation and planned to mass-produce it. Thinking that he might have that level of power, Raza became excited. As for whether he would turn into a monster, so what? After seeing the extraordinary horror, he would be extremely eager to become one of them. As a member of the Communist Party of Daxia, even if you pay a price for it, so what if it is just a change in appearance? Accompanied by continuous roars, the entire farm was engulfed in flames and eventually collapsed, burying the underground experimental base. More than a dozen Green Goblin skateboards flew into the night sky, leaving only the rapid sirens. These policemen were forever. He was so slow. He waited until everything was over before rushing over to clean up his mess. What happened? Why did I receive the news that the base was attacked? The Pioneer technology. Killian was awakened by the piercing alarm. With an angry look on his face, he put on his clothes and looked at his subordinates who also came to him because of the alarm, and said coldly questioned. News came from the 3 Minutes base. They were attacked by unknown people. The security minister stood up, with a fierce expression on his face that was quite intimidating. However, in front of Killian, he seemed a little flinching, as if there was someone standing in front of him. What he saw was not an old man nearly 50 years old, but some kind of terrifying monster. Then what are you waiting for? If the research base is seriously damaged because of your hesitation, just go and lie down on the experimental table. Killian seemed quite satisfied with the security minister's flinching. But that's not what he was thinking about now, at that time. The experiment had reached a very critical moment, and there must be no accidents. A group of vehicles quickly drove out of Pioneer technology. Killian, who was sitting in the car, looked gloomy. He had spent most of his time at the experimental base, but a lot of things happened during this time. First, there was an accident at Stark Industries. which made Killian can't help but after applauding. Something happened to Osborne Industries, which made Killian have some thoughts and wanted to take the opportunity to buy a batch of Osborne Industries shares in exchange for more research funds. As the experiment got closer and closer to completion, he couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to do everything possible to complete it and then. Let that be ******* Tony Stark know that he was not a delusional idiot. He was a genius. Tony Stark is an even better genius. Unfortunately, he did not have much capital and was unable to compete with other giants. So Killian gave up the idea of acquiring shares of Osborne Industries. Unexpectedly, when he gave up, Osborne Industries began to retaliate, that's right. In Killian's view, Elbert's acquisition of Pioneer technology was a kind of revenge. In the face of abundant capital, Pioneer technology had no power to fight back. So Killian was so bold that he directly sent people to do it. The person who presided over the acquisition. This was his warning. Although there were certain risks, it didn't matter. Extremis was almost completed. As long as the virus was completed, no one would care about this stain. Unexpectedly, Osborne Industries stopped and something happened at the research base. How could this make Killian feel better? He was in a closed state along the way. Even the security guard in the car did not dare to breathe for fear that he would be unhappy, and sent them to the experimental platform. They had seen the tragic situation of the people sent there. After being injected with Extremis, each one turned into a living human bomb and was reduced to pieces in the blink of an eye. However, they were slower than the police. When Killian and his party arrived, they saw the police cordon and firefighters working hard to put out the fire. At this moment, Killian seemed to be more than 10 years older. There was only one. The voice echoed in his head, "It's all over. Boss, it has been solved. There is only ruins left in that place. No one has escaped." Under the ground of a bar in the East District of New York, Raza put a metal suitcase in front of Elbert with a respectful expression. "This is their research. The information is guaranteed not to be damaged. Really, have you seen the things inside?" Elbert glanced at Raza. The guy stared at the suitcase with a bit of eagerness on his face. It was obvious that he already knew the use of the things inside. But he didn't care about that. Extremis was meant to be used by them. No. Raza quickly denied it. Although he really wanted to see it, he still held back. The pressure from Elbert overshadowed his curiosity, and he knew very well that if he followed the Empire Cemetery, he as a leader, it is best not to secretly do something that is not there. Otherwise, you may not get anything in the end. When I was exterminating them, I met a guy who suddenly turned into a monster with fire all over his body. Ordinary bullets were useless against him. It took more than 20 pumpkin bombs in total to kill him. Have they already studied to this extent? It's much faster than I expected. Have you recorded it? Elbert nodded clearly and took a miniature camera from Raza's hand. Every green goblin that attacked, I have this thing all over me to record the battle process. It's not for surveillance, but mainly to prepare for the future. If I encounter some guys who can't be killed in a short time, I may be able to find some useful information through the battle records. The whole battle process was not long. Elbert spent a few minutes repeatedly watching the state of the person in charge after his transformation and death. Is it a semi-finished product? There is still a long way to go before the research is successful. But the foundation has been laid. Osborne Industries should be able to complete it independently. Half-finished product, boss. If this situation is still just a half-finished product, how powerful can you fully realize it? Is it really immortal? After seeing the power of the opponent Superman again, Raza longed for this kind of power even more. But Elbert heard he was even more surprised when he said that this thing was only a semi-finished product. Haha, your understanding is wrong, not all things. The difference between finished products and semi-finished products is judged by power. This thing is one of them in terms of the effect it shows. It is indeed qualified, but it is stable. The S*X is too bad. Albert pointed at the guy on the screen who had just transformed. Extremis changes the overall quality and will come with extraordinary abilities. But it is rare to see such an expansion of body shape. You don't care if you don't care about it, before long. This guy will explode because he can't stand the expansion of energy in his body. Until Extremis actually debuted, it was unable to completely solve the stability problem. When injected, it is equivalent to a physical and will test. If it passes, it will have power beyond ordinary people. If it fails, it will become a bomb and have nothing. Well, what will it look like if it's really completed? Thinking that he might have self-destructed without doing anything, Raza shrank his head, fortunately. He didn't use any caution and took the information away. Make one yourself, otherwise you won't know how you died. If it's truly completed, at least it won't cause any obvious changes in your appearance. Most of the external mutations are caused by the controller's inability to restrain all the power. Human beings are still too fragile in some aspects. Albert thought as guardians. Their physical fitness far exceeds that of Blue Star humans. What will be the consequences if they are injected with Extremis? But this thought only passed by for a moment. And then he walked to the suitcase and opened it. Now let me see the specific information. After the metal box was opened, in addition to a pile of messy information, there were also 3 bottles of fixed potions, one of which was marked with a red X. Does it mean failure? The 3 bottles should be half-finished desperate potions. But these are only used as experimental materials. Anyway, no one would want to inject this kind of thing now. The specific ingredients still need to be tested in the laboratory. The document is quite concise, and a large number of adverse reactions have been deleted. They have either been solved, or the experimental subjects died directly within a short period of time. I don't know how to solve it. After spending some time to go through the content, Albert has an idea of the progress of the research. It is fully understood that with Osborne Industries' current scientific research capabilities, it is completely possible to leave Killian alone and complete it alone. This is completely in line with Albert's wishes. As early as when Killian decided not to play by the rules, Albert had already decided to send him on the road. So the order he gave to Raza was to kill everyone in the base, including Killian, unfortunately. According to Lazarjaw's description, showed that this guy was not at the base, which allowed him to escape. I'll take the things away first. You and others will sort out the combat data of Green Goblin. That will be your main equipment in a short time. Seeing Raza staring at the desperate potion longingly, Albert decided to give it to him as a reminder. He can perfect Extremis, but the physical test aspect is difficult. So if Raza puts all his hopes on Thisif, the bet fails. Albert will lose a loyal dog. Yes boss, I'll do it right away. Raza came back to his senses with some reluctance, but there was nothing he could do about it. As Obadiah said, technology was his lifeblood. He could kill people, but he could do it, doing research. Even watching others do research will give him a headache. Otherwise, in the movie, this guy wouldn't be blind. Like when he asked Tony to build missiles. But he was forced to create a steel battle suit by Tony, and he didn't notice it. Who is it? Who is it? Pioneer technology. Killian was pacing back and forth anxiously, muttering in his mouth with a ferocious expression. The experimental base was destroyed, which was a huge blow to him. He couldn't help but regret being killed by the base. If you put it in the suburbs, at least in New York, even if something happens, it won't be like this and you won't be able to react at all. But Extremis's research cannot avoid human experimentation. It is conducted in New York City and cannot be hidden from anyone. Although many related companies are not clean about this kind of thing, no one will care about you if it is done in secret. Once it is exposed, it will must be killed. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Come in, hearing someone knocking on the door. Killian couldn't wait to let the person in, and then looked at the person expectantly. Have you found out who did it? I'm very, very sorry. Neither the police nor our channels have found any trace of the other party. The security director who pushed in the door met Killian's eyes and quickly lowered his head. Trembling slightly said, "Then why are you coming back?" When he didn't get a satisfactory answer, Killian's face suddenly turned cold, and his murderous eyes were unabashedly projected on the security minister, making him shudder at the 1.9-meter-tall man trembling. "Boss, we found a clue. I suspect this attack is related to Osborne Industries." Just as Killian was about to throw out the pile of useless waste in front of him, his secretary opened the door and came in, saving the security guard with good news. The minister's life, Osborne Industries. Why? Killian's eyelids twitched and he looked at his secretary fiercely. If he didn't give a reason to prove that it was not the result of making nonsense to save his life, he would definitely die miserably. First, we have a grudge against Osborne Industries. With their ability, it is impossible for them to be indifferent to our assassination. So they have reasons for revenge. The secretary looked at Killian without fear and spoke clearly. Explained in addition, I discovered that the explosion traces left behind by the Manhattan incident some time ago are very similar to the explosion traces detected at the base. Give me the information. Killian snatched the document from the secretary's hand and looked at the detailed comparison above, gradually falling into deep thought. Naturally, he knew the Manhattan incident. It was precisely because of this incident that all the shareholders of Osborne Industries were killed. That was why he wanted to get involved and get a huge sum of money from Osborne Industries. The behemoth carried out counter takeovers, forcing itself to use special means. The ultimate beneficiary of the Manhattan incident is. Killian muttered like a question, and his secretary quickly answered his question. The current chairman of Osborne Industries, Elbert. Whoever benefits is the culprit. This theory may not be completely correct, but it is realistic in terms of logical reasoning. Killian doesn't know what happened, but if you work backwards, the result will be obvious. This matter can't be kept secret for long. There will always be smart people who will figure it out. Unfortunately, if you want to punish Elbert, you don't just have to think about it. They need evidence, but Killian doesn't need it. He is now like a person who is about to drown. Even if it is just a stick, he will grasp at straws desperately. Not to mention that this inference is reasonable. In order to retaliate against him, Elbert directly attacked the experimental base and took away the most precious research information. If he wants to save himself, he must take it all back from him. What should we do? Killian's secretary asked somewhat unconfidently. Osborne Industries is not the small players they have dealt with before. And judging from his behavior, Elbert is undoubtedly more difficult to deal with than his predecessor. The current pioneer technology has no capital to compete with it. How many desperate potions do we still have in hand? Killian also knew the difference, but he had no choice. The experiment could indeed be repeated. Although he was old, he could still withstand it again. But the problem didn't money. The experimental base invested almost all the profits of pioneer technology. And now it was destroyed by Elbert. Compared with all the money, the funds for setting up a research base may not be raised even if pioneer technology is sold. Anger arose in his heart and evil turned to fear. The driven Killian came up with a bold idea. Since pioneer technology couldn't support research, what about Osborne Industries? Don't stop doing anything. Spend all your capital and give Elbert a try. Failure will not be worse than despair. If he succeeds by chance, he will have all the perfect conditions to complete the research as he controls Osborne Industries. There are still 18 more, but the success rate is too low. If injected directly, the success rate is less than 10%. The secretary's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Killian was ready to fight. But when the situation came to a closet, his was the only way. There is also a personal laboratory of mine underground in the company. Bring them all in and I will run it myself. Killian looked determined and pointed at the security director beside him, and ordered under his frightened eyes. He wanted to make a few excuses, but the mercenary behind him had knocked him down with a blow of his knife. And then more security guards were brought into the underground laboratory. 18 extremis medicines diluted to a suitable dose can be injected into twice as many people, however, without the large-scale equipment in the experimental base to alleviate conflicts. The chance of survival is undoubtedly lower. It has been found out. Elbert will go outside New York City today to preside over the groundbreaking ceremony of the new Osborne Industrial Research Center. A pioneer technology. The secretary reported the found information to Killian with a fanatical look. After waiting for so many days, he finally arrived. Opportunity, very good, let know. 1 and no 9 get ready to go. This time we can only succeed, no failure. Killian slapped the table, and the strong force of the shock turned his entire palm red. But he didn't seem to feel anything, he was excited. Start gathering, people. After 18 doses of medicine were diluted, 36 people were injected respectively. Only 9 survived, but only 5 of them were considered successful. Although the other 4 were not dead for the time being, they became inhuman and ghosts, no matter what. I'm afraid it will be extinguished like a burnt candle before long. Killian has been having a hard time these days. His hair, which was not very thick in the first place, is now bald. He almost collapsed after losing his scientific research base. If he didn't still have the last glimmer of hope, he would probably give it to himself. Inject half-finished desperate potion to seek relief. Today is the last chance. If you don't succeed, you will die. Looking at the 5 super soldiers and 4 monster-like things in front of him, Killian put all his hope on them. You should know that if you want to solve your problems and take back, researching the information is the only chance. You are not doing it for me but for yourselves. If you don't want to, do you have to fight for me today? Do you understand? Understood. The 9 people looked at Killian as if they wanted to eat him alive. They were all forced to inject the desperate potion by Killian. After seeing how their companions died tragically, and after they gained extraordinary powers, not only did he was not at all grateful to Killian, but instead filled with extreme anger. However, they cannot take action. Incomplete extremis not only has a lower success rate, but also has very strong side effects. Just like the supervisor who was killed by the bomb, maintaining a fighting form for a long time will greatly reduce their power. Lifespan without using the power of extremis can only last a few months. The only answer that can solve this problem is a complete desperate potion. For this reason, if they want to tear Killian alive, they must suppress their anger, because only he can develop a complete desperate potion. Very well, let's go. Control your power and don't die on the way. Killian said coldly. He didn't care what they thought of him, as long as he could complete the task. He just glanced at those changes. The guy who turned into a monster, his eyes became disgusted. What a waste. I brought you the power of God, but you can't even pick it up. If it wasn't for the lack of time, would I raise you wastes? In the suburbs of New York City, a brand new high-tech park is about to rise. And in the center of the park is the high-tech laboratory planned by Elbert himself, Star Laboratory. As one of the top companies in America, countless celebrities came to congratulate on the groundbreaking day. After Elbert had a friendly chat with some of them who had a special status, he took Connors, who was invited by him, in the return car. How about Dr. Connors, do you have any ideas about my plan? In addition to the Star Laboratory in the center of the park, the entire park is divided into 4 parts. 2 biotechnology areas, a materials science research area, and an exhibition area open to the public will place some Osborne industrial products there for visitors to visit for free. And the person in charge of one of the biological areas is Dr. Connors. Absolutely not. Chairman, there is no problem with your arrangement. Thank you very much for your trust in allowing me to preside over the research work in a region. Connors looked at Elbert with admiration in his eyes. Like a good horse seeing bull during this period. He had the best treatment at Osborne Industries. And now he was about to take charge of a complete research area. How could he not be excited? You're the one who's being humble, Doctor. I've said it before. I like people to give full play to their talents. Who else in Osborne Industries can compete with you in the field of herpetology? Elbert said with a smile, this is the effect he wants. Although Connors is the villain in the movie, his character is not as cold-blooded as Lizard, so he cannot be treated with intimidation like Raza. And inducements may not have much effect, on the contrary. This recognition is more easily gained trust. People are injured every day in this world. Some are lucky to have minor injuries, but there are also many who are seriously injured. They even have to say goodbye to a part of their body like you. Doctor, this is a tragedy. And doctor you if the research can be successful. This kind of tragedy will never happen again. What a great merit it is. It is not an exaggeration to set up an independent area to do research in this area. Seeing Albert's serious expression, the recognition on Connors's face became even more profound. If his self-control hadn't been high enough, he might have burst into tears at the moment. Boom. However, just as the two were having an in-depth exchange, a grenade fell in the middle of the convoy, and a number of cars around him were immediately blown away. Albert's driver quickly stopped, and the surrounding bodyguards gathered around him and pulled him away. Connors circled around looking for cover. Continuous bombs flew constantly from a distance, and the entire convoy was immediately thrown into chaos. Fortunately, the accuracy on the opposite side seemed to be poor, except for the two vehicles that were directly affected at the beginning. There were no serious problems, and the shelling soon stopped. It stopped. The other party probably didn't have any more artillery shells. This place was within the scope of New York after all. Things like artillery shells were not easy to deal with. As soon as the shelling on the opposite side stopped, the bodyguards arranged for the passengers to disperse and escape. There would not be too many people in this kind of attack. People gathering together would attract firepower and be captured in one fell swoop. If they ran separately, at least some people could escape successfully, as long as the officials were notified as soon as possible. With the recent frequent vicious incidents, imagine that the speed of dispatching the police is fast enough. Escorted by bodyguards, Albert used bunkers along the way to approach New York City. As soon as he entered the city, the attack would stop, no matter who the other party was. Attacking people in the city was an act seeking death. But the other party had obviously guessed his possible escape route. After a while, a group of off-road vehicles surrounded them amidst the roar of engines. Judging from the uncovered equipment behind the vehicles, it was the ones who had attacked them earlier people. Aldrez Killian. More than a dozen people stepped out of the car. The most eye-catching among them were four extremely large men with traces of lava flowing all over them. Their faces were already like half-dissolved heat. Molten glue looks very weird, haha. The famous chairman of Osborne Industries. I am really flattered that he can know about a little guy like me. Killian got off the last car and looked at Elbert as if he was staring at prey. With a short tone asked, Is it you, did you do it? Although I don't know what you're talking about. What do you want to do? Kidnap me, or are you planning to kill me directly? Elbert pointed to the thugs surrounding him without any worry. He did not expect Killian to be so bold. They dared to take action during the day. But this lineup was a bit unexpected. I just didn't know whether these desperate warriors were prepared in advance or made on sight. You still dare to ask me? Hand over the information and obey my orders. Otherwise I will kill you today, Killian waved his hand. And the group of half-monster desperate warriors rushed forward, completely ignoring the bodyguard's shots. Far beyond the strength of ordinary people. Directly through the bodyguards more than 10 meters away from Elbert. And fell to the ground one by one, suddenly. Their bones cracked and blood surged. And they looked like they would not survive. Information. What information are you talking about? I don't know. To be honest, you are more courageous than I thought. Is this the so-called rabbit that bites when it is anxious? He tilted his head to avoid a desperate situation. The soldier grabbed him with his big hand. Elbert took a small step back and looked at Killian. This guy didn't have the slightest bit of scientist demeanor now. He was just a hungry, mad dog. What are you doing standing around? Waiting for the police to come to us or arrest him. Seeing the desperate warrior standing there stunned, Killian was furious. A half-finished product was a half-finished product, and he tried his best to control the energy in his body. It has consumed most of their energy, and even their brains have become dull. Since you don't want to talk, let's find a place to talk alone. I think you will agree to my request. Why do you have such stupid thoughts? Despair really burned your brain. As soon as Killian finished speaking, before the extremist warrior could execute the order, he heard Elbert's voice coming from behind him. A chill rose up from his back. Killian quickly turned around and saw Elbert, who should have been surrounded, appearing behind him. When did you run up behind me then? Inexplicable fear spread in Killian's heart. He glanced at Elbert and subconsciously turned to look at his previous position. This glance didn't matter. Killian, the whole person, suddenly froze. The place that was supposed to be the extremist warrior was empty at the moment. Apart from him and Elbert, there was no other living person here. Boom, boom. The doubts in Killian's mind had not dissipated when there were explosions in the woods not far away. Exactly 9 of them. Tusk, tusk, there's no mushroom cloud. You, a desperate warrior, are not powerful enough. Elbert walked into Killian with a chuckle and pressed his hand on his shoulder. Killian suddenly collapsed on the ground. Desperate and fear had overwhelmed him. You. How did you do that? Are you a human or a ghost? Killian pointed at Elbert tremblingly. As a scientist, he does not believe in ghosts and gods. But what happened in front of him cannot be explained by common sense. He cannot understand what happened. Why did I lose everything in the blink of an eye? I'm definitely a human being. And you are also a scientist after all. Don't be so superstitious, okay? Don't you want to have a good talk? Then let's talk. Elbert lifted Killian up from the ground, and red lightning flashed across the ground. In the blink of an eye, the two of them traveled dozens of kilometers and arrived at a secret basement. Leave it to you, no matter what method you use. I want him to serve me in 3 days. Elbert threw the stunned Killian to Raza. His anger had completely director. Elbert was attacked in the suburbs of New York City. When Maria Hill approached Nick Fury's office, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director was looking at a picture attentively. It was a square hammer, depicting something. If the various complicated patterns are examined by archaeologists, they might be able to conclude that they are relics that are thousands of years old. However, in fact, it just fell from the sky not long ago, just like a meteorite. But before that, the space agency did not find any relevant falling trajectory. It seemed to appear out of thin air. What's the result? Someone actually dared to tease him. Nick Fury took his attention away from the hammer, rubbed the corners of his eyes and asked. He was a little surprised that Elbert was attacked. But I'm afraid there will be no problem in the result. Elbert's bodyguard was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He himself was unharmed. A large number of explosion marks were found in a forest not far from the attack site. The items suspected of human remains showed that someone was destroying the corpses and destroying traces. Hill retrieved the photos left at the scene. The traces left by the explosion of extremist warriors are very obvious. If an average person dies in this environment, their limbs cannot be intact. But the extremist warriors still maintain a certain shape. Even after their death, extremist switch remains active, is still trying to repair their bodies until all energy is exhausted. This doesn't look like the body of an ordinary person. Wait, I seem to have seen this kind of death before. Looking at the body lying in a pit, Nick Fury had an idea in his mind and grasped some key points. Yes, director. An explosion also occurred at a farm in the suburbs of New York City some time ago. We found a large experimental base under the farm, and there was a body very similar to the one found at the scene. Hill confirmed Nick Fury's idea and added the report from some time ago showed that although the corpse was more tragic, certain similarities could still be observed. There was even a corresponding test result. The same substance was present in all the corpses. But the content was slightly different. Haha, is this Albert being retaliated against? It's really dog-eat-dog, Nick Fury sneered. Although there was no concrete evidence for the farm incident, SHIELD already believed that it was Albert who did it. The pumpkin bomb was still highly identifiable as the Manhattan incident. The beneficiary, regardless of whether it was Albert's doing or not, it has already been equated with him. The property rights of the farm belong to Pioneer Technology, a company Nick Fury has never paid attention to. But the results of the investigation made him equally disgusted. This is a company that openly uses the guise of scientific and technological research, but secretly carries out unknown activities. Human experiments. There are countless homeless people who died under the farm. It's strange that Nick Fury has a good mood towards them. Although he has a dark face and a cold heart, he doesn't treat such guys too much. It's a pity that it wasn't dog eating dog, but a group of self-righteous jackals attacked the napping Tyrannosaurus Rex. Pioneer Technology has no chance of winning. Hill shook her head. She hoped that both Pioneer Technology and Albert would suffer losses, so that SHIELD could gain the upper hand. Wipe out the two troubles in one fell swoop. But unfortunately, the two powers are not at the same level. Forget it, let's ignore them for now. Is there anything else? Thinking of his old friend's description of Albert, Nick Fury couldn't help but have a headache. For the time being, SHIELD has no good way to deal with it, so it can only be shelved for the time being, at least for now. Albert has not disrupted social order wantonly. As long as some things are not made public, he will turn a blind eye. General Ross wants us to help capture Dr. Banner. Hill flipped through recent reports and picked out one noteworthy one. Ross, has he found Dr. Banner again? He is really persistent and refuses him. We don't have time to play games with him. Thinking of Ross's face, Nick Fury's expression was not very good. The father of America in the past, relying on their high status, the always stumbling upon SHIELD now, I want them to help me with something. Come on. Nick Fury wouldn't want to let his people die in front of the Hulk for his sake. He's just a monster, what's more. Nick Fury has secretly made a plan, including the idea of recruiting Banners. And he won't send anyone to help now. Then there's nothing worth noting. Director, do you have any orders? Hill was non-committal. Although Ross had a big name, SHIELD was not under his jurisdiction, so Ross could make trouble and really stand out. Given the situation, Ross is not qualified to interfere with SHIELD. Call Phil Coulson, I have something for him to do. Nick Fury's eyes fell back to the previous picture. He knocked on the table, and replied, "This is a danger. But it is also an opportunity. Nick Fury, there is a faint feeling that something is really changing in this world. They need allies, and the entire Blue Star needs allies." Watching Hill walk out of the office, Nick Fury pulled out a list of the elegant Bruce Banner, Rage's Hulk of the Bohemian Tony Stark, the Iron Man in a steel battle suit, and in the ice of the figure Steve Rogers. The first experiment is ready and can start at any time. In the independent laboratory of Osborne Industries, Albert listened to the reports of his researchers through the strengthening glass. After several days of sorting, the formula for the desperate potion has been listed. Albert plans to see the actual effect first. The target is definitely not humans. It would be stupid to directly conduct human experiments, even though he knows that the medicine is not perfect. Let's get started. Pay attention to monitoring the physical condition of the experimental subjects. After checking and confirming that there were no problems, Albert gave the order to inject the medicine. The researcher in charge of the injection skillfully injected the desperate medicine into the 8 mice. They hurriedly left the strengthening glass-isolated experimental platform. They had all been warned about possible accidents before starting, and they did not dare to delay for the sake of their own lives. Doctor, the body temperature of the experimental subject is rising rapidly, and it has exceeded the normal tolerance range. Within 30 seconds of the injection of the desperate agent, The mice began to react violently as soon as the monitoring researcher reported. Under their fur immediately traces of magma flow appeared, and the surrounding temperature distortion was visible to the naked eye. Even without looking at the temperature instrument, you can tell that the temperature around them is definitely not something that normal human bodies can withstand. But what is surprising is that at such a high temperature, the mouse's fur does not change at all. This substance, which is supposed to be the most flammable, has no abnormalities except for the part close to the skin turning red. Doctor, the signs of life of 3 experimental subjects have disappeared. Less than a minute later, 3 lights on the instrument went out, which meant that 3 mice had died. However, Albert looked at the experimental table in the middle. Although the mice were all struggling in pain, but none showed signs of death. Is there something wrong with the instrument? Other researchers also noticed this problem, and after waiting for a while, seeing that there was still no change in the mouse, someone said aloud, "No, there's nothing wrong with the instrument, you're dead." Albert shook his head denying his conjecture, and pointed to the mouse on the right side of the experimental table. Please zoom in and observe carefully to see what's the difference. Is this the roots of the hair turning black? Using the camera, he zoomed in on the white mouse pointed by Albert, and soon discovered the difference. The hair roots of the white mouse that still showed signs of life were red, while the white mouse that showed signs of death was. The roots of the hair have turned black just like a tree. It seems there are still branches and leaves, but the roots are rotten. That's right, keep observing. The real reaction hasn't started yet. In order to make it easier to observe, the desperate drug injected into the mice was heavily diluted to lengthen the entire reaction process. But even so, as soon as Albert finished speaking, the life signals of 4 mice disappeared, and then the original 3 exploded. The chain reaction directly blew up the other mice, and their residual limbs were thrown towards the strengthening glass. Through a layer of glass, the researchers came over and observed these debris at close range. Although most of them still maintained the form of flesh, preliminary analysis showed that these debris were more similar to combustion residues, with more inorganic matter than organic matters. Albert did not stare at the failed products like the others, but looked at the only white mouse that showed normal life. Until now, its life signal has not disappeared. You must know that even if it is only a white mouse, the explosion just now, the power is no less than that of ordinary military grenades. Since it can still survive, it seems that Albert got a successful experimental subject in the first experiment. Oh my God, this is amazing. Soon, other people also discovered that among the black marks after the explosion, the mouse was slowly repairing its limbs. Its fur had completely disappeared, leaving only the appearance of a white mouse. The body looks like a charcoal grill, but it can be seen with the naked eye that its broken claws are being repaired bit by bit. It takes 1 minute and 28 seconds to recover completely. It's a terrifying regeneration speed. If used on the human body, this will create an almost immortal Superman. The researchers who participated in this experiment from beginning to end were excited. If the experiment continues, what will they do here? Every one of them will be famous throughout the ages. The premise is that the formula can be perfected. Otherwise, who of you would dare to try the effect? Albert asked with a smile, and everyone suddenly fell silent. Even though one of the 9 was successful, everyone who has read the information knows that in fact, the success rate is much lower than this, and more people will just explode into pieces like other mice. Don't be afraid, I won't really let you try it. Take care of this little guy. I believe it will provide a lot of effective data for our success. Albert pointed to the repaired car that was hitting the glass box. The mouse ordered, and in order to stimulate their enthusiasm, added, "As long as you succeed, I guarantee that all of your names will appear on the report. This is an opportunity to stand shoulder to shoulder with giants. I think you won't give up." Absolutely not, Doctor. Albert, thank you very much for providing us with this opportunity. We will definitely do our best to perfect the formula of the medicine. Obviously, Albert's motivation is very effective. For them, money and fame are both important. Once the research is successful, money and fame will not be a problem. Albert walked out of the laboratory after motivating the researchers. It would be best if they could work actively. But he couldn't put all his hopes on them. Killian was still the developer of Extremis, so it was more reassuring to have him in charge. News has been sent back to Raza, and Killian has agreed to cooperate. But the condition is that when the experiment is successful, he will take revenge on Tony Stark. Albert smiled and agreed to this condition. This is a good thing for Albert. Tony Stark's life trajectory has begun to deviate from the planned trajectory. So Albert has to find a way to test whether he will return to the right path now. Killian will become a pawn in his hands and serve him correcting Tony Stark's fate, pointing to a more skewed trajectory. Chairman, this is the application for Laboratory No. 1. Albert handed his white coat to his assistant and was about to check out the acquisition of Pioneer technology. Without Killian's resistance, Henry's group of Wall Street wolves could start. No mercy at all. The annexation should be completed in these 2 days. But just when Albert walked out of the laboratory, the person in charge handed him an application, which made Albert a little confused. Laboratory No. 1. Didn't I ask them to temporarily stop research? Why is there an application? That's it, Chairman. We suspended the research as you requested. But Director Harry, some time ago, Laboratory No. 1 is the laboratory where Norman studies human hormones because of the lack of talents to take charge of the overall situation. Albert announced that he would temporarily stop research and wait until he found a suitable candidate. However, listening to the person in charge, someone restarted the research project, Harry. Albert was stunned when he heard the name, and then realized that he had never thought about it before. He did have the ability to conduct experiments, although his performance was always so unqualified in Norman's eyes. But he inherited everything from Norman, including IQ and ability, but that was in the future and not now. Harry was still only a high school student, which was a bit too difficult for him. Yes, we can't stop him. The person in charge was a little helpless. Although Harry was young, he was the largest director of Osborne Industries. Although the power was entrusted to Albert, it was not something he, small laboratory director, could do disposed of. Okay, I'll go and see for myself. Albert waved his hand and didn't blame him too much. After all, in the eyes of most people, Harry would take back power from Albert in the future. And even if they could see, wouldn't dare to control him. Record the experimental reactions in detail. I want them all. If there are any mistakes, you can leave. And you? I've been waiting for 3 hours when the equipment I mentioned will be ready. But sir, at least 3 people are needed to operate this kind of instrument. I can't do it alone, that's enough. I don't want to hear these excuses. I'll give you another hours. If you still can't get it done, you can leave. Albert heard Harry's scolding before he entered the laboratory, which surprised him if nothing else. At least the momentum was decent. So he pushed the door open directly and walked in. Harry is right. Thigh's machine under normal circumstances. It does take 3 people to operate the instrument. But if one person handles it carefully, he can make it work normally in 2 hours. You are just looking for excuses to frustrate him. Uncle Albert, Chairman. Seeing Albert come in, Harry immediately lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. And the researcher who was named by Albert trembled all over. Apparently Albert was right. You can pack your things and leave. I will provide you with a good severance package. Albert waved his hand, and the bodyguard behind him dragged the ashen-faced researcher out. Albert squatted down and looked at, although Harry lowered his head. His expression was stubborn. Harry, tell me why you are here, Uncle Albert. Eyes. Harry looked into Albert's eyes, and his timidity quickly turned into determination. I want to inherit my father's last wish, and I want to fulfill his dream. Please, Uncle Albert. Can you let me? Do you want to continue research here? Are you sure you want to take over your father's research? You should know that this is not a game between children. It is beyond the scope of your ability. Albert touched Harry's head and said in a gentle tone, "And he promised Mans has done it one night. The genetic disease in Harry's body has disappeared. He will grow up healthily, marry and have children until he grows old. However, Harry's obsession is so strong, yes. I'm sure, Uncle Albert. I have taught myself everything I need to know. Although I still don't understand some, please believe me. I will learn them all soon. It is not difficult for me." Feeling that there was no stern rejection in Albert's words, Harry said quickly. His words surprised Albert. If he wanted to take over Norman's experiment, Harry needed to learn too many things. But now Harry told him that he had learned it. Okay. "I can give you a chance at months. I don't need you to complete the follow-up experiments. As long as you can prove that you can really support this laboratory, I will give you the best support." Albert didn't know what gave Harry the motivation to learn those boring theories and complicated operations. But he felt that he needed to respect his labor. So he was willing to provide an opportunity. If Harry really does it, then he has relatively solved a big problem. If he fails, Harry can give up. And by then the research on Extremis will be almost done. And Killian can free up time to deal with the human body's strengthening hormones. Research Extremis or body strengthening hormone. Which one is more valuable? In the long run, Extremis is naturally better. No matter the lower limit or upper limit, it is not comparable to human strengthening hormone. But when it comes to stability, the former is incomparable. Even Killian cannot guarantee that everyone can adapt to Extremis. So the study of human strength hormones still has its significance. Albert even has an idea. Since the process of accepting Extremis is a test of the human body system, then will there be any different effects if I take human strength hormone first and then use Extremis? This idea is worth a try. So even if Albert obtained the formula of Extremis, he did not give up Norman's research directly. Moreover, the captain of the United States was about to wake up, and his blood was a living specimen of the super soldier serum. If he could get some, his blood sample should be beneficial to the overall experiment. After solving Harry's problem, Albert returned to his office. It must be said that Caroline was indeed a very good secretary. With her hard work, Albert had a lot more free time. So he turned on the TV, poured a cup of coffee, and savored it. He had no interest in TV programs before. But after being in this world for so long, Albert has developed the habit of watching the news from time to time. Although many people ridicule America's reporters for their top-notch running speed, he has to admit that these guys are really good at running. Ability, you never know where they might dig up some information. Perhaps to many people, these messages are just boring things. But Albert can see more things from them, such as the previous incident of Tony Stark being attacked. He only needs to know a prelude to understand what will happen next. Down what might happen. As always, his habits did not let him down. Soon he got two pieces of news. A monster was fighting the army. A strange hammer fell from the Skyhulk and Thor, the two ultimate heroes of the Avengers Alliance. Combat strength, the Hulk poses no threat to me, but Thor is debatable. The Hulk, which has pure physical output, puts no pressure on Albert at all. It is impossible for it to even hit Albert. But Thor is a little different. Although there is still a huge gap between his performance in the movie and Thor's name, he is at least a serious figure who exists in the history of human mythology. A prince of a powerful alien civilization. And at least he must be given a certain amount of respect. The Hulk is uncontrollable, and Thor will be in trouble no matter what he does. Who gives him a good father? It is estimated that every move he makes on Blue Star is in the eyes of Odin. And he is already on the Ancient One's blacklist. Albert really didn't want to tease this old and immortal god king anymore. But when it comes to Thor, Albert forgot one thing. TIE particles seem to be one of the infinite gems. And they are also the easiest to get. The Tesseract is in the hands of SHIL D and cannot be found for the time being. The time gem is in the hands of the Ancient One. Now that she is mentioned as a bald magician, Albert has a tooth-ashamed there is only one tie particle, unattended, and there is an opportunity to take advantage of it. Back then, tie particles were snatched away from the Dark Elves by Asgard and sealed. Now that seal has been almost weakened to the extreme. It is the best time to obtain them. As for the Dark Elves that may come, Albert doesn't care at all. He has the ability to confront them head-on. In his heyday, he couldn't defeat Asgard, and even had his tie particles taken away from him. Albert didn't even bother to take a look at such a street commodity. But when the time comes with tie particles in his hands, he can even survive a few attacks from Ancient One. And he's just a dark elf. I didn't even recognize him when I beat him. As for whether Asgard is the sealer, we'll pay attention to tie particles. Don't even think about Ith, will definitely pay attention. In the movie, as soon as tie particles came out, they directly took up the body of Thor's girlfriend. If you say this is a coincidence, it would kill Albert. If you don't believe it, why would so many people choose her? But Albert doesn't have to worry about this problem at all. Thor has entered the blue star. Then we have to see whether Odin cares more about his son or tie particles. Even if he overestimates the combat power of the Asgardians, Albert will not be afraid. He doesn't care much about warriors, even those at the level of the 3 warriors in the movie. If Odin wants to prevent him from getting tie particles, he must send more people down, but will the Ancient One agree? Albert guessed not. A Thor with little power came down to practice and practice. The Ancient One would not have any objections. But a group of experienced Asgard warriors entered the blue star. Haha, is this the rhythm of preparing for war? Thor is still on blue star if Odin dares to send people over. Thor will be in trouble in an instant. So sometimes the enemy is not always the enemy. The Ancient One is a threat to Albert. But the same is true for others. She can be a very reliable barrier, definitely. There is a slight possibility that the Ancient One has established contact with Odin and is targeting Albert at the same time. This possibility is unlikely, but it cannot be said that it is impossible. For both parties, Albert is an unstable factor. If he moves with tie particles, Odin will definitely have the idea of taking action. As long as the Ancient One closes his eyes for a moment, this idea will turn into a fact. Albert thought a lot, but still decided to look for tie particles, not only because it was important to his future plans, but also because his desire to die was burning. If passion is at a low ebb for a long time, it will always cool down. And if he can really challenge 2 powerful beings at once, Albert will become famous. This is also part of his plan. Change and shock also apply to the growth rule of the speed force. On the east coast of America, Albert faced the salty sea breeze and jumped off the cliff. The speed force roared in his body. Before he fell into the sea, his speed had surpassed the fastest fighter jet of the times. Even if the rocket escaped, the propulsion speed of Blue Star's gravity cannot be compared with him. In this case, there is no difference between the sea and the plane in his eyes. In just the blink of an eye, the entire coastline is thrown far away from his back. A speedster is the happiest when he is running. Albert had to admit that this feeling of leaving everything behind was great. For a moment, he even wanted to keep running like this so that he would not use anything. He paid attention to it, but the real feeling disappeared quickly in just a moment. He had crossed the Atlantic Ocean and landed on the coast of the English Empire. If the memory is correct, tie particles should be in an abandoned factory in London. It will definitely be abandoned in the future. The current situation is not clear yet, but if you have the general direction, it will be no problem. Anyway, you can visit the whole of London. And it won't take Albert long, is it here? The Speed Force can't wait. Standing in front of a sparsely populated factory, Albert stretched out his arm and saw that the speed force wrapped around his body was working hard to extend in one direction, where it desired to be. Of things, tie particles, home of the reality gem. Although it was not completely abandoned, there were not many people coming to the entire factory. A few security guards were dozing off at their posts out of boredom. Albert passed them and followed the guidance of the Speed Force to a building that had not yet been built. In Albert's, when he got closer, the Speed Force suddenly beat wildly on the surface of his skin like a wild horse. Well, it seems right, but how do I get in? Although the location is here, the TIE particles are sealed in another space. The seal has not broken as it did later, allowing the energy of the TIE particles to leak out. Albert, even with special equipment, I'm afraid there's no way to find the door. He stood under the building and thought about it, and decided to follow the guidance of the Speed Force. Since it was so urgent, he must be able to find the entrance. Albert walked towards the deepest part of the corridor. As he passed a corridor, the light in front of him suddenly dimmed. It seemed like the moment he stepped in, day turned into night. Albert's heart moved, and he continued to move forward without changing his face. He soon reached the end of the corridor. This was a room that had been abandoned for a long time. His keen sense of touch made him feel something different. The whole room was densely covered with an invisible field. It's like a magnetic field, but brighter. Chinese letter tilde. The next moment, the Speed Force burst out from Albert's body. The unstoppable force destroyed the fragile balance of the invisible field in an instant. A door appeared in front of Albert before he could react. A strong suction force pulled him over. Albert raised his eyebrows and subconsciously wanted to get out of the suction range. However, what surprised him was that even if he was moving, his body still entered the door in the next second. What happened? The Speed Force didn't work. No. My speed just now reached its limit without a doubt. Driven by the Speed Force, something changed my movement. As soon as he entered the door, the suction force disappeared, and his feet stepping on the ground. Albert immediately began to reminisce about the feeling just now. It was a rather awkward experience. Even more awkward than being pushed forward through space when he fought Ancient One before. At least he could feel his movement before and have a direction to run in. However, he didn't have it just now. Albert seemed to be running towards the door, but he was clearly running in the opposite direction. There was no transformation of space, only in the direction of running. In an instant, reality is changed. It is indeed a reality gem. Albert cast his gaze to the entire space. The only place that emitted light was two square stone pillars that were tightly attached to each other, and a dark red fluid was slowly flowing in the middle. TIE particles, how to take them out? Albert raised his hand, and was surprised to find that the previously manic Speed Force tended to become quiet at the moment. As long as he didn't control it, it fit perfectly into his body like a deep sleep. Body surface. Come on, it seems that the Speed Force can't help much. In this case, Albert doesn't want to forcefully use the Speed Force to break the two stone pillars. Once the TIE particles are affected, unimaginable disaster will definitely happen. So he just first circled the stone pillar twice, then ran around the entire space, and soon discovered the seal traces left by Asgard. It should be here. He lifted the ground with his feet, and a mysterious circular pattern was imprinted on the ground. This is the trace left by Bifrost's transmission, and it is also the node of the entire space. Albert only needs to deflect its energy flow. You can move the stone pillar, suppressing the TIE particles a little, and take it out. As the Speed Force flowed into the patterns on the ground under Albert's control, an indescribable sense of distortion began to spread throughout the space, just like using a tool to violently pick the door lock. With a crisp breaking sound, the two pieces, there were cracks all over the stone pillars. In front of Albert's eyes, they fell softly to the ground like melted ice cream. And the TIE particles were free. It seems to have a certain consciousness. Looking at the TIE particles swimming around him, Albert didn't know why, but he felt a hint of vague emotion from it. But because it was too weak, Albert couldn't quite make sure. This is not your own illusion. Could infinite gems be conscious? It's possible. At least Soul Gem retains a certain degree of consciousness. But Soul Gem's ability originally had interoperability with this aspect. So its birth of consciousness cannot be juxtaposed with the birth of consciousness of other gems. These are two different concepts in addition. Infinite Gems also has the possibility of giving birth to consciousness. That is the seventh Infinite Gems. The conscious existence of the goddess of revenge from which Infinite Gems originated. The golden rough stone known as the Stone of Self. When it and the six when the Infinite Gems come into contact, they will reintegrate into the Nemesis. But if the Self Stone is destroyed, the other six Infinite Gems may become conscious for a short period of time, or even appear in physical form, however. This situation also has a premise that is, there is a main consciousness. After it is split and resides on other gems, consciousness will be born. Albert is not sure whether there is a self-stone in this world. It is the same as the DC world and the Marvel Universe. I like to play with parallel worlds. What is available in one world may not be available in another world. Moreover, even if the TIE particles caused by this have consciousness, then the other gems should also be conscious. So this possibility can basically be ruled out. Albert, who was a little confused, stretched out his hand, trying to restrain TIE particles through the speed force. However, what surprised him was that the moment he stretched out his hand, before he could use the speed force, TIE particles took the initiative to overtake him. The arms wrapped around him, and they were like countless little red snakes. After a brief trial, they quickly penetrated under Albert's skin. The intense pain made Albert's expression look quite ugly. But he did not use the speed force to resist or remove the TIE particles. Because when it entered his body for the first time, Albert clearly felt what it conveyed. The kindness and gratitude he felt before were correct. TIE particles do give birth to a small amount of consciousness, but generally no one can detect it. Even if they integrate TIE particles like the Dark Elves, they may not be able to perceive it. Only speedsters like Albert, who have raised their perception to the extreme, can. From that fleeting message I felt a vague emotion. With Albert's active acceptance, the pain of forced expansion began to disappear. Like a clear spring flowing through the dry earth, Albert's whole body became extremely refreshing. When he opened his eyes again and looked at the world, he felt a trace of reality. I can't tell what is different from before, but I just feel that this world is more real. This feeling is very good. It was like a person with more than 1,000 degrees of myopia put on glasses, and the whole world looked much clearer. Albert stretched out his hand, and the red speed force and red and black TIE particles appeared, melted together in balance, just like water conducts electricity outsider. The speed force successfully penetrated deeper into this world with the help of the reality power of TIE particles. Now you have become a kid. Looking at the TIE particles that were very active in his palm, Albert said with joy it felt uncomfortable to fight alone. But now he finally has a companion. However, TIE particles didn't seem to understand his words. It just extended a tentacle and gently touched Albert's palm, just like a pet licking its owner's palm. A feeling of closeness was conveyed to the bottom of Albert's heart. Seeing this, Albert just smiled, then closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes brought about by TIE particles. Soon under his guidance, a layer of blood-red armor that looked like crystal began to spread on his body. The moment it was about to close on Albert's chest, the speed force suddenly jumped, leaving a trace of lightning right in front. Well, the flexibility is perfect, the defense is perfect, and the integration with the speed force is perfect. This trip is really the right one. After simply doing a few running postures, Albert said with great satisfaction, every time his joints bent, the armor in the corresponding parts will soften and completely fit his body movements, and there will be no change in defense. Although it looks like Albert is wearing an armor made of red crystal. In fact, TIE particles still exist as a fluid. It just looks like that. However, if the enemy thinks that the appearance is false, then TIE particles should teach him. What does it mean to be real? As the most powerful infinite gems in theory, TIE particles have the ability to interfere with reality and change established rules. In other words, any harm to Elbert will be distorted by reality. Even if it does not disappear completely, it will be extremely a big weakening. This is the strongest shield for Elbert. Coupled with the strongest speed force with unlimited destructive power, Elbert feels that he is invincible at this moment. If he faces the Ancient One again, he will not mind fighting the Ancient One. One comes to a life and death fight. Just when Elbert took out the TIE particles Asgard, Odin was watching Thor's every move through Heimdall's eyes. Seeing him ecstatic after learning about Mjolnir's whereabouts, Odin couldn't help but shook his head and turned. He turned his head to look at his other son Loki. Disappointment also flashed in his eyes, but the next moment, Odin's eyes widened and he turned to Blue Star's position. Heimdall's look at Midgard's. Someone has touched the seal of the TIE particles, find him. Odin's single eye bloomed with a divine light that was difficult to look directly at. And powerful oppression burst out from his old body. Even if he's had already Heimdall, who has been familiar with it for thousands of years, can't help but be frightened. But Heimdall still looked at Blue Star for the first time. As a monitor who has followed Odin forever, he naturally knew the meaning of TIE particles, however. When his eyes fell on London, could not see anything. There was only darkness, please forgive me. I cannot find his whereabouts. But he should not have left the sealed place yet. Heimdall admitted his incompetence. His eyes can see through the 9 realms. But there are some things he cannot see. In the twisted in the face of reality, his eyes were useless. It's not the time for TIE particles to come out yet. We must send someone to stop that person, Odin said without any hesitation. And then he began to close his eyes. His mental power began to diverge, and he communicated with a certain existence through Bifrost. While communicating about a few minutes later, Odin opened his eyes and said, "Open Bifrost and ask Tyr to lead people to reseal the TIE particles." After receiving the order, Heimdall did not show any hesitation. He turned the heavy sword in his hand, and a colorful light connected a palace in Asgard and London in Blue Star. Soon a tall and strong man wearing silver chain armor appeared outside the factory. The dozing security guard looked at Tyr's divine soldiers descending from the sky with horrified expressions. However, Tyr was in no mood to greet them. He smashed the door to pieces with a sword and swaggered towards the subspace where TIE particles were sealed. At the same time in the more distant star field, there is no light here, only eternal darkness. A huge black ship slowly emerges. It floats quietly in the endless starry sky of death. And the control inside it on the platform. Lights lit up one after another. And some kind of fluctuation from the distant void triggered its restart mechanism, allowing the black giant ship to get the signal and begin to revive. Click, there was a soft sound. And as the sleeping cabin in the main control room of the giant ship opened, a man with a face as pale as Deadman suddenly opened his eyes. After a brief period of confusion, his consciousness gradually returned, allowing him to slowly sit up from the sleeping cabin. He stared at the light spots that lit up on the virtual screen above. He knew that worlds, Midgard in the center of the 9 transitions, where they were defeated, where Asgard defeated them and took away the TIE particles, forcing them to abandon their people, fled to this distant star field alone, enduring the shame of failure. TIE particles have reappeared. My people, wake up, the glory of darkness is about to return. As his words fell, all the dark elves who survived the bloody and cruel war began to wake up. This country that once dominated the universe, the dark forces opened their eyes again. It's a pity that they are no longer the powerful civilization they once were. The warships that once covered the sky and the sun are only the only flagship left. They don't need anyone else to do anything. They will fend for themselves before long. After a short recovery, the remaining dark elves gathered on the bridge. Their eyes focused on the leader Malekith, who was the only act of their civilization. Malekith looked at the dark starry sky outside the bridge, the endless ambition in his eyes rising again. The scars of his previous failure were still aching. But this could not make him give up revenge. Now that TIE particles have reappeared in the world, they have hope. It's time to take back what belongs to them and let those Asgardians truly see what eternal darkness is. But before that, I need strong enough warriors. Looking at the tribesmen standing on both sides, Melkith shook his head gently. Although they were all experienced in many battles, they were far from what he wanted with such a big gap. Even the most powerful Agrim and his deputy are still not enough to meet his requirements. Melkith opened the resource warehouse and looked at the almost empty scene inside, which made his head dizzy. Although these years of sleeping have reduced their energy consumption to a minimum, the accumulated consumption over thousands of years is by no means a small amount. The resources that were taken away from the battlefield in a hurry have long been consumed. In the end, Melkith took out a black spar from the warehouse. It was the product of TIE particles peeling off. It was once used by the Dark Elves to mass-produce powerful warriors. However, now there is only one left, that is to say, among seemingly the last powerful warrior will be born. Melkith looked at his second-in-command, and Agrim understood he was already ready to sacrifice. If Melkith hadn't stopped him, he would have died on the battlefield with his compatriots. So he turned around decisively, faced Melkith. I am willing to sacrifice myself just like our people. To give everything for you, PFFT. The sharp blade passed through the armor. Melkith stabbed through Agrim's body without any hesitation. He pressed his forehead against Agrim's and whispered, "You will become the darkness and maintain this darkness. One form until it consumes your life, afterwards." Melkith sent the crystal into Agrim's body through the wound, waiting for the integration of the two. He would soon get an excellent warrior. But this was not enough back then. The Dark Elf, there was more than one, but he had no choice. Before that, our enemies will no longer be your opponents. Agrim endured the severe pain, whether it was the wound or the integration with the cursed stone. It was an extremely painful thing, but he did not hesitantly. He said to Melkith firmly, I will destroy their defenses and help you rebuild a new universe. When Elbert walked out of the rooms, the first thing he saw was a strong man dressed in a style that was very different from modern society. He was looking at him with a long sword in his eyes. There was an arrogance that despised everything in his eyes. And there was also a blazing fire that would not be extinguished. War, human hand over the TIE particles, or I will personally execute your death. Tyr immediately locked onto Elbert. And there was no other life around him. This was his goal. Haha, then you can come and try. Elbert could tell the identity of the strong man from the way he looked like Thor. It seemed that the worst happened. The Ancient One did not stop Odin from sending people to intercept him. But it didn't matter. As long as Odin didn't come down in person. He didn't care who was in front of him and what kind of myths were being circulated. Without too much nonsense, the god of war in Norse mythology showed his words. Force can always solve the problem, at least originally. Since Elbert is unwilling to hand over TIE particles, then kill him first and put him to death. The same goes for bringing the body back to Asgard. Tyr's speed and strength are worthy of his name as god of war. At least enough to crush Thor at this stage as he jumped up. The entire ground instantly collapsed, and the long sword slashed in midair split the air. Opened, a sharp edge that was hard to look at swept down. It's too slow if these are what you rely on. Odin can collect the corpses for you, however. Elbert remained motionless and mocked Tyr's speed mercilessly. Before the god of war could make a complete angry expression. The entire time and space seemed to freeze at this moment. And the speed force was activated. Elbert's body slightly bent, and he suddenly jumped up from the ground like a spring. He faced Tyr's slashing blade and punched him in the abdomen. The next moment time returned to normal, and Tyr's whole body felt as if he had been hit by a rocket, dragging the sonic boom and flying backwards. When fighting the Ancient One, Elbert was suppressed the whole time, so it was impossible to see how powerful he was. But facing Tyr, he fully demonstrated how powerful a punch can be at supersonic speeds. The level of horror not dead yet. Should I say that your life is really tough? With immunity from the speed force. The force of the shock had no effect on Elbert. He picked up Tyre's sword from the ground and came to Tyre. In front of you. He stepped on his chest and pushed down the god of war who was still trying to get up. Now do you have any last words? I underestimated you. But you shouldn't underestimate any god of Asgard. Let me sleep in the eternal ice. Tyr's eyes widened and he almost roared as he finished speaking. Blood spurting from his mouth, he came out. But his arrogance did not subside because of the injury, but instead became more arrogant, however, the next moment. Looking at the square box with a faint blue light in Elbert's hand, Tyre's voice seemed to be strangled. With a look of disbelief on his face. Casket of Ancient Wintersa, frost artifact from Niflheim. Is a good idea. But it's a pity that you are a fool with a brain full of muscles to execute it. Dark red fluid surged in Elbert's hand. And the Casket of Ancient Winters swallowed it. And the sarcastic look on his face became even worse. Tyre had no chance to open it in front of him, then goodbye. May your soul castle accept your soul. Elbert raised the sword and stabbed Tyr's heart without any hesitation. When the sword blade pierced the chain mail, the first drop of blood flowed out from under Tyr's skin. A strange feeling invaded Elbert's body. It even aroused a wave of Ty particles under his skin. And then it was like a video played in reverse. Everything returned to the original point. Until Elbert walked out of the room again. Tyr didn't panic at all when he saw this, and immediately started groping on his body. But soon his expression turned ugly, and everything came back except Casket of Ancient Winters. Ancient One, Elbert ignored Tyr and looked into the air. Although he couldn't see anything there, he knew that the Ancient One was there, Elbert. With a sigh, the Ancient One walked out of the portal. He became stronger again. The Ancient One even regretted it. Maybe he shouldn't have let Elbert go. I never thought you would allow this barbarian to operate on the Blue Star. You Asgardian is not worthy of your name. Elbert squinted his eyes and was wary of the Ancient One. At the same time, Ty particles and the speed force were flowing crazily in his body. If the Ancient One appeared okay, what about Odin? Tyr is the messenger of God King Odin. He is not here for war. Well, the Ancient One shook her head. Seeing Elbert's vigilant posture, Resh felt quite helpless. She originally didn't want to take action, but Tyr's defeat was too fast. She could let Tyr enter Blue Star, but she couldn't just watch him die here. But I think he just wants to start a war. You don't know the power of Casket of Ancient Winters. It is a weapon of war, not born to deal with a certain person. Listening to Elbert's words, the Ancient One's face did not look good. Odin did not mention Casket of Ancient Winters when he communicated with him before, which made her feel that she had been deceived. But that was not the point. No matter what price Odin would pay for this, it would be something later. Now the problem is holding Elbert steady. Isn't the information equal? Haha, it seems that I still have an advantage. From the Ancient One's words, Elbert knew a lot of things. At least she and Odin were not really wearing the same pair of pants. Otherwise, Odin would not have kept it secret. Tyr brought the Casket of Ancient Winters as an artifact of the eternally frozen land of Niflheim. Casket of Ancient Winters is not a weapon used against one person. It is a sharp weapon used to fight legionary wars. Once opened, it will destroy the enemy in a short time. The surrounding environment has turned into frozen soil, and the ice giant can thrive in this environment. Once it is opened, it will be devastating to the surrounding environment. If Ancient One knew that Tyr came to Blue Star with this thing, he would never let him come over successfully. Otherwise, the British Empire would enter the Ice Age. And then forget about it, she had the time gem and it was hard to handle. However, this blame cannot be thrown entirely to Odin. I believe that if the Ancient One could explain in detail how terrifying Elbert's speed is, Odin would only send Tyr down to die if he was mentally ill. This is not a situation that ordinary Asgardians can handle. There was a gap in the communication between the two, which gave Elbert an opportunity. Not only was Odin an Ancient One now in a difficult position, he also picked up a casket of Ancient Winters for nothing, which contained TIE Particles package. Even the Ancient One and the Time Gem could not be taken away. When it got into his hands, he still wanted him to return it. It was a fool's errand, even if it couldn't be used. It would still look good as a decoration. And one thing must be admitted, that is, Casket of Ancient Winters is one of the weaknesses of Elbert, or the Speedster. When the temperature drops to a certain level, it can even cause time and space to stagnate, freeze atoms. And the speed force will also become slower. Although Elbert wasn't sure whether the Casket of Ancient Winters could create such a low temperature. But it was a hidden danger after all. So it was safer to keep it in his own hands. What do you want to do? He can't die on Blue Star, otherwise it will lead to war. The Ancient One was helpless. Without taking action, she could do nothing with Elbert. Helpless expression appeared on Odin's face, who was also staring here. Look misjudged Elbert's power. And he must pay the price for it. No, isn't Thor still in North America? If Odin doesn't want to lose his son, he has to accept this bitter pill. A smile appeared on Elbert's face, fearing that the world would not be in chaos. Since neither of them plan to fight with if he breaks up, things will be easier to handle. You are exacerbating the conflict. Ancient One gritted her teeth. She knew very well that Elbert was just talking nonsense. He was waiting for their sincerity. Otherwise Tyre would have to stay today. Then what do you want? Elbert shrugged and spread his hands, signaling the Ancient One to come up with a plan. As long as he is satisfied, then he can pretend that what happened today did not happen. Asgard will no longer interfere with TIE Particles. You ask Tyr to return to Asgard with the Casket of Ancient Winters. The Ancient One did not answer Elbert immediately, but said after 2 seconds, however. Her conditions were obviously impossible to satisfy Elbert. It's not enough, and the Casket of Ancient Winters is my trophy. And I'm not the loser, so why should I hand over what I got? The Casket of Ancient Winters can be given to you, but you cannot interfere with Thor. The Ancient One was silent for a longer time this time, but finally made a retreat. Okay. I wasn't planning on causing trouble for that prince. But Asgard has to promise not to cause trouble for me in the future. He gave up as soon as he could. Elbert knew very well that although he allowed Odin and Ancient One to compromise, he did not. It doesn't mean that he has the ability to challenge both of them at the same time. It's just because Elbert is barefoot and is not afraid of wearing shoes. While they want to consider too many things, and pushing too far will only make both of them look bad. Yes, as long as you don't take the initiative to cause harm to Asgard. They will not take the initiative to attack you. Ancient One answered quickly this time. Obviously, Odin also wanted to end this awkward negotiation quickly. For thousands of years, he has never. Not only was he almost killed by Tyr, but he also fell into the hands of the Ancient One. Who knows when this kind of monster appeared in Midgard? There are few monsters in the universe that can rival him. Then it's a deal you can live. Elbert glanced at Tyr contemptuously. The reason why the gods are praised is not because of their names as gods, but because of their divine power. A person who does not have matching divine power god is a complete joke. What's even more ridiculous is that these guys still think they are gods. If Hela hadn't set off Ragnarök to destroy Asgard and absorbed all kinds of black technology in a few years, the humans of Blue Star would have taught them what the terrifying ape erectus is. Authority, just as European adventurers did to the Native Americans. I still said the same thing. I hope you don't go the wrong way. Seeing Bifrost drop the beam of light and take it to Tyre, Ancient One also breathed a sigh of relief and opened the portal to the holy place. Next, she had to fight with Odin. Talks about why Tyr brought the Casket of Ancient Winters. Definitely, I have always been on the right path always. Watching Ancient One leave, Elbert smiled. He won this round again, but there will be no next time. There is no such thing as the bottom line. It will not be reduced indefinitely, but it can be 1 or 2. Not 3 if it makes a fuss next time. Ancient One will probably not be so soft. So Elbert will cherish this last opportunity. Either not to do either to make a fuss all at once. The world will be in chaos in the solar system. A huge amount of battleship hovers in the orbit between Blue Star and Mars. Under the unique dark stealth mode, conventional technology cannot detect their traces. As the former owner of TIE particles, the Dark Elves are not just pure use-it. After all, they are a complete civilization. They have also developed many unique technological numbers based on the research on the characteristics of TIE particles. Among them, dark invisibility is the most prominent one. Even Heimdall's eyes cannot peek into the battleship in this state. It exists close to reality, but it is also somewhere between illusion. TIE particles disappeared. This is impossible. Melkith's pale face had veins popping out as he checked the star map angrily. However, the results still showed that the TIE particles' signal had disappeared from their monitoring range. For a moment, Melkith's mind was spinning 1,000 times. But he quickly calmed down. TIE particles can never disappear. Their existence is originally equivalent to the universe. Melkith does not believe that anything can be erased. TIE particles, then there is only one explanation. Someone hid him just like the Asgardians did. Who could have done it? A thief stole the TIE particles. But the Asgardians soon discovered them and resealed them. Melkith began to figure out the plot on his own. If this was really the case, things would be in trouble. Although he dared to attack Asgard directly in the movie, he was sure that the TIE particles were there. As long as he made a desperate effort to take them back. It didn't matter if all the other Dark Elves died. But the question now is, if the TIE particles are sealed in Midgard by the Asgardians, should they attack directly, unlike Asgard, which only has one main city? The scope of Midgard is limited to only one battleship left. It is a bit too big for the Dark Elves. If Asgard does not completely control this place immediately, Asgard may transfer the TIE particles, and then there will be no idea where it will be placed. Agrim, staring at the blue planet outside the battleship's porthole, Melkith finally gave up the attack. At least he couldn't alert the enemy until he determined the whereabouts of the TIE particles. You take people to Midgard. Secretly, when searching for the whereabouts of TIE particles, you must be secretive. And you must not be discovered by the Asgardians, yes. Agrim knelt down on one knee, his loyalty driving him to complete every order of Melkith. No matter what his order was, whether it was fighting or hiding, he did not need to ask why or why. You know why, you just have to execute it in an instant. Several small sickle-shaped black warships flew out from the huge amounts of cross-shaped flagship and landed quietly on the outskirts of London without anyone noticing. This was the place where the TIE particles' signal last appeared. When Melkith and others appeared in the solar system, Elbert had already returned to Osborne Industries, and he was quite busy. The construction of the Star Laboratory began to proceed steadily, and after Killian gave up Extremis, it was also quickly approaching completion. But on Harry's side, the progress of research on human strength hormones made Elbert quite suspicious. Maybe Harry really inherited Norman's legacy. Or maybe something else was influencing him. Harry managed to solve several problems that had been bothering him for a long time, despite his obvious lack of professional knowledge. However, after watching the experimental records, Elbert was sure that these were all coincidences. At the right time at the right place, a small deviation turned what was supposed to be a fruitless experiment into a standard researchable sample. What? Elbert is not sure whether there is the will of the universe behind this coincidence. But for now, this is a good thing. The only pity is that coincidences do not always happen. After a period of rapid progress, the experiment progress has also begun to come to a standstill. If no new variables can be introduced, it will remain in this state for a while. However, Harry has already made up his mind. Due to that unknown coincidence, Elbert decided to let him continue to be responsible for the human body's strength hormones. Maybe when will it happen is it done? Definitely, these are not big surprises for Elbert. Whether it is extremis or human body strengthening hormones, As long as you proceed step by step, you will eventually reap the fruits. What really surprised him is Ivan Vank. I heard that you want to join Osborne Industry. Standing in front of Elbert was a tall man with a slovenly face that looked weathered. He looked more like a scientist than a scientist, a boxer. Because you said that you will give every qualified scientist the greatest opportunity for development. And I need this opportunity. Ivan Vank was holding a simple box in his hand. Seeing Elbert put his eyes on the box, he placed the box on the desk without any hesitation, and then opened it very violently. He had no intention of opening the lock honestly, however. After looking at the position of the lock of the box, it was already distorted. Obviously, this is not his first violent unboxing. I know this thing, it's Tony Stark's new invention. He even applied for a patent for it. Looking at the contents of the box, Elbert was not surprised at all. The microreactor was just not comparable to Tony Stark's in terms of shape or material. Rather, it was more like randomly looking for some discarded materials and splicing them together. If he hadn't known that Ivan Vank could actually build this thing, Elbert would have even thought that this was a DIY model made by some unemployed vagrant. Stark is a thief like his father. Hearing Tony Stark's name, Ivan Vank became visibly excited. Although who was right and who was wrong about what happened back then has been concluded. You can't let a person who has lost his father think about the problem calmly. Whether Stark is a thief or not, the problem now is that Tony Stark has registered a patent. Even if we master the technology, we can't use it openly. If we can't use it openly, then we can use it secretly. In any case, the energy provided by the reactor is indeed quite powerful. As an energy source that is one of the world's most difficult problems, it is always needed somewhere, but you need him. Give me a laboratory and it will belong to you. Ivan Vank stared into Elbert's eyes. He believed that no one could refuse this request. The value of the microreactor was completely worth what Elbert had to pay. Then what are you going to do? Revenge against Tony Stark. Elbert did not answer Ivan Vanko immediately, although he was a little surprised by his arrival. Some questions still had to be clarified. Letting Ivan Vanko take revenge would be to shoot another stone. His own feed is not Justin will take the blame for Ivan. His father took away my father's achievements and kicked him out. They live a wealthy life in an international city, while my father and I have to live in a slum. Is this fair? Why can't I take revenge? Ivan frowned and said with hatred. Why can Tony Stark become the most dazzling light? But he can only be moldy at the bottom of society. He is not convinced. I have no intention of stopping you from taking revenge. But what revenge do you want? Just this. Elbert fiddled with the reactor and two flashlight-like things placed next to it, and said with disdain, Tony Stark has the most good resource, the best economy, the best minds and the best development space. But what do you have? Even your technology is lagging behind. Let me show you something. I hope this will not hurt your confidence. As he spoke, Elbert turned on the projector and a video file was opened. It showed a picture taken from a fighter jet. An unidentified flight object passed by at a speed exceeding Mach 2. Then the video switched to a satellite perspective. The true face of the flight object could be seen. It was a steel humanoid. The golden and red color made it look quite good. But Ivan recognized what was on its chest, a microreactor. The next scene is of Tony Stark manipulating the iron battle suit and fighting a group of terrorists. It was a completely one-sided crushing. Although it did not have the same experience as in the movie, Tony Stark did not become the real Iron Man at all. But as a scientific researcher, Tony Stark needs a place to conduct actual combat tests. And these terrorists have become the best targets. How about it? What chance do you think you have of winning? Cutting off the video, Elbert looked at Ivan, who was speechless, to be honest. He didn't think Ivan could compare with Tony Stark in any way. Now their skills are different. Not big yet, at least essentially at the same level. But after a while, Tony's steel battle suit will advance by leaps and bounds. With more efficient energy use methods, more changes. And more lethal weapons, and what does Ivan have? A pair of electric whips that can only be used against ordinary people. It's so low Tony Stark doesn't even need to take action. A pair of soldiers with a little cooperation can take him down. I underestimated him, but I will never admit defeat. After a moment of silence, Ivan admitted that he was powerless against Tony Stark now. Judging from the performance in the video, his so-called plan did not even have a 10% chance. He closed the suitcase silently and was about to leave. But Albert pressed one of his hands on the lid of the suitcase. Don't leave in a hurry. I'm not showing you this to belittle your incompetence. You are right. The technology of microreactors is of value to me and to most people. Albert looked at he saw confusion in Ivan Vank's eyes. I just want to wake you up. Don't challenge Tony Stark without your own abilities before you have the ability. That will only harm others and yourself. Can you help me? Ivan gave up his plan to leave. He knew that he needed Osborn Industries. After seeing Tony Stark's steel battle suit, he knew that he could no longer study alone. Otherwise, he would never be able to do it alone. There is no way to catch up with Tony Stark, let alone take revenge. Absolutely an independent laboratory. This requirement can completely satisfy you. At the same time, I will also open Osborn Industries' secret projects for you. Maybe you can find what you want from it. Albert showed a smile that his plan had succeeded. Another department director of Osborn Industrial Park is in place. And to get Thessa, you need to show your loyalty to me. To Osborn Industrial, so what's your answer? I accept it all. Ivan Vank gritted his teeth and replied extremely firmly. I don't care what you want from me, I only have one request. Defeat Tony Stark, chairman. Are you sure you want to start the injection directly? I suggest that it is better to conduct human experiments to confirm. Osborn Industrial Laboratory. Killian was persuading with a cold sweat on his face. Anyone was surrounded by 7 or 8 people wearing green goblin suits. The big black man looking at him so fiercely would not feel relieved if there was even the slightest problem with the experiment. Killian felt that he would not be able to see the sun tomorrow. No need. Didn't the report you submitted already indicate that the development of the desperate drug has been completed? Do you have no confidence, or are you just trying to fool me? Albert personally held a special syringe and tilted his head to look at Killian. And Razaho was lying on the bed, stared at Killian, as if he would jump up and blow his head off if he said no. Definitely. The desperate potion has been successfully developed. And I will never dare to perfunctory you on this issue. But you should also know that the experiments will always be somewhat different from the actual situation. What I mean is that through human experiments, as much as possible to improve the success rate every time, it will be safer. Killian's face became even more troubled. He worked overtime for several months and finally completed the final work of the desperate potion. As a result, Albert pulled up Laja and started injecting without saying a word. Killian almost jumped out of fright when he found out. He is very clear about the dangers of the desperate potion. Even if he has perfected everything that can be perfected, it is like there is no free lunch in the world. You have to pay to get it. While it can give people the ability of Superman, they must also bear that extremely high mortality rate. Killian originally thought that Albert would be more cautious when using it. But who knew that Albert didn't even think of further testing? So he directly injected it into Raza, his confidant general. As a result, he was now trembling with fear. Once something went wrong, then it is definitely not with Albert. He can only take the blame. Looking at the Green Goblin standing next to him, and the Russian tycoon Ivan Vanko, who also seemed to be untouchable, Killian could only try his best to persuade Albert to slow down. Wait. He doesn't want to bet his life on the success rate of a desperate potion that even he himself doesn't dare to inject. It's not necessary, Killian. You made a mistake from the beginning. What I need has never been an absolutely stable desperate potion. The current potion is perfect for me. A cold light flashed in Albert's eyes, then, without giving Killian a chance to speak, he directly pushed the medicine in the syringe into Lazar's blood vessels. Chairman, what do you mean? Killian looked at Albert in confusion. He didn't understand what Albert meant. He didn't need a stable, desperate potion. Isn't that looking for death? You will understand later. Albert did not directly answer Killian's words, but looked at Lazar, who was enduring extremis on the experimental table, causing pain as if he had been reborn. His skin turned red rapidly, and his skin was like cracked earth. Magma-like blood seeped out from the cracks. It's over. Killian's face was ashen. This was the most direct manifestation of the injection failure. According to previous experience, Raza would completely turn into a pool of lava in just half a minute. And his life might also end here. Don't be so hasty to judge. Do you think I will bet on an illusory probability? Seeing Killian's expression as bitter as a melon, Albert just smiled. He would not bet on the success rate of the desperate potion. The reason why he started the injection so unprepared was naturally because he was absolutely sure. Although Raza could not be said to be his true subordinate, at least he was loyal enough and did everything well. It cannot be said that let him die like this inexplicably. As the words fell, Albert's right fingertips pressed on Raza's heart, and dark red fluid flowed from his hand into Raza's body like a small snake. This substance that Killian had never seen before was flowing into Raza's body. In his surprise, Lazar's body system was re-established. The cracked skin began to return to its original state, and the pain seemed to begin to subside. This is. Killian's surprise grew agonant, not only him. Ivan Vank and others were also staring at the dark red fluid extending from Albert's arm. No matter how you looked at Lazar's condition just now, they were all doomed. But it was something like this that pulled him back from hell. It seems to be successful. Stand up and give it a try. Taking back the tie particles, Albert was very satisfied with it. It is indeed a reality gem. Its function is far more than what is shown in the movie. Just like its name, it can turn nothing into something. Practicality is its foundation. In theory, it can turn all the user's ideas into reality. Forcibly turning the failure of the desperate potion into a success is just a small application. I feel great Noahs if I have unlimited energy strength and... Raza stood up from the experimental table, made fists with both hands and waved them in the air, then turned to face a piece of unmanned strengthening glass. With his palms, it was directly attached to it, and a blazing light suddenly appeared on the contact surface. In just the blink of an eye, the strong high temperature melted the strengthening glass, which could withstand high explosive grenades, into a transparent palm print. Not bad. Then who's next? After a short test, except for the fact that there was no significant increase in speed, Raza's other aspects have been greatly improved. So when Albert proposed the next one, you couldn't wait. FanFic pushed aside Killian, who was still in admiration, and lay down on the experimental table decisively. In Tony Stark's villa, Potts helped Tony sort out the clothes and wine bottles thrown on the ground with a look of disgust on his face. I remember I came to help you sort it out the day before yesterday. What's going on with you? I don't care about the company's affairs every day. Just drink. You've never done this before. Hiccup. What's wrong with this? I think it's pretty good. He burped, and Tony took another sip from the bottle without caring. He watched Potts helping him pack his things. His cloudy eyes filled with laughter. There was a flash of pain, but there were some words he didn't want to say now. It would only cause pain to both of them. So Tony could only pretend to be relaxed and asked, "What's the matter? I've entrusted the company's affairs to you. Have you dealt with it? I'm retired. Someone has been designated to see you and said that he has some issues that he wants to talk to you about." Putting the things on the floor back to where they should be, Potts took out a letter from the bag he brought and handed it to Tony. Didn't I say that no one was there? Tony took the envelope and opened it with a rather unhappy expression. Looking at the big logo on the letter paper, Tony knew who sent it. Oh, Osborne Industries, I remember them. The new material invented by their new chairman is very useful. But why is he looking for me? After scanning the contents of the letter at a glance, Tony threw it aside casually. It was just some useless words and didn't mention anything serious. So he looked at Potts if it was just this letter. There was no way that Potts would come here Albert. The chairman of Osborne Industries also our shareholder. Holding 3.8% of the shares, I think you need to meet him. Potts said with some helplessness. Although it is not as good as Stark Industries, Albert has equitipless originally capital. Is enough to influence many things. Tony could care less about this, but Potts couldn't. She couldn't fall out with a shareholder when she just took over the company. So she could only go to Tony. Okay, I'll make time. Seeing the helplessness in Potts' eyes, Tony suddenly regretted that he shouldn't have put the burden of Stark Industry on Potts' shoulders. But there was nothing he could do to change it now. His life is short. What's going on with Tony Stark, SHI? ILD. Nick Fury looked at the report handed over by Phil Coulson and Barton in a good mood. This report should have been sent to him before. But whether it was to deal with the remaining issues, it was secretly withheld. Some of the remains of the destroyer, or wrangling with the people in Congress took a lot of time. But just as he thought, Thor and Blue Star had established a pretty good relationship and found a girlfriend. This was a good sign and might provide a springboard for friendship for him and the entire world. The palladium poisoning has made him a little depressed. Everything in Stark Industries has been handed over to Ms. Potts. If it continues, he may commit suicide before he completely loses his ability to move. A beautiful figure with red hair stood there, in front of Nick Fury. As the person who picked up Tony Stark from the Empire Cemetery, she used her proficient skills to gain Potts' trust. Although she did not directly undercover Stark Industries, she would not miss out on what she should know. Haha, this unruly prodigal has his day now. Wait a minute. Only in the most desperate moments will the light be the brightest. Continue to monitor his situation. Nick Fury even wanted to applaud Tony Stark's character. It really makes people want to punch him in the face. But you can't really let him die. That would be really troublesome. Choose an appropriate moment to hand over Howard's relics. Give him no problems, Natasha Romanoff said confidently. And then she was about to leave. She happened to pass by Hill, who was walking over. The two nodded and separated. What's the matter again? Seeing Hill coming to him, Nick Fury's good mood immediately dropped by half. Oftentimes like this meant that he had troublesome things to deal with. And they were all related to someone, some big shots. Although SHIL D is affiliated with the Security Council, this is America. Everything you do must be considered for the bald eagle. But some people will not give SHILD face. So when something happens, they usually have a hard time handling it soft. It didn't work and tough tactics were difficult to deal with, which gave Nick Fury a headache. Yes, it's very troublesome. Hill's expression was quite serious. It was obvious that what happened also made her feel troublesome. According to the detective report, Dr. Banner is in New York. What? Nick Fury was shocked for a moment, and then looked at Hill with a change of expression. Where's Ross? Does he know the news about Dr. Banner in New York? Although I really want to say no. In fact, he already knew. And the agents also discovered that General Ross was mobilizing personnel. Hill shook his head and told the news. He may have told Dr. Banner directly in New York to take action. Is he crazy? This is not a primitive jungle, this is New York. Does he know what the crime of mobilizing the army here is? Nick Fury instantly felt that his head was going to explode. They had finally settled the previous Manhattan incident. After defeating those capitalists, Ross actually wanted to provoke them again. Is he crazy? We must stop him. That old guy Ross is completely crazy. Damn it. Does he think he can suppress the consequences with his connections? No way. Nick Fury walked around anxiously. For Hulk, Ross's sanity has become equal. Why not? Did he think that the meritorious service he had made could protect him? Before the Manhattan incident, it would have been difficult for Ross to be punished too severely as long as he had a suitable reason. But it is different now once Ross takes action. No matter whether he has a reason or not, his life will be over. Even if he succeeds. After catching Hulk, he didn't have a chance to study it. Ross should have seen this clearly, but his mind had long since lost its sanity. Nick Fury is not in the mood to worry about Rose's life and death. In his opinion, it would be clean for the old guy to die. But if New York explodes SHIL, D will not be able to escape the blame, diddy tilde. Hello, I'm Nick Fury, how's the situation? The phone bell rang quickly, and Nick Fury quickly picked up the phone and asked, "Eager for good news, Director, I'm late. General Ross has already left the barracks." Hill's voice came from the other side, which immediately made Nick Fury's heart sink, however. Her next words made Nick Fury feel that there seemed to be a chance of improvement. But he didn't mobilize large forces. He just took away a special operations team. Only one special operations team, okay, I understand. You stay in the barracks and prevent anyone from leaving. Nick Fury hung up the phone and felt relieved. Fortunately, Ross didn't let the army in directly. If there was just a special operations team in the New York City area, even if something went wrong, they would be able to explain it with reasons, however. He still did not dare to relax and let Hill stay in the barracks to prevent Ross from calling in reinforcements. Although things don't seem too troublesome, it won't be so easy if Nick Fury knows who Ross took away. What will be staged in New York City by then will not be an inspirational drama about brave soldiers fighting the Green Monster, but an unparalleled plot of two monsters fighting hand to hand. And the unparalleled ones can naturally only be innocent New York citizens. In a rather elegant-looking cafe in New York City, Albert was quietly drinking coffee and reading a Bible. He was waiting for someone. In fact, he didn't want to meet Tony Stark. After all, it didn't mean much to him. It didn't make any sense. Tony Stark would have been cured whether he had done something or not. But the vengeful Ivan Vank reported something to him. In addition to him, there were some other forces staring at Stark Industry. One of them was obviously interested in protecting. The people he sent accidentally crossed the border several times. They were all warned, and the most recent one was even killed directly at home. Judging from the method, it was standard military style. This incident gave Albert some thoughts, if SHIL. D was protecting Tony Stark. It would definitely not let go of this opportunity to gain favor. This is what they did in the movie. They took out Howard's relics at critical moments and let Tony Stark was successfully cured. Although Tony Stark has been tough-talking since then, his attitude towards SHIL D is obviously different from that towards other government departments. But what if Tony Stark was cured before SHIL D took out Howard's relic? I believe that with Tony Stark's character, he will never have a good impression of SHIELD, which clearly has a way to save him but is stuck. And he might even secretly take revenge, since Tony Stark's illness is destined to be cured. So why not let Albert come? Not only can the relationship between the two be provoked, but also make a fortune from Tony Stark. We not. I heard you want to see me. Just when Albert finished his second cup of coffee, Tony Stark appeared in quite messy clothes, yawning continuously, and the strong smell of alcohol spewed out from his mouth, making most people unwilling to stand in front of him. Your condition is worse than I imagined. You're just like a hungover homeless man. Albert didn't like this bad experience, so he said unceremoniously, "Found a trash can and dumped the current Tony Stark throws it over, and there will be absolutely no disharmony, haha. At least the homeless man doesn't have to think about how to live tomorrow. But as a genius, I think about too many things. Relaxing like this occasionally is good for physical and mental health." He casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Tony seemed like as if he couldn't see the dire situation he was in now. He ordered another strong drink. "I think if you continue like this, you may end up in a wine barrel before the disease takes your life." watching Tony drink the strong drink in one gulp as if nothing happened. Albert was a little speechless, but he understood it. The more you know, the deeper your final despair becomes. As a genius, Tony Stark will not give up until the last step. However, has searched for all possible solutions, and they all show that there is no way to cure himself. This kind of despair is the most terrifying for an ordinary person when encountering the same situation. Although they will despair, they know that there are many things in this world that they do not understand, and they will always have a vague hope. But for Tony Stark, there is not even this illusory hope. He knows everything and all possible plans are under his control. This kind of despair, knowing that all roads in front of him are dead ends, is enough to defeat Tony Stark's spirit disease. There is no disease in this world that can get close to me. Do you know that my medical team has as many as a company? Although they are annoying sometimes, they can indeed ensure my health. Tony bowed his head and drank. Then he quickly returned to normal. But doubts arose in his heart. Did Albert mention this? Did he know his condition? Come on, Tony. Since I mentioned this, it proves that I know your situation very clearly. There is no need to beat around the bush. Our time is precious. Albert smiled at Tony Stark's denial. No one wants to let a stranger know that their health is failing. This is based on the most basic sense of self-protection. Not to mention that there is a Stark industry behind it. If Tony's physical condition spreads, something big will happen to Stark Industries. You're right, our time is precious. So if you make fun of such boring things next time, don't invite me again. Tony put the wine glass on the table, looking angry. Expression stood up, and after using his actions to show his dissatisfaction with Albert's offense, he was ready to live palladium poisoning. Albert only said 3 words and saw Tony Stark's footsteps pause. But he still did not stop. Instead, he quickened his pace and left the cafe. Albert didn't mind this and watched him. Leave and continue. I have a way to keep you alive, if you are willing to pay the price. Seeing Tony Stark leaving without looking back, Albert just continued to smile, and then prepared to return to Osborne Industries. What should be said has been said. As for whether Tony will take the bait, it depends on how strong his desire for survival is. As Nick Fury said in the face of greatest despair, hope shines brightest. Banged, however. Just as Albert walked out of the cafe, a car was thrown to the side of the road by huge amounts of force. An unusually burly monster, more than 3 meters tall by visual inspection, with barbs on his back, was stepping on, walking rampantly on the street. Abomination. It seems that our General Ross has lost his temper. Albert took back his steps. It would be a pity not to watch such a big show up close. Regardless of the panic-looking bodyguards who blocked him, Albert did what he had done before. He poured himself another cup of coffee and stared leisurely at the screaming and fleeing crowd outside. Don't move, otherwise I will shoot. This is the main road in Manhattan, and the police force is still very sufficient. Several police officers arrived at the scene quickly and placed the police car across the road. But in the face of such a monster, they could not unable to avoid feeling fear. He tremblingly took out the gun in his hand. Bangs, however. This kind of warning was meaningless to the already crazed abomination. In the face of his power, a few police cars were directly thrown away. The police who were lucky enough to escape were in a panic, regardless of whether they had aimed at the target or not, and pulled the trigger crazily. The metal bullet hit the abomination's body, unable to even pierce his skin. But the fly-like bite made the abhorrence feel tired. So the next second, he picked up a car in front of him and started to attack it casually. He was photographed by the nearest police officer. Get out of the way, you ants. I have no interest in fighting you weaklings. Hulk, get out of here. The vehicles collided with each other until they were completely shapeshifted. A little friction spark ignited the fuel tank. In the blink of an eye, a strong explosion directly overturned the policeman hiding aside. Amidst the blazing flames, the hateful and ferocious body stepped out. The explosion had a little impact on his skin, but it undoubtedly made him look more ferocious. "General, what should we do?" In midair, an armed helicopter was hovering, looking at the demon-like abomination below. The pilot swallowed his saliva and asked General Ross nervously, "Launch missiles and kill him." Ross's face was full of anger. He thought he had controlled the hatred, but just like Hulk, he couldn't control anything. It was like tearing open a bloody scar. The same thing made Rose extremely angry. He didn't care about anything else and wanted to get rid of this unsightly shame in front of him. But Generalthus is a downtown area, and there are still citizens who have not escaped from the surrounding buildings. If an accident occurs, Ross didn't care about anything else. But the driver couldn't ignore it. He almost cried when he heard Ross's order. "Once a missile is launched here, his life will be completely over. Shut up." "I said kill him and beat him to a pulp," however. Ross couldn't listen to the driver's words at all. Instead, he became even angrier because of his retort, and his veins popped out with his forehead on the armrest. Ross growled at the driver, seeing this. The pilot knew that he could not change Ross's decision, so he could only accept his fate and press the launch button. Suddenly, the missile on the armed helicopter dragged a long tail flame and went straight from the rear to the abomination that was showing off its power on the street. However, just when the missile was about to hit, Abomination suddenly turned around, and a big hand accurately caught the missile that was attacking him. A mocking expression appeared on his face. And then the missile exploded, and the fire engulfed Abomination before the fire went out. Abomination jumped out on his own initiative. The power of the explosion tore his skin apart, but it had no effect. The strong recovery power allowed this small injury to be quickly recovered. Abomination revealed a helicopter at the distance. With a ferocious smile, he twisted off the street lamp next to him, held it in his hand and threw it like a javelin. At this moment, a figure fell from a tall building. When he got up again, he had turned into a green giant. He jumped up and grabbed the street lamp thrown by Abomination. Hulk entered in the center of New York. Two monsters are using all weapons available to cause damage to each other. In the face of the powerful self-healing ability, the head that was smashed by a car one moment returned to its original shape and was injured the next. After recovering and being injured again, the situation seemed to have come to a standstill. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that although he often fights back, Hulk is much worse than Abomination in terms of strength and speed. As Abomination becomes more and more violent, Hulk is obviously at a disadvantage. Although Hulk is difficult to being killed, but Banner is different. If it continues to be consumed like this, Hulk may not be able to bear it and transform back into Banner, in which case he will be crushed by hatred in an instant. Tony Stark, didn't you live, Albert, who was watching the live blockbuster with great interest, accidentally discovered Tony hiding aside. Several bodyguards protected him in the corner and moved slowly towards the cafe, afraid of attracting the attention of the two monsters. "I shouldn't have come here today." After finally entering the cafe, Tony slumped down on the chair with relief and poured himself a cup of coffee to calm down his shock. At the same time, he said with a scared look on his face, "Who knows, these two monsters come out of nowhere." He left with his front foot, and Abomination came out with his back foot to block the road. Finally, the missiles ordered by Ross to be launched attracted Abomination's attention. As a result, Hulk also ran out, and the two monsters just sandwiched Tony and his bodyguards between them. Both guys were only interested in each other, so Tony didn't get slapped to death. Contrary to your point of view, I am very glad to be here today. Otherwise, I would have missed this live show. Albert pointed at Abomination and Hulk, who were fighting each other, and saw Abomination punch Hulk hard on the side of his face. Green blood flowed from Hulk's mouth, which slightly distorted his expression. The balance of his body was forcibly broken, causing him to stumble backwards, followed by the hatred of an elite soldier. He pressed on him mercilessly, and for a while Hulk could only lie on the ground and get beat. Oh, your idea is really crazy. If the two of them fight more fiercely, your life will be in danger. Tony was speechless. Although he liked the excitement, he liked this kind of excitement even more. He was willing to stay in the villa and watch remotely through ARVIS, instead of risking being trampled to death at any time by staying so close. However, I have to say that Tony also has a death-defying instinct. So watching two people at such a close distance, the possibility of a monster killing them in hand-to-hand combat at any time also stimulated his nerves. As he spoke, his words also changed too, but I have to admit, this is indeed very exciting. The Les block is very powerful, and he also knows how to use it. He doesn't look like a monster, but a giant who is proficient in fighting. Did he escape from the laboratory? So you think he will win? Looking at Abomination, who pushed Hulk to the ground and beat him violently, Albert did some calculations in a frontal attack. How many desperate warriors would be needed to defeat Abomination? But the result was not ideal without using tactics. In this case, the extremis warriors need to pay considerable casualties to subdue the Abomination. No matter how you say it, extremis is still in the category of human strengthening. Although the extremis warriors sometimes do not look like humans, their essence has not changed. However, Hulk and Abomination are already complete monsters. With the current development level of extremis, it's hard to catch up. It's obvious. In terms of strength, speed, and even size, he has an absolute advantage. I don't think that green guy has any chance of winning. In this exciting atmosphere, Tony Stark seemed to have forgotten his previous decadence. His expression also returned to calmness, and he said with a definitely look on his face, "But Hulk has resilience, far more than Abomination's resilience. If you look carefully, he has been attacked for such a long time, and his injuries have not shown any tendency to worsen. But on the other hand, when looking at Abomination, even though Hulk's counterattack was a little weak compared to the beginning, but his recovery speed has begun to slow down. You should be able to understand what this means." Albert saw it more clearly than Tony. Hulk suffered 2 or 3 times more damage than Abomination. But now Hulk was beaten. The injury is the same as that of Abomination. In the absence of absolute suppressive power, whoever has higher toughness will be more likely to win the final victory. Can Abomination kill Hulk instantly? There is no hope. Abomination and Hulk. Do you know the origins of these two monsters? Tony's eyes flashed. He didn't care too much about the outcome of the two monsters, but he was more interested in their origins. Listening to Albert's words, does he know the cause and effect? Hulk, formerly known as Bruce Banner, is an outstanding physicist in an experimental accident. He was hit by gamma rays, which caused him to produce some kind of mutation. Once his mood fluctuated violently, after the heart rate exceeds a threshold, he will become like this as time went by. Hulk's eyes began to turn red, and rage began to burn in his heart. But there was no trace of hatred immersed in the pleasure of defeating Hulk. Not noticing this change as for Abomination, he is a special soldier injected with Hulk serum. Unfortunately, it seems that his ability is still not as good as Hulk. Bang! As Albert's introduction ended, Hulk's anger completely exploded. The power that was originally inferior to Abomination also became extremely powerful in an instant. Abomination's fist was easily blocked by him, and then it was like garbage. Abomination was thrown hard and hit a bunch of paralyzed vehicles. Wow, what a great reversal. The green guy suddenly became stronger and with such power. Tony looked at the suddenly brave Hulk, secretly calculating the comparison of the steel battlesuit and his combat power, and found that no matter what, it seems that no weapon can cause effective damage to him. If the distance is too close, he may even be directly blasted by Hulk. Maybe I should develop a weapon specifically to deal with this situation. The burst of anger made Hulk stronger, but Abomination lost its previous power and was beaten away. His ability is much more stable than Hulk. Although it is stronger than the normal Hulk, It does not have the anger of Hulk. His ability was getting stronger and stronger, and he was defeated like a mountain. From the first time he retreated, never had a chance to win. The battle was coming to an end, but Elbert's attention was no longer on them just now. TIE particles jumped with a very slight movement, and then he felt something similar to TIE particles not far away. Something exists at the same time. 2 intersections away from the street where the battle took place. A burly man with the cover of 2 companions bypassed the police who had set up a cordon and approached the center of the battlefield from the other side. The strong man held a black crystal in his hand, with 2 red dots visible. As he got closer and closer to the center of the battlefield, the distance between the red dots also shortened. This should be some kind of crystal used for search. Radar instrument. I finally found it. TIE particles are nearby. Standing at the intersection, the strong man stared at the cafe opposite. According to the distance between the red dots, TIE particles were inside, which made the strong man extremely excited. Although a few months was not long, the pressure of carrying the hope of the entire group made Agram exhausted mentally and physically. But everything was worth it, as long as he got the TIE particles back. Just when Agram was excited to rush over and take back the TIE particles, a huge khaki figure flew towards him at high speed. Agram was completely focused on the cafe, and he was hated without any precautions. It hit the center, and the 2 of them rolled into a ball and crashed into the building next to them. How's he? Did I just see that guy named Abomination hit someone? Tony frowned, although he didn't become Iron Man. Watching innocent people being killed still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Sometimes out of sight is a good saying. The weapons invented by Tony have killed countless people. But as long as you don't see the horror with your own eyes, you can pretend that nothing happened. No, he hit an equally dangerous monster, Albert grinned. Things were getting more and more interesting. Unlike Tony, who only saw a figure, under his terrifying dynamic vision he saw a person. The moment he was hit by the abomination, his figure suddenly swelled, and a layer of horny armor emerged on the surface of his body. Judging from the reaction of the TIE particles, the opponent should be its former owner, a cursed warrior of the Dark Elves. This kind of super strong soldier, distorted by the power of TIE particles reality, can even completely defeat Thor at this stage. Although we don't know why the Dark Elves appear here, there is no doubt that there will be a good show next. How is it possible? That was clearly a... Tony didn't believe it and pointed at the wall with a big hole on the opposite side. However, before he could finish speaking, Abomination was thrown out of it at a faster speed, and a body was thrown out of it. A strong man in armor walked out of it, forcing Tony to take back his words, and looked at Agram dumbfounded. Forget the 2 monsters before. What's going on with this guy? Actually scarier than a monster. Do you really want to die? Agram stepped on Abomination's back. Huge amounts of power directly cracked Abomination's skin, and the blood flowed wildly. First he was ravaged by Hulk, and now he met Agram. Riem, the life of hatred seems to have come to an end. Roar. However, Hulk, who has been controlled by anger, does not care whether the person standing in front of him is Abomination or Agram. He just wants to destroy everything in front of him, and destroy all existences standing on the ground. Agram standing on the Abomination was too conspicuous, so Hulk pounced on him without hesitation. Bang. Feeling Hulk's attack, Agram decisively gave up his dying hatred, raised his arms and turned around to collide with Hulk. The 2 pairs of arms with an obvious gap in file size collided hard. At the same time, however, the result of the wrestling was surprising. What's going on? Where did this monster come from? Does the military have any research projects in this area? Those damn lunatics, Nick Fury, who was remotely controlled from the space carrier, saw Agram confronting Hulk. After this scene, he suddenly felt more pressure. He had already learned about the hateful situation from the controlled rows. But where did this guy wearing ancient armor come from? Director, I think this has nothing to do with the military's research. The results of remote scanning show that the material on the opponent's armor does not belong to Blue Star. An agent responsible for on-site analysis said with disbelief on his face. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of other colleagues. Aliens, or is it just alien technology? Nick Fury projected the analysis map onto his computer. Sure enough, the results displayed above showed that only about 20% of the materials making up the armor overlapped with known materials. This is not something on Blue Star after contacting Asgard. Nick Fury will not deny the existence of aliens. But are all aliens so terrifying one Asgard is enough? After all, it still exists in human mythology. And there is evidence to follow. But the guys who have come out now can actually fight Hulk and have the upper hand. If this is the case with other races in the universe, then Nick Fury can think about how to keep Blue Star as low-key as it should be. I'm sorry, Director, I can't answer your question. Although the armor looks very primitive, like a product of the cold weapon eras, it actually contains a lot of high-tech crystallization. It is difficult for our technology to penetrate remotely. All light signals, they all disappeared after touching the surface of the armor. The agent who discovered the problem before smiled bitterly. After the initial test, the opponent's armor directly blocked all similar signals, and they were unable to obtain any information. Continue to monitor the battle and record all data. Nick Fury did not embarrass the agent. After all, it was a gap in hard power. Even if the agent could be super powerful, the technology could not keep up. So he just issued an order to continue monitoring. The opponent's intentions are currently unclear. Whether they are enemies or friends can only be known after contact. Now let Hulk help them test how strong the opponent is. I didn't expect that the weak Midgard could have a warrior like you. Surrender, I will give you a chance to share the glory with us. Once again repelling Hulk's charge, Agram said to Hulk with some admiration said, Hulk's strength was beyond his imagination, and his growth rate was extremely alarming. At first he only had some strength but no threat, however. No, with some trembling arms. Agram had to pay attention to Hulk. He didn't know what the upper limit of the guy in front of him was. But he couldn't continue to be entangled like this. TIE particles were here. How could he waste time in a meaningless fight with Hulk? Roar! However, the only answer to Agram was Hulk's furious roar. Then Hulk, whose strength became stronger again, rushed forward relentlessly, forcing Agram to wrestle with him again. This time Agram's heart sank completely. Hulk's power was already close to his level. If this continued, he might lose. No, it's impossible. I'm the strongest, how could I lose? Carrying the future of the Dark Elves, Agram pushed Hulk away, but this had no effect. As long as the anger did not subside, Hulk, the power will continue to grow. Maybe there is a limit. But before it reaches this line, Agram has been torn apart. Director, the alien visitor mentioned a term, Midgard. The agents monitoring the battle are very good at grasping the key points. Because of the Thor incident, basically all agents were forced to read Nordic myths. They knew the name Midgard, which is synonymous with the world of Midgard. The other party may be related to Norse mythology. Midgard, there are 9 realms in Norse mythology. And Midgard is the world of Midgard where humans live. Today's Blue Star. Nick Fury is not sure whether this name is unique to the Norse mythology system, or whether it is a common name for Blue Star in the universe. Passed down by Asgard, a powerful civilization. But at least it can explain that the other party did not appear out of thin air, and may have something to do with Asgard over contact. But Nick Fury had a hunch that Asgard definitely knew the guy who fought with Hulk. Nick Fury didn't like this unreasonable feeling. He didn't like anything that was beyond his control. But this happened more and more recently. He knocked the edge of the table, staring at the corner of the drawer. Maybe it's time to start him. Director, the alien visitor was suppressed by Hulk. He may lose. The agent's voice woke Nick Fury out of his thoughts. He hurriedly looked at the surveillance screen, which showed Hulk holding Agram on the street. Make 2 deep marks no matter how strong your will is. You can't reverse the absolute gap in strength. If you are facing a wall-mounted wall hanging like Hulk, unless you overwhelm it with absolute power from the beginning. Like Thanos, you can beat him to the ground with 1 punch. Otherwise, you will be delayed. If you go down, you will only be crushed in reverse. Be prepared to take coercive measures. We can't let him die here before we figure out the opponent's intentions. Nick Fury responded quickly. No matter what, Agram cannot be killed by Hulk. The lessons from the Sarajevo incident that triggered the incident are still fresh in my mind. If Agram is an important alien figure, an interstellar war may break out. Blue Star is not yet ready for this. Damn it, you can't fall here. Squeezing out the last bit of strength in his body, Agram struggled to resist Hulk's attack. But luckily Hope appeared, and 2 of his subordinates accompanied him to Blue Star. Arriving at the scene and seeing the 2 of them, Agram immediately shouted, "Don't come over. Inform the leader type particles are here. Let the battleships attack." What did he say? Nick Fury stared at Agram with wide eyes on the space carrier. At this moment, he regretted his previous decision. He shouldn't just wait and see what happened. He should kill Agram directly. How nice, he said. Let the battleships attack. The agent on the side was frightened by Nick Fury's terrifying face. But his heart was shattered. Isn't this a small scene of the military rounding up experimental subjects? Why did the fight turn directly into an interstellar war? I don't need you to repeat it. Nick Fury roared loudly to vent his emotions. He knew that he had to calm down. No matter how bad the situation was, SHIL. D was Blue Star's first line of defense and he must not collapse. Contact the Security Council, upload all intelligence, and completely evacuate New York citizens. War is coming. After saying that, Nick Fury ignored the busy agent and returned to his office alone. He took out a copper plate that looked quite old from the drawer and put it on his forehead. After a while, a unique feeling of dizziness came, which made Nick Fury's anxious mood slightly relaxed. At least he was not alone now. And this ally was quite powerful. As the sense of chaos disappeared, Nick Fury's figure left the space carrier and arrived at a mysterious place. There is no specific concept of direction here, and various substances called darkness are flowing here. He stood at the corner of a huge rock, and on the other side of the rock was the Ancient One in white robes. Ancient One, magician, where is this place? Different from the holy place he met before. Nick Fury's sharp intuition told him that this place is dangerous. Very dangerous. Even the Ancient One exudes the same fatal danger. It is even suspected that the Ancient One will chop off his own head with a magic blade at the next moment. This is the boundary between the Dark Dimension and Blue Star. Dormammu has been somewhat active recently, so I had to appear here to stop him, to prevent him from doing anything bad to Blue Star. Darkness appeared in Ancient One's eyes, the streamer. This Ancient One is very weird. But Nick Fury can't control that much. Now Blue Star may face a devastating crisis at any time. Dark Dimension, forget it. I don't know much about you magicians, but you have to come with me now. Blue Star is facing huge amounts of threats now, and we need you. Looking at the boundary formed by boundless darkness, Nick Fury subconsciously didn't want to understand what this meant, and he didn't have much time to understand it. I already know what happened in New York. Although I can't leave here for the time being, my consciousness is still wandering outside. As Ancient One nodded, indicating that she knew the crisis, Nick Fury said. But she did not think it was impossible, the problem to solve. They are Dark Elves who once dominated the universe. But thousands of years ago, they were defeated by the Asgard army led by the father of God, King Odin. And now their only remaining members awaken from the darkness. In order to restore the darkness, glory, they want to take back TIE particles, Dark Elf. TIE particles, what is that thing? I heard that guy shout out this term. Why is that thing in New York? Seeing that the Ancient One knew the whole story and was not in a hurry to chat with him, Nick Fury, he also relaxed a little. At least this showed that the matter was not as serious as he thought. However, TIE particles caught his attention. It can be regarded as a treasure by such a civilization. If he gets it, Blue Star will become how's the success. TIE particles are a magical substance that can help the Dark Elves realize their desire to render the universe with darkness. It is equivalent to the Tesseract you collected. It can bring power and disaster. It seems to have seen through Nick Fury's thoughts. The Ancient One chanted softly, but then returned to his normal tone and continued. A few months ago, Elbert took the TIE particles from the seal of Asgard. What? Why didn't you tell me this? Upon hearing this familiar name, Nick Fury jumped up instantly. There were already enough troubles. But why did it become more troublesome? Because this is beyond what you can handle. The Ancient One glanced at Nick Fury. His natural arrogance made Nick Fury calm down instantly. Seeing this, the Ancient One nodded with satisfaction and continued. The God King Odin faction, the envoy brought the casket of ancient winters to stop him from taking away the TIE particles. But if I hadn't taken action in time, the envoy would have died in Elbert's hands. How strong is that messenger? Nick Fury is still unwilling to give up. He wants to do more. And for this, he needs to recruit some more powerful beings. Whether they are good people or guys walking on the edge of danger. People who can be won over even if they are pure villains. Have their use value stronger than Thor. The Ancient One directly rejected Nick Fury's idea. Elbert's power was terrifying enough, and he would never jump into the hole he dug like Thor. Nick Fury was silent, but it was not so easy for him to give up. As long as he was still on the Blue Star, no matter who he was, Nick Fury would dare to give it a try. In the face of the unknown final crisis, there was nothing else he could not try. Woolen cloths. Then how should we solve this problem? If you can't take action, at least send your disciples to help. We lack experience in fighting the Dark Elves. Nick Fury understood that TIE particles were in Elbert's hands. This battle must be fought. And even the Ancient One was warning her about Elbert's power. Which only meant one thing in her opinion. The entire Dark Elves were not as dangerous as one Elbert. They also have no experience fighting the Dark Elves. After their defeat thousands of years ago, there was no news of the Dark Elves in the entire universe. The Ancient One rejected Nick Fury's proposal. The existence of the magicians should not be exposed to everyone now. In human eyes. At least not before the real desperate situation comes. The Dark Elves were defeated miserably that year. And only the flagship of the entire civilization survived. This is an opportunity for you. A good opportunity to strengthen the power of Blue Star. Only one flagship left. Nick Fury was stunned for a moment, and then fell into thinking. He originally thought that since the Dark Elves could dominate the universe, even if they were defeated, they would still have quite a powerful force. At least powerful enough for Blue Star. But I didn't expect that there was only one flagship left. Which is worth considering. Don't be careless. Even if there is only one flagship left, the Dark Elves are still very powerful in combat. With the weapons you currently have, it will be difficult to defeat them. You need a helper. Ancient One drew a circle in the air with his right hand, and a secondary image appeared in Nick Fury's eyes. It was a huge amount of black cross. As the indicator light on it lit up, he realized that it was actually an unknown battleship. And it was right next to the Blue Star. There, the system didn't notice it at all. Before Nick Fury's face turned ugly, Ancient One drew another circle in midair. And another picture appeared. This was a cafe on the street in New York. A huge green figure flashed past, indicating that Hulk was nearby. But Hulk can no longer attract Nick Fury's attention. What he cares about are the two people in the cafe, Elbert and Tony Stark. Whoever creates the problem must solve it. Go to Elbert and tell him that my patience has its limits, and it's time for him to solve the problem. The picture finally settled on Elbert's face, which was a bit too young. He has a beautiful face. But what he has done is something that others may not be able to do in their lifetime. Wait, feeling the familiar sense of chaos return. Nick Fury knew he was leaving here, but he still had some questions to ask. But Ancient One no longer gave him time, with a final glimpse. Nick Fury shockingly had discovered that at some point, a blurry black shadow appeared where he was standing just now. But it made him stand incomparably. That is Dormammu. What kind of terrifying existence are Ancient One and the others facing? The next moment Nick Fury, who returned to the space carrier, thought of the black shadow with lingering fear, and his body was still shaking uncontrollably. He once again had a clear understanding of the power of Ancient One, which strengthened his confidence. Although there were many troubles, there were also many friends who could solve them. Thinking of this, Nick Fury put the copper plate back in its place, pulled out another document, and turned over one of the pages. Albert's photo appeared on it. There are no eternal enemies in this world. Now is the time for us to become friends. In the universe outside the Blue Star, Agram's message was successfully transmitted to Malekith. Seeing the TIE particles signal flashing again, Malekith excitedly waved his arms and directly ordered the battleship to head towards the Blue Star. As long as after taking back the TIE particles. This universe is dark after all. Oh my god, what is that? Is that a spaceship? Aliens really exist? Is this going to start a cosmic war? What happened? Malekith's invasion was not concealed at all. In his opinion, the sooner the TIE particles were recaptured, the more important it was otherwise. Once Asgard intervened, things would become troublesome. Therefore, after entering the atmosphere, the battleship had no intention of slowing down at all. Smashed into the center of New York City, causing citizens who had not had time to evacuate to scream in disbelief. Damn it, why did it come so fast? Nick Fury walked out of the office and looked at the huge battleship that had landed in New York. He cursed secretly and quickly asked the agent beside him, "How are the evacuation arrangements for New York citizens?" The evacuation has begun, but it was too short. There are still quite a lot of citizens in New York City. The busy agent raised his head and answered Nick Fury's question, and quickly continued to coordinate various evacuation intersections. "I can't wait any longer. You continue to coordinate the command and pick up Natasha Romanoff for me." After estimating the evacuation speed, Nick Fury knew very well that they had no chance to completely evacuate everyone, so they could only find a way to deal with the enemy quickly. "Director, have you seen the Black Cross in the city center?" As soon as the communication was connected, Natasha Romanoff's slightly surprised voice came over. But Nick Fury didn't have time to explain it to her and said directly, "It seems that you are nearby, which is good. I will give you an address. Go find Albert and bring me some words to him, Albert." "Okay, Director." Natasha Romanoff was stunned for a moment, but she still carried out the order and began to move quickly towards the location given by Nick Fury. The cars blocking the way did not affect her speed at all. But when she arrived when the target was near, he couldn't help but curse to shit in front of her eyes. The battle between Hulk and Agram was coming to an end. The power brought by anger began to fade, but it was still enough for Hulk to easily tear apart Agram's armor, revealing that the inner part was completely different from that of an ordinary dark elf. Different skin. His entire body has turned black due to the cursed stone, and the exposed skin is like charcoal, shattering under Hulk's huge force. Big guy. I don't mean any harm. Can we sit down and calm down for a while?" Looking at Hulk, who was turning to look at him after cleaning up Agram, Natasha Romanoff's heartbeat was beating very fast. Her beauty was enough to make most of the men paused in their movements. But this was definitely not including the monster Hulk. Roar! Hulk with blood-red eyes completely ignored Natasha Romanoff's words. He bulged up his massive muscles and was about to jump over to kill the little bug. Natasha Romanoff looked nervous and took out a special pistol. But next, for a second, like a balloon punctured by a needle, Hulk shrank. Hulk's anger has no limit. But Banner's physical strength is not that sufficient. First he fought against Abomination, and then against Agram. He relied on his anger to hold on. Now Agram fell, half of his anger was gone, and he unable to maintain Hulk's form. He transformed back into Bruce Banner. Phew. Natasha Romanoff patted her chest subconsciously and connected to Nick Fury's signal with a sigh of relief. Hulk has turned back into Dr. Banner. I suggest that he recover it as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. This does not look like a safe place. After saying that, Natasha Romanoff continued to walk towards her previous destination. What surprised her was that there was such an undamaged cafe in a messy street. It looked a little wrong, but when she thought of Nick Fury's mission, Natasha Romanoff bit the bullet and walked in. Albert. There was only one person in the entire cafe. By comparing his back, Natasha Romanoff confirmed the other person's identity. But the strange silence around her made her a little nervous. This quiet atmosphere was too strained. Not like tranquility, it's more like dead silence. Natasha Romanoff, a 7th level agent of SHIELD. I didn't know you came here to see me. Why do you want me? As Albert turned around and spoke, the feeling of silence that seemed to be strangling his throat finally dissipated, and Natasha Romanoff felt the urge to gasp. But the agent's instinct prevented her body from reacting, and she forced herself to calm down and said, "The director asked me to bring you a message. Oh, would you like to hear more about it?" Albert shrugged and motioned for Natasha Romanoff to continue. He admitted that the beauty in front of him was very beautiful, but also very dangerous. It was not a physical danger, but a personality more secret danger. Easily if you get close, you will be covered in bruises, the Ancient One magician said. Natasha Romanoff paused. She didn't quite understand why Nick Fury asked her to add this name, but seeing Albert's expression change, she felt that there was no problem with this request. My patience, there is a limit, and it's time for you to solve the problem. I see, I understand, Albert nodded. And some doubts were finally solved, such as why her attitude was unexpectedly tough when she first met Ancient One. Think about it. Ancient One and Nick, the probability of Fury collaborating is almost 100%. It is not difficult to understand that the two of them colluded. As for the solution to the problem, Ancient One said. Albert looked up and looked out the window. A large number of sickle-shaped small spaceships were constantly projected on the Black Cross battleship. The Dark Elves were really coming out in full force. Who creates problems and who solves them? Ancient One obviously didn't want to take the blame for Albert, so he asked Nick Fury to throw the problem over. But Albert couldn't help but answer it. Who made him still on the blue star? Ancient One didn't. If he takes the blame, the Dark Elves can chase him to death. But who wants him to hold TIE particles now? It was not that Albert had never thought about taking the Dark Elves around the world to make things bigger. But unfortunately, a mere Dark Elf was not even qualified to make a gun. So he had to let them die directly. It's time to stretch your muscles, Dark Elf. This opponent can barely fight a dozen. Albert stood up and picked up the files on the table. Natasha Romanoff vaguely saw a Stark Industries logo in surprise. But before she could see clearly, the document disappeared. And then Albert's figure also disappeared from her eyes. Superman-type teleportation. Natasha Romanoff raised an eyebrow. The news that Albert is suspected of being Superman is not a secret among the top management of SHIELD. After Phil Coulson met Albert for the first time, he was pulled for a week of psychological recovery. But seeing this scene with her own eyes, which was beyond her comprehension, still surprised her. Buzz Tilda, however, the next second, the surprised expression solidified on Natasha Romanoff's face, like thousands of bees suddenly buzzing in her ears. For a moment, Natasha Romanoff felt that her consciousness left her body and collapsed weakly. On the ground, she was finally able to breathe heavily this time. Natasha Romanoff's sight when she fell happened to be aimed at the clock on the wall. The second hand reached the 12 position accurately, indicating that it had completed the last second of the minute. But if Natasha Romanoff glanced at the clock when she entered the door, she would be able to. It was discovered that there was only a tiny gap between the second hand and the 12 mark at that time. Director, he's out. The agent who had been monitoring the cafe immediately reported Albert's whereabouts to Nick Fury. watching him walking towards the direction of the black battleship. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Ancient One's words were still valid. It worked, but after waiting for a while, when no second figure appeared on the screen, Nick Fury's heart suddenly twitched to wait. Where is Natasha Romanoff? Natasha Romanoff's life signal is good, and the positioning shows that she is still in the cafe. A steady voice came from behind. Nick Fury suddenly felt a little relieved, but still a little uneasy, and said to the owner of the voice, "Barton, you take people to see it personally to ensure Natasha Romanoff's safety." Hawkeye nodded and quickly left the command room. He showed no concern for Natasha Romanoff and left the space carrier with several agent-style fighters. Seeing this, Nick Fury looked at the screen with relief. He wanted to look at how Elbert dealt with the Dark Elves. Can he really have such terrible destructive power? However, when Nick Fury turned his head, the first thing he saw was the agent with a dull face. When his eyes focused on the screen, his expression also became dull. In just a few seconds, when he and Hawkeye communicated, everything, the Sickle Fighter and the Black Cross flagship, were completely scrapped and broken, and the Cambridge was drooping in the air and groaning under the weight. What just happened? Where is Elbert? Who did this? Nick Fury was shocked and checked the clock. He indeed only communicated with Hawkeye for a few seconds. What happened here? No, I don't know, directors. We only saw a red shadow and then it became like this. Being awakened by Nick Fury's roar, the agent quickly said truthfully, and he didn't see anything either. Slow down the playback speed of the video. The slower the better. In an instant, Nick Fury thought of the key. Since something did happen, it should be recorded. But when the video was taken out separately, slowed down to the extreme, and could only see the red shadows all over the sky, the constantly crashing Sickle Fighter jets, and a final frozen scene. Elbert was wearing blood-red armor transformed from TIE particles, and was stepping on a surfboard made of the same material. He drew a weird smile in the direction of the camera. I don't know why, but seeing such a picture, Nick Fury sneered for no reason. Chill. It's really not challenging. I originally thought they could give me some surprises. In a high-rise building in New York City, Elbert looked at his masterpiece with a little disappointment. Sometimes being too strong is not a good thing. It makes him feel bored. Maybe it's time to challenge Ancient One and Odin. Although there may be dangers, the rewards will definitely far outweigh the dangers. In terms of ability, Dark Elves are actually not weak, but most of their technology is derived from TIE particles. Using these things to attack Elbert is just a joke. So he basically just runs around and wraps around his body. The Speed Force has completely destroyed everything around it. Let me do the math. Iron Man, Thor, Hulk, Black Widow, Hawk, and the Captain of the United States. Well, the people are all here and it's time for me to speed up. I believe this plan will definitely make people's eyes shine. When it starts to be executed, the whole world will change. Looking at the battleship among the embers of the fire, Elbert showed a big smile, just like the battleship. This world cannot escape destruction. An attack from extraterrestrials ended in such an anticlimactic manner. Among the citizens who had not yet evacuated at that time, many people claimed that they saw a vague shadow frantically massacring those alien warships. But this sound was soon replaced by the suppression continued. And I have to say that when it came to dividing the spoils, the Bald Eagle's movements were extremely fast. Before other countries proposed joint research, the entire battlefield had been cleaned up, and only a few of the towering warships were left. A piece of symbolic debris fell into the pit. Time is the medicine that heals all wounds. With the efforts of SHIELD, the citizens of New York returned to normal life after a period of time. Strictly speaking, they did not suffer much harm. The Dark Elves were eliminated by Elbert not long after they appeared. As a result, the person who caused the greatest loss was Abomination, who had completely expired. Here General Ross has to thank the Dark Elves. With their intervention, the entire America leadership is now discussing how to deal with the remaining warships. They have no intention of paying attention to the harm he caused before. As long as they wait for this wave of limelight to pass. Abomination, the incident will be handled coldly. And the punishment he receives can be easily settled through the network of relationships. Which is gratifying and gratifying. After the whole incident was over, Nick Fury was probably the one who was in the worst mood. Although Elbert did not kill Natasha Romanoff, the time cage built for experimental purposes still caused considerable damage to Natasha Romanoff. At least for a period of time must rest. Nick Fury understands that this is Elbert's warning. The Ancient One can threaten him, but if Nick Fury can't do it, I'm afraid the entire SHIEL D will be wiped out if it happens again. After seeing how Elbert dealt with the Dark Elves, Nick Fury knows very well about SHIELD. There is no way to restrain Elbert. Is this the power of TIE particles or something else? No matter what it is, we have to have a response plan. Nick Fury left the space carrier and came to a secret underground space, where SHIELD was first established. It was built under Howard's planning, and only a handful of people in the world know about it. Nick Fury passed the security inspection and reached the deepest part of the underground space. He opened a password box protected by bushes and found a blue cube lying inside, quietly exuding a mysterious aura. The 223rd trial of human strength hormone begins. In the newly built Science and Technology Park of Osborne Industrial, Harry calmly gave the order to start the experiment. 2 years have changed a lot in him, if anything. When Elbert saw Harry, who was just a child. But now Harry is majestic and handsome. And the confidence brought by knowledge and success makes him look radiant. It seems that you are very confident, Harry. On the other side of the experimental table, Elbert looked at Harry kindly. His growth has indeed exceeded Elbert's expectations. If it was the beginning of the experiment, Harry would only rely on inexplicable good luck to overcome it. However, Harry is now fully qualified to take charge of his own business. Perhaps compared to his father Norman, Harry is still not experienced enough. But in terms of research on human body strength hormones, he has completely surpassed Norman. The experiments have been carried out many times. Uncle Elbert, I can definitely confirm the results. 2 years of continuous research have made Harry look a little thin. But if anyone dares to underestimate him, he will have to pay the price. Although now he still has the experiment was being carried out. But as early as half a year ago, Harry injected himself with human strength hormone. And the effect was perfect. Compared with other experimental subjects, human strength hormone seemed to be created for the Osborne family. In terms of physical fitness alone, Harry even had possibly suppressing the United States captain. Today is the last experiment if there are no problems. It will be officially put into production. Your father's last wish has been fulfilled. What do you want to do next? The completion of human strength hormone is a good thing for Harry. Is also a bad thing, he is still very young. But the goal he has worked for his whole life has disappeared. I don't know, hearing Elbert's question. Harry didn't know how to answer, now he was very confused. He had never thought about pursuing the end of science and developing various magical creations, just to fulfill Norman's last wish. Now everything was coming to an end, and Harry suddenly felt that he had lost the meaning of life. How about I give you a suggestion? Seeing Harry's confused expression, Elbert took out an envelope with money and handed it to Harry as expected. State University of New York. Harry opened the envelope and was stunned for a moment when he looked at the content on it. He looked at Elbert in confusion. He didn't think he needed to go to university for further study. Instead of taking those boring courses, he would be more efficient by self-study. It's not about studying, but it's about letting you experience college life. Make some friends or meet a girlfriend. Someone who can be with you for a lifetime. Elbert explained with a smile that after several years of contact, Elbert really regards Harry as a junior. He knows what he will do in the future. But at least before tragedy strikes, let Harry experience a complete life instead of spending his whole life in a laboratory. But I and Harry still wanted to refuse. But Elbert had already stood up and walked out of the laboratory. The results of the experiment were not important to him either. He just came to see Harry, that's all. Good boy reported to me, don't forget I am your guardian. Seeing this, Harry could only look at the admission notice in his hand with a wry smile. But things were already like this, so let's try to adapt. Elbert was right. He had not been in contact with the outside world for too long. And he needed a friend, and the Osborn family cannot die. Boss, I met Tony Stark today. When he walked out of Harry's laboratory, Elbert met Raza. Now he is the security captain of the new technology park. He has an above-board identity and is not afraid of anyone checking the root cause. Tilda, oh, isn't this great, you are his savior, Elbert smiled. But Raza's face became even more miserable, obviously. The meeting between the two was not as pleasant as Elbert said. Stop joking, you don't know what happened back then. Tony Stark has already found out what happened back then. But he doesn't give me a good look. Thinking of Tony's murderous look, Lazar was a little frightened. Even if he was injected extremis, he didn't dare to jump around in front of Tony Stark. That is simply a monster. Every time he captures an image of Tony Stark, it means that his steel battle suit has been updated. He is not afraid of being seen at all, on the contrary. He is still using these to promote his military power, Zhao. And Raza is obviously the kind of guy who is intimidated. He has found out your background a long time ago. If you want to take action, you will not stand in front of me properly. Where is he now? On Raza's first day at the Science and Technology Park, Stark found out your background, however. This arrogant person didn't say anything, but still accepted Raza's love. Although he didn't look good every time, at least he wouldn't do anything directly. Where is he now? In the Star Laboratory. Raza could only smile bitterly at this. Tony Stark did not want to kill him, but it did not affect him at all. After knowing that Raza had also been injected with extremis, Tony Stark got even worse, annoying Raza. Osborn's new industrial park has not been established for a long time, but the cooperation with Stark Industries has allowed it to grow rapidly. It is already one of the few emerging technology parks in America. Therefore, there are rumors that the chairman of Osborn Industries and Stark Industries, the chairman of the company, has a close relationship. And there was even internal news not long ago that the two exchanged part of the company's shares. For a time, the stocks of both companies began to rise. After all, Stark Industries, needless to say, Osborn Industries is also the leader in the industry. Such a strong alliance will naturally make everyone feel confident about the subsequent development of both parties. However, amidst all the good news, there are still many rumors circulating, saying that the two companies are not as friendly as they appear on the surface, but more like one coercing the other, unfortunately. This argument was quickly attacked by the big fishing boats. Disappear. Otherwise, Elbert might ask Raza to treat the guy who made such remarks to a cup of coffee. The two companies were indeed not as harmonious as they appeared. After the Dark Elf invasion that year, Elbert took the opportunity to help Tony Stark 560 treat palladium poisoning and made a huge profit from him. Even the technical support of the Science and Technology Park, they are all provided free by Stark. Now he is regarded as the largest shareholder of Stark Industry besides Tony, and is fully qualified to restrain Tony's actions. The superficial harmony is just because of the needs of both parties. Wait, Mr. Stark, according to the chairman's regulations, you do not have permission to enter the main laboratory. As soon as Elbert arrived at the Star Laboratory, he heard the security guard trying to dissuade Tony. He was already used to it every time Tony came here. I will always be full of curiosity and want to go in and take a look. It's a pity that Elbert hasn't opened up to that level yet and shares everything with him. The two of them don't wear the same pants. They just maintain their current status as superficial brothers for some of the same purposes. Oh, Elbert, look what your security guard said. I think our friendship has reached a level where we can reveal all our secrets. But what happened today makes me really sad. I still want to talk to you as soon as Tony. The security guard said something to himself. He immediately found someone to complain to, however. All he got in return was a blank look from Albert, who revealed his secret. Then you let me go to your personal laboratory for a tour. But open the core of JARVIS data, okay, Tony. Since you really want to see itlets come together. Although he was not impressed by Tony's shamelessness, Albert did not reject his idea of visiting, firstly. He was too annoyed, and secondly, there are some things that are no longer necessary to hide. Even Albert hopes that Tony can contribute to his career. With such a useless coolie technician, he can't just let it go. You actually changed your gender. It seems that your research has been completed. Tony followed with a smile on his face, but he was not as enthusiastic as he expected. He just said with some surprise he was not a fool. He came here before I came here 5 or 6 times. But Albert found a reason to send him away every time. Now that he is willing to let him go in, it is probably because some things that should not be seen by him have been dealt with. And the remaining things are. The appeal to Tony is really limited, it's not done yet. If you're interested, you can help. As they spoke, the two of them had passed through several security gates and arrived at the core of the entire science and technology Bebe Park. The Star Laboratory. The most eye-catching one was a huge amount of particle accelerator. It is the heart of the entire park. Researching microscopic particles can only be regarded as a side job. It is embedded in a reactor improved by Ivan Vank and provides energy to the entire park all the time. Although it is indeed inferior in terms of hard technology, Tony. But in terms of energy supply alone, Ivan Vank is doing pretty well. Aren't you afraid that I will steal your technology? Tony patted the outer pipe of the particle accelerator with his hand. He could understand this thing just by looking at it. Although it is not said that it can be copied directly. The core principle is as long as after trying a few times, you will almost be able to come up with a setting. If you want to read Bai Shuang novels, go to Fei Novel Network. I'm definitely not afraid. I didn't prepare to guard you when I asked you to follow me. And you have taken away a few things from me in the past few years. Albert looked indifferent to this. In the entire science and technology park, except for the Star Laboratory, there is no other. The entire area was built with the technical support provided by Stark Industries. There are countless backdoors left by Tony, and Albert is too lazy to repair them one by one. If Tony wants to touch the technology, let him touch it. Anyway, he mostly uses it for his steel battle suit. As long as it doesn't spread casually, it's not a big deal. After a leave-in, if Albert wants to take care of it. He doesn't have any good ideas with Tony's ability. As long as he knows some of the technologies are out of reach. At most, they can only be used without being fair and honest. Can the hero's affairs be called stealing? Haha. When Tony heard this, he acted stupid decisively and looked around to observe the surrounding environment. There were not many researchers here, but there was an independent cubicle, and there were quite a few people around. Tony leaned over quite naturally, and I saw a group of silver-white substance flowing in the transparent glass cabinet. What is this? One of the hardest materials known in the world, vibranium. Albert said while looking at the fist-file-sized fluid in the glass cabinet. This thing is indeed too rare. Except for Wakanda and a Graham who once stole a part of vibranium from Wakanda. It's extremely difficult to get this thing anywhere else. Even with the current size of Osborne Industries. Even with all their efforts in searching, they can only collect so much in the world. If you want to get more, Wakanda is afraid an unavoidable hurdle. The hardest substance in the world. Tony looked at the vibranium flowing repeatedly in the glass cabinet, somewhat disbelieving it. Looking at the surrounding equipment, the temperature provided was not too high, but it was melted to a fluid state at this level. How? Will it be the hardest substance? And if there is such a thing, why doesn't he know about it? Do you know the shield of the Captain of the United States? Albert smiled. Not many people knew about vibranium. Its source had been cut off long ago. without relevant information being transmitted. Even if Tony had JARVIS, even if you help collect information, you can't know the existence of vibranium. And what melts vibranium is not the temperature, but something else, a non-physical thing. I definitely know that my father gave it to him. But does that have anything to do with vibranium? Tony frowned since the Dark Elf incident. He found that he didn't know more and more things, including himself. What the hell is SHIEL? That Dad once co-founded. And now they are using Howard's name, but it's annoying Tony. The main material of the shield is vibranium. After integrating with other metals in a magical proportion, a brand new material is formed. The American government calls it original adamantium. Speaking of adamantium, the most famous use, the first person, is definitely Wolverine Logan. Unfortunately, there is no such system as mutant in this world, so X-Men naturally does not exist. However, the alloy of vibranium and adamantium is real. Albert once experimented, using physical attacks with the blessing of the Speed Force to try to destroy a small piece of vibranium. But the result was not ideal. He could destroy it, but the power required was not proportional to the actual effect. And because as of the target amount of vibranium is only a small amount, if there is more, the effect will only be worse. In contrast, directly vibrating atoms with the Speed Force can effectively break the internal stability of vibranium, thereby achieving the effect of causing its creation to collapse. The more stable something is, the more terrifying the impact of changes on it will be. Vibranium's, therefore, it has strong defense power precisely because its molecules are relatively static, which makes it hardly conduct heat and kinetic energy. Therefore, all heat and kinetic energy will be swallowed up the moment it comes into contact with vibranium. And once the original structure appears in turmoil, vibranium is no longer vibranium's. Oh. It is said that the shield of the Captain of the United States is indestructible. So is it also indestructible? Speaking of the shield of the Captain of the United States, Tony became interested in the material in front of him. If this is really the case, then his steel battle suit might be there will be a qualitative change. Don't you have Howard's research information? Albert glanced at Tony. It seems that what SHIEL D took over was not only the relics they handed over to Tony, but also more things. Maybe even everything related to cooperation with the government back then. We're all detained. Nothing in this world is indestructible. But at least on the current Blue Star, there are only a handful of things that can destroy vibranium. How much is this thing? I bought it. Tony's face turned slightly green when he mentioned Howard's research information. Apparently, he also realized that SHIEL D might have more things in hand, but he couldn't ask for it. Tony didn't want to say anything more on this topic, so he was going to buy vibranium directly. What could be more reliable than the results of his own research? As long as the product is suitable, money is not an issue. $10,000 per gram, a fair price. But if you need a large quantity, I will postpone the delivery. Albert quoted a price that made Tony frown, but he could still afford it. And compared with some other special metals, the price is already very low. But the problem is that a lot of steel battle suits are used. He is also thinking about upgrading them. How much will it cost to make them one by one? Please give me flowers. Is there any artificial synthesis technology? Or is it produced somewhere? I can spend more money to buy information. If you do something, you can only be eaten. If you want to get real benefits, you have to find out the source. Tony doesn't want to buy retail products honestly. He wants to directly monopolize the source. There is no artificial technology, at least I don't. But I can tell you the place of production. But as a friendly reminder, it's best not to think about it. Albert smiled slightly, but looking at Tony's indifferent expression, he knew that even if Albert said that vibranium could only be produced in the White House, and he didn't care. So Albert took Tony directly to a world map. In the east-central part of the African continent, there is a country called Wakanda. The meteorite composed of vibranium many years ago it fell there. And they also benefited from it. But in order to ensure that vibranium would not be abused by others, the king of Wakanda chose to close the truth and disguise his country as a backward land. But in fact, they are the most developed on the Blue Star. The country is at least half a century ahead of contemporary times. Wakanda, the most developed country. Are you kidding me? If people say that the most developed country in the world is in Africa, they will be regarded as crazy. Tony frowned and looked at Wakanda marked on the map. His face there was obvious disbelief in the interview. But Albert was by no means the kind of person who talked nonsense. Is it possible that there really is a technologically advanced country on the declining African continent? Can you go and verify it yourself? I still have some things to deal with today. It's time for us to leave, regarding Tony's doubts. Albert did not give a clear explanation. Since Tony had questions, he should solve them himself. After that, he left the laboratory directly with Tony, who still wanted to see more. Leaving Tony Stark, who was full of doubts, to leave alone, Albert went to an independent space under the Star Laboratory. There were many similar places in the entire science and technology park, and they were all prepared for some inconvenient things. After all, Osborne Industries is still a biotechnology company. Sometimes it is easy to step on certain bottom lines for research. Although the industry has acquiesced to this problem, it is not easy to expose it, even Dr. Connors has acquiesced to this occasionally. Some superstandard experiments will be carried out in the park he is responsible for. The underground space of the Star Laboratory is naturally the largest, and it is also the most strict. It is guaranteed to be guarded by a team of 913 desperate warriors at all times. If you want to sneak in here silently, at least ordinary humans cannot do it. As for Superman type, it's easy to get in, but it's not so easy to get out. The people are here. Ivan Vank looked coldly at the man who was unconscious on the wooden chair. Compared with a few years ago, his hair was completely gray. Muscles, but properly dressed as a martial artist. Ulysses Crow, you didn't kill him, did you? The unconscious man grabbed his head and looked at him twice. Albert stopped paying attention to him. Compared with his goods, Crow was originally just an addition. No. He was injected with sedatives in bed and will have to sleep for at least 3 or 4 hours. Under Albert's order, Ivan Vanko led a team of desperate fighters to raid Crow's cargo ship. In the face of inhuman power, he was just ordinary thieves have no ability to resist at all. And apart from the numbers, it does not bring any difficulties to the operation. How is he going to deal with it? Just leave it like this. Lock him up for now and inject sedatives regularly. Just make sure his brain can still be used after that. Albert paused and made some calculations in his mind. Tony Stark's obsession with vibranium may have some consequences. How old then continued? Find a suitable opportunity to sell it to Tony Stark. Tony Stark, why? Hearing this harsh name, Ivan Vank's expression changed drastically. He followed Albert all these years just to avenge him. However, not only has he not seen hope so far, but he also wants to give Tony Stark offered help, which he couldn't accept. You want revenge? Since you don't have enough strength, you have to learn to drive away tigers and devour wolves. Zelbert pointed at Crow. And he is a good bait to attract wolves, Wakanda. Can they deal with Tony Stark? Regarding Crow's information before taking action, Ivan also knew that he had stolen a large amount of vibranium from Wakanda. But what exactly did Wakandan isolated kingdom possess? What kind of energy he didn't know very well, absolutely. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken Tony Stark to see the vibranium in the Star Laboratory. Isn't this just to make him desire? Under Albert's special intervention. Now Tony Stark and Iron Man, the 3 words are very different. Although they both have steel battle suits, Shinto Stark is much more cold-blooded than Iron Man. He doesn't care about others, he only cares about himself. Especially after gaining favor with SHIL. D and meeting Albert, Tony saw SHIL. D's sinister intentions and became further and further away from the path of the Avengers. Wakanda is the first step to continue to intensify the conflict. Elbert does not deny that Tony is a genius, but it is not easy to get vibranium from Wakanda. As early as the last century, countless people coveted vibranium, which comes from the treasure of the universe. But how many people can actually get it? Crow is just one of the very lucky guys. He found the right opportunity at the right time. But he doesn't have the same opportunity now. If Tony wants to get vibranium, he has to do more. Continued confrontation will inevitably lead to a series of problems. SHIELD will never sit idly by. And those who have already had a peek at Wakanda will feel like sharks smelling blood. And they will not give up this good opportunity. This is a whirlpool that attracts everyone who sets their sights on Wakanda. And then they all take sides in the face of interests and justice, making this whirlpool even more treacherous and swallowing more careerists. As for whether Tony Stark will take action against Wakanda, Elbert doesn't have to worry about this at all. Geniuses all have one characteristic in common. They are curious. Even if they know there is a trap in front of them, they will be driven by curiosity to step on it, go down. Maybe Tony can suppress his desire for the magical substance vibranium, but he can't suppress his curiosity about the strange existence of Wakanda. Once he takes the 3-5 step, Elbert doesn't even need to do anything. The torrent that follows it will push him forward. Stark Industry is such a perfect shield. With him as a pioneer, even if the coveted people in the dark cause trouble, they will have an easy explanation, right? Okay, let's go take a look at the goods. Seeing that Ivan still didn't believe it, Elbert didn't want to explain to him. He thought it was better to be a pure Russian white bear. He didn't need to think so much, just do it. At the shore house, Tony Stark is thinking about the significance of Elbert taking him to see vibranium. No one is a fool and Elbert's action is too obvious. Just to let him see vibranium. And what does this mean, J.A.? RVIS, check out a country called Wakanda for me. Elbert would not deceive him about the effect of vibranium. And as long as it was true, Tony would not let go of something that could change him qualitatively. He did not act like when you experience crises like that in movies. Not all crises are visible on the surface. Violence is sometimes scary, but isn't cold violence scary? Tony did not encounter any threat to his life, but the fear from the unknown also squeezed his body and mind. In the past, he thought he was the top 14 in the world. But after the attack on the Imperial Cemetery, he discovered that there was still a deeper shadow hanging over his head, and over the head of the entire capital society, SHIELD. D was just one of them from an alien perspective. It is a very powerful pull among them. The feeling of falling from the cloud was not pleasant. Tony had never felt that everything he owned was so fragile. Hatred, Hulk, Dark Elves, and Thor from mythology all impacted Stark's outlook on life. If these were real, yes, then one day, a terrible existence will suddenly come and erase everything about him. Tony Stark is not a person who likes to sit back and wait for death. He prefers to take precautions before they happen, even if such precautions are originally part of the disaster. Isn't that why Ultron was born in Tony? Human survival instincts and self-destructive tendencies are both present. Show everything, so even if there is no apparent enemy, Tony Stark is still doing everything he can to strengthen himself. Even after Elbert provided him with a way to cure palladium poisoning, Tony still chose to inject Extremis and turn the steel battle suit, sending it into his own bones and blood through nanotechnology, is the first step in his self-protection. And it will never be the only step. The properties of vibranium are like a cup of poison that can quench his thirst for Tony. Even knowing that Elbert may be using him cannot weaken Tony's desire for vibranium. Moreover, Wakanda's most developed name also aroused Tony's curiosity. He admitted that in the face of dangerous alien creatures, he may lose, but he does not believe that there will be a country that surpasses him in the poor and weak plateau continent. The information about Wakanda has been collected and is being sorted out. Wakanda, located in eastern Africa, is a typical farming and pastoral country. It joined the United Nations in the late last century, sir. I found a highly encrypted document, and it will take time to decrypt it, highly confidential. When was it founded? Tony's eyes narrowed. There was no problem with the information found by JARV. Oh yes. But a highly encrypted document was not what an ordinary farming and pastoral country should receive. This Wakanda is really a problem. August 1942. 1942 Wait. The incident with the captain of the United States happened a year later. The year 1942 was considered a relatively sensitive time period. Many things happened at that time, and it was also the rise of the Stark family at the beginning. There were confidential documents about Wakanda in 1942. Thinking back to what Elbert said, the shield that the captain of the United States obtained in 1943 and made by his father Howard had vibranium as the main material. Tony could roughly guess that what exactly was written in that document. Yes, sir. The United States captain served in 1943 and died for his country 2 years later on the eve of the end of the war. Mobilize the satellites we can control. I want to know the situation in Wakanda at all times. Tony is still ready to give it a try. Apart from the design of the steel battle suit, he has not done anything challenging for a long time. Wakanda is a suitable one, the goal. Even if it wasn't for vibranium. Tony wanted to understand it. Yes, sir, JARVI. Loyally carried out Tony's order. Under its precise control, the first batch of 12 satellites in low Earth orbit collectively turned their direction and began to scan the land of Wakanda. Groups of livestock were moving under the guidance of hardworking herders. Drive them into the pasture. Start to enjoy their delicious meal, seat their belly full. And save fat for the coming of the cold winter. Is there anything unusual about 527? Tony stared at the scene of resistance. But he didn't find any problem at all. Or he didn't originally know how to tell whether Wakanda was a relatively primitive country. In contrast, he has to rely on JARVIS. After all, he is not a secular scholar. Nothing unusual was found here. But there was a signal that was causing slight interference, causing our satellite to gradually deviate from its normal orbit. Let's stabilize the satellite and find the source of interference. Tony's eyes flashed. This time he no longer waited aside to let JARVI handle it instead. He quickly pulled out the virtual console and quickly linked to the satellite that was monitoring Wakanda. This was his home field. Just as Tony was mobilizing the satellites, several secret base spaces on the Blue Star received an emergency notification at the same time. They did not communicate with each other, but they put down their work in a tacit understanding and cast their gazes one after another. Arriving on the Stark Industries satellite, they wanted to see the results. The extremely secretive flow of information is quietly changing the position of the Stark Industrial satellite in a way that is almost imperceptible to ordinary people. If it were not the artificial intelligence JARVI that is actually controlling the satellite, no one might think that the satellite's deviation is man-made. What is caused will only be considered as normal orbital changes. There are not many countries on Blue Star with similar technology. But even among those big countries, Tony is confident that he can catch the other party's cobweb horse tracks. However, this time he failed. After half an hour of continuous attack, he had to if you don't choose to give up. Your previously invincible means will be like a fist on cotton when faced with this kind of interference. Even if you occasionally intercept a paragraph, you can only decipher some incomprehensible information, let alone find the source of the information. Even finding how interference works is extremely difficult. Tony watched with some frustration as the satellite gradually shifted its orbit, and all the pictures moved away from Wakanda. Now he believed that there was a powerful technological power on the African continent, which everyone thought was a lost world. But one's failure could not completely dampen his confidence. On the contrary, this failure made Tony more urgent to understand this country that he had never known before. Failure is originally a process of growth. Geniuses are not afraid of failure. What they are afraid of is that nothing can make them fail. The despair of having little way forward is the most terrifying thing. And the difficulties in front of them are motivation. Urging them to keep moving forward, motivation to act. It's very good, although our technology is not mature yet. Fortunately, there are enough materials for experiments. Placed in front of Elbert are rows of vibranium raw materials preserved in transparent cylinders. These are all from Crow. Wakanda stole them. In the movie, Ultron paid Claw $6 billion to buy them. This is by no means a small sum. This metal is simply a creation of God. I have never seen anything like it. Ivan Vank also looked at the vibranium in his hand in surprise, even though he had seen it before when he attacked Crow's cargo ship. But again when he saw it he was no less surprised. As a scientist, he knew very well the significance of these metals, which was enough to form a subversive change zone. It is not the material of Blue Star. If you have to say it is a gift from God, there is no problem. Vibranium has a certain meaning to Elbert. But for him who already possesses TIE particles, the meaning is not so great. The reason why people intercepted this batch of vibranium wandering outside Wakanda was naturally only part of the plan. Only by cutting off all external factors can Wakanda be isolated. Otherwise, if people knew that Crow was wandering around with a bunch of vibranium, who would take the great risk to test Wakanda? Although Crow is a dangerous terrorist, but in the face of the world's multipolar regimes, he is not even a docile little white rabbit. All of these are going to be used as research materials. Ivan Vank was a little impatient and wanted to start studying this new gadget. Although he looked like a thug, his scientific heart was still very firm. Even if knowing the gap between himself and Tony Stark, he never thought about giving up. Sometimes he was more enthusiastic about scientific research than Killian Zero. It's absolutely impossible. You can just take a batch out later and store the rest until you come up with a feasible method of use instead of simply shaping them. Vibranium originally had excellent strength. But the birth of adamantium, it proves that it still has the possibility of growth. Even if Elbert doesn't originally need this, he is still willing to strengthen his subordinates. It is not easy to be a mere commander in recent years. Thanks to subordinates like Raza, he can a relatively relaxing time. Tilda boss Tony Stark took the bait. Our system detected that he was monitoring Wakanda and frequently adjusting Stark Industries satellites. Arranged Ivan Vank to deal with vibranium. And it didn't take long for Raza to bring him a good solution according to the news. Tony lived up to expectations and got involved with Wakanda, since he couldn't capture or understand the other party's interference signal. He used the most satellites to share the pressure. He didn't believe that the other party could really jam all the satellites at once. When reading violent novels, just X. That's good news. Where are those old things? Elbert nodded with satisfaction. This was the result he wanted before the plan started. He had conducted a detailed investigation of Wakanda. But he didn't get much useful information, on the contrary. I met many colleagues and they went back and forth. Although they didn't have any exchanges, they were very clear about each other's existence. The appeal of vibranium is so great that all countries that know about the existence of this thing will pay more or less attention to Wakanda. Although they have little understanding of the inside, they can clearly feel the various external defense facilities one by one. As soon as Tony used satellites to monitor Wakanda, 17 or 8 satellites from different countries were instantly targeted at Stark Industries satellites for real-time monitoring. And this new member also gave them a different hope. The existence of the leader is for cohesion, in this case. Once there are more people and they become a rope, they will start to have confidence and be very confident. Blind faith, damn, the interference is still too great. The satellites will start to drift if they can maintain a normal field of view for 3 to 5 seconds at most. I need more satellites to share the pressure. After doing everything possible to mobilize all the satellites that Stark Industries can use, there is still a long way to go to successfully escape interference. But the results show that Tony's method is indeed effective. When an interference source acts on multiple targets at the same time, it will be weakened to a certain extent. And the more targets there are, the more lines there will be. JLARVI S can perform multiple tracking and ultimately locate an accurate interference source. Sir, there are military satellites from many countries following our movements, and the interference has been further weakened. Just when Tony was considering whether to borrow satellites from others, JARVIS suddenly reported an unexpected news to him, which made Tony couldn't help laughing, speaking out. He is not the only one who wants to take advantage of Wakanda. Go on, send them a signal. I think we have enough allies. Tony has always been used to fighting alone, because geniuses don't need others to interfere in their own affairs. But to be honest, this feeling is not bad. People always need help from friends. 403, especially when you encounter difficulties now, soon. When the available resources were abundant enough, Tony repeatedly adjusted the layout of all satellites. Although the interference was powerful, it was no more than a corner of almost all the top powers on the blue star today, except Wakanda. Wakanda is half a century ahead of today's technology. But if you use modern military weapons to enter the battlefield of World War II, it may be crushed, but it will definitely not leave the army at that time without resistance. As long as there is no qualitative change, even Wakanda will not be able to resist. There is no way to eradicate prying eyes. Very good, let's see what's here. When the interference is reduced to a minimum, under the monitoring of all satellites, the entire Wakanda is on display. It has never been exposed to others like this. So even if Wakanda's technology hides it, but some things cannot withstand detection, sir. There is an extremely powerful energy field surrounding the entire Wakanda. There is only one close record of this level of power in my database. JLARVI S showed Tony a three-dimensional map of Wakanda, which highlighted the surface. A huge amount of elliptical energy field covers the entire Wakanda. They are both defense and the best hiding place. Unless this energy field is disabled, no one can truly see the whole picture of Wakanda. Is there any similar record? Don't tell me there is another country on the blue star that is comparable to Wakanda. That's crazy. Tony was a little surprised. He knew very well what kind of power such a large-scale energy field had. But JARVIS's answer promptly answered his question. Big Ivan's largest nuclear bomb released in 1961. Oh, okay, record all the ability mobile nodes. And then restore the satellite to normal operation. Tony knew that it was impossible to really get in touch with Wakanda on his own. Fortunately, some people extended an olive branch, and Tony didn't be prepared to reject them. After seeing what kind of advanced technology Wakanda possesses, Tony already has enough desire to get them. This is a treasure that should not be exclusive to Wakanda. As for going to Wakanda to obtain technical exchanges through diplomacy, this may be a feasible option. But Tony is not prepared to do this. Not to mention whether he has this position. Even if it is really successful, what he will get by then what does it count as? Only by digging deep can we know the truth. Expecting to obtain Wakanda's highest technology through diplomatic means is simply a fantasy. Otherwise, they would not have hidden it until now. Do you really think that those countries that have long known about Wakanda's existence have not tried similar methods? Predation is the truth of everything. Just like America's ancestors did. Tony believed that he was not the only one who thought so. So he quickly contacted those friendly friends, and they would work together to obtain everything in Wakanda. Struggle director. Tony Stark suddenly started satellite surveillance of Wakanda. SHIELD. Nick Fury also received the relevant information immediately, which made his mind expand instantly. Since the last time, Tony Stark's attitude towards SHIELD has changed. It took a turn for the worse. Almost without being targeted, which undoubtedly made Nick Fury feel helpless, who knew that Tony Stark actually directly cured his body. Wakanda, the reason. I want to know the reason. For a moment, Nick Fury even wanted to push him behind. As the highest level special department of Blue Star, SH. IVLD also paid attention to Wakanda. If Tony can really break through Wakanda's defense, then they will also be the beneficiaries. But Nick Fury quickly stopped this unrealistic thought. Let's not talk about whether Tony can succeed, just because of the possible consequences of this process. The shock was enough reason for him to give up the idea. Before that, Tony went to Osborne Industries. With the word Osborne in advance, Hill looked helpless. They all knew that Albert was an extremely dangerous person, but there was no way to target him over the years. Osborne Industries had simply become a restricted area. This is undoubtedly a stain that cannot be washed away for S. HILD, it's Albert again. What does he want to do after 2 years of silence? Nick Fury shouted to vent his dissatisfaction, SHIE. D used to be the highest organizational department of Blue Star. Everyone must be under their control of Tony Stark. They also had ways to deal with it, but Albert broke this rule. Even though they knew Albert was dangerous, they couldn't take any measures against him, since he could destroy the entire Dark Elves in an instant. Could he also destroy them? Destroy everything on this planet? Closely monitor Tony Stark. If he does anything outrageous, stop him. We can't fall out with Wakanda. Nick Fury said that he was very tired. But in order for Blue Star to maintain stability, some things must be done as Blue Star. Wakanda, one of the most mysterious places in the world. Nick Fury knows what powers they hold. There is no doubt that if a war breaks out, they will be a formidable opponent. Nick Fury does not think Wakanda has the ability to defeat the world. But sometimes it is not that the opponent is inferior to you, and you can provoke at will. The wrath of a man can even splash blood 5 steps away, completely angering a country that is half a century ahead of Blue Star. The price paid must be extremely terrifying, but director, you know Tony Stark won't listen to us at all. Hill shook his head helplessly. Tony Stark didn't like HILD's attitude at all. Not to mention that he might have been instigated by Albert. It was not easy to stop him, then take coercive measures. Wakanda's matter is not a trivial matter. We cannot allow him to undermine international relations. Nick Fury's attitude became tougher. The relationship between countries is different from that between people. Although Tony Stark has some acting wantonly, but he knew what to do and what not to do before. But now he has crossed the line. Nick Fury is not sure if this is his own idea, but in any case, this is beyond the normal level. Yes, director. Hill nodded, then looked at Nick Fury with some hesitation, gritted his teeth and said, Director, I suggest you go for a psychological evaluation. You have been in a bad state recently. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just been a lot of trouble recently. I just need to take a rest. Nick turned his back to Hill and looked outside the space carrier through the one-way glass. Several fighter jets started to fly away. These are not IELD fighters, but from the American government. After the Dark Elf attacked, the wreckage of the battleship was divided up, as the landowner America naturally took the most. But greed would not be satisfied. Now that the America government had absorbed a lot, it began to pay attention to other things, and SHIL. D was the first to bear the brunt, individual. It's obviously a technical exchange, but secretly they don't want to get the research results of HILD. However, Nick Fury can't refuse them. As a result, people from various departments on the space carrier come up to communicate every day, forcing Nick Fury to do so. I had to come up with something to calm things down. Okay, I'm going to do something first. Hill left the office with some doubts. It's not that Nick Fury has never encountered more troublesome things, but his mood swings have been too great recently, which is a bit inappropriate. If it is understandable for Hill to occasionally lose control of her emotions, but as an agent is still top-notch, Nick Fury should not let her emotions continue to lose control. But Nick is her boss after all, and reminding her is the best she can do. The moment Hill left the office, Nick Fury covered his head and sat on the chair, as if he was enduring some pain when he raised his head. A black light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he turned around not to see any fighter jets taking off, but to hide the abnormality in his eyes. "Please give me flowers after a few minutes." Nick gasped violently and gradually returned to normal. But the bloodshot eyes in his eyes showed that his condition was not normal at all. He opened the drawer with some hesitation, looked at a copper plate lying inside, and thought for a moment. I still chose to close the drawer. Maybe the Ancient One has a way to solve his own problem, but... What? Thinking of the similar light in her eyes when he first met the Ancient One, Nick Fury finally chose to wait. At least to maintain the status quo before the problem completely got out of control. Nick Fury's thoughts began to wander. Was the Ancient One really unable to live because he blocked Dormammu? Or was she doing it on purpose? She didn't care whether New York would be breached, or whether the Dark Elves would kill a large number of civilians. Why does she think that Elbert will definitely take action? Maybe Ancient One is very strong. But Elbert is equally scary. Maybe Ancient One just made a random excuse at the time. But in the end, Elbert really took action. And she originally didn't protect them at all idea. Unreasonable thoughts spread crazily in Nick Fury's mind. Some thoughts that he would not think deeply about suddenly appeared and continued to sprout, eventually forming deep doubts about the Ancient One. Yes, let's continue like this, ha 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 ha. In the dark world, an indescribable terrifying shadow crossed the dimension, looking at Nick Fury, who was trapped in the thought induction. He smiled excitedly. The Ancient One felt that he could stop it forever. He, as the master of the dark dimension, is omnipresent. As long as there is still darkness, he can reach anywhere. He only needs a small carrier. More than a month has passed since Tony first spied on Wakanda. During this period, Tony never stopped probing, and the allies behind him became more and more powerful. Hill, who was sent by Nick Fury to stop him, soon couldn't withstand the pressure and turned to Wakanda. SHIELD calls for help. Maybe whoever communicates with Tony is not a big boss. And most of them are at Ross's level, who cares about SHIELD's opinion, although on the surface they will still give some face. After all, SHIELD belongs to the Security Council. In the final analysis, it is still a global organization, has the right to interfere with them. But in fact, we can do whatever we want. If you want to sanction us, you can come up with evidence. Without evidence, you are slandering, believe it or not. I will sue the United Nations to sue 060 have you banded. Faced with such a confident attitude, SHIELD is also the later of the two. These are grandfathers and no one is easy to mess with. Even the system, SHIELD can't get into it, so how can it get evidence? What's more, Wakanda is registered as a third world country by the United Nations. What position does SHIELD take to stop them? Explain Wakanda's situation clearly. That will only make these guys more blatant, since it was you. Wakandaho was the first to be unkind and deceived. The whole world, then don't blame me for being unjust. Therefore, the intervention of SHIELD is a joke. In theory, they are aloof and qualified to investigate all people or things that threaten the stability of the world. But that is when others give you face. If others don't give you face, what can you do? A superpower is not, it's a joke. How can it be that you, SHIELD, say that it can be controlled by restrictions? You can't even control in America. You want all the three poles of Asia, Europe and the United States to be under the jurisdiction of your SHIELD. It's too beautiful to think. Under such circumstances, Tony Stark, in addition to keeping a low profile, spends almost every day testing Wakanda's energy field without eating or sleeping. Not only pursuing cracking more, is still learning. It is not an exaggeration to say that Wakanda's technology is half a century ahead of today's. Even a genius like Tony eagerly absorbs knowledge beyond his imagination, and then shares the essence with his allies, in exchange for greater support. Just the way Wakanda's energy runs makes many people feel that this wave is worth it. So they are more than satisfied with Tony's requirements, and actively help him stop investigations by departments including, but not limited to, HILD, CIA, etc. Just a peripheral defense can bring them a lot of benefits. So what if they can successfully enter Wakanda? The thought of this makes Ping excited. As Stark Industries' official partner and actual instigator, Osborn Industries is naturally listed as Tony's first-choice ally. Elbert's attitude in this regard surprised Tony. He can negotiate if he wants something. But Osborn Industries will not interfere. We don't want the technology you got. It's in an ob state the whole time. Boss, do you think Tony Stark and the others can succeed? Are we really not going to make a fortune? Raza looked at the various information about Wakanda sent by Tony and asked with some itch. This is a good opportunity, and the law does not hold everyone accountable. Even if something goes wrong, Stark Industries will take care of it. Is it possible that Wakanda can be so crazy that it kills all the participants? If they really wanted to do this, they wouldn't be huddled in Africa with thousands of people. Years, when did you become so interested in technology? Elbert glanced at Raza and saw that he was hesitating a little, and knew that it was Killian and Ivan who were pushed out of the tank. The ones who really wanted to attack Wakanda were Killian and Ivan. Vank is a real scientist, but they can't explain it clearly. So they let Raza, a confidant who followed Elbert for the first time, to find out what he has to say. Well, I'm not thinking about you, boss, Raza said with a simple and honest expression. He hasn't learned much else over the years, but he has mastered the skills of the smiling tiger. His originally fierce face now looks, it's a bit cordial. But if anyone really judges others by their appearance, be prepared to keep your head, okay? Go tell them that I won't be involved in Wakanda's affairs. And I won't stop any of them from going it alone. Wakanda does have a lot of good things, but it doesn't matter if they are irreplaceable. On the other hand, Elbert just wants to have some fun in this peaceful life. There is no need to be a joker himself and risk his life. Besides, you can be sold to Tony by Crow one day for a good price. Yes, boss. Raza lowered his head and walked out of the office. He didn't want to pay attention to this matter at first. After all, he really didn't understand technology. It would be more refreshing if you let him take the lead in the charge. Just under the same roof, Killian and Ivan Vank both came to him. So he couldn't refuse now that Elbert has something to say. He can have an explanation, Wakanda, Elbert looked at Wakanda's position on the world map and sneered. Fighting against the whole world will definitely pay a price. If Asgard is not on Blue Star 2.5, it doesn't matter. But since you are on Blue Star, if you still expect to remain anonymous today, you are thinking too much. Leading in technology does not mean you can sit back and relax. This is the Marvel Universe, a world overflowing with all kinds of black technology. If you want to protect Wakanda from being invaded, just relying on an energy field is not enough. Now you are just working in secret in order to look good. Everyone will consciously reduce their size. The scope of influence is huge. But once something really big happens, believe it or not, Wakanda instantly becomes the target of public criticism. The final fate of the children who walk through the market with huge sums of money will be theirs. Either to compromise or to be forced to compromise. Unless Wakanda can persuade them. The vast majority of international forces. But is this possible, boss? Elbert was taking a leisurely nap when he was woken up by Raza's shout. He reluctantly opened his eyes and looked at Raza, who trotted in displeasedly. What happened? Speak slowly. As my subordinate, don't always be rash. Raza nodded and forced himself to calm down, but still trotted to Elbert and asked breathlessly, Boss, have you read Marvel dailies? Elbert frowned slightly, having a bad premonition. Before he could speak, Raza had already handed the tablet to him, and a piece of news that shocked the Marvel Universe was eye-catching on the screen. Who publishes the daily report? Elbert's frown deepened, and the wrinkles on his brow could almost kill a fly. Raza lowered his voice and told Elbert carefully, who else can it be? It's definitely Vita himself. Both SHIL D and CIA have been blocked as high-tech countries. How can they sit still and wait for death? So Now is 14 use the pressure of public opinion to push back those big countries that want to take advantage. Using the pressure of public opinion. Vita is still too young. If those countries were really afraid of the pressure of public opinion, they would not even ignore SHIELD and CIA. Albert shook his head and smiled. With a bit of helplessness on his face, however. Vita's move was also a helpless move after using many methods to no avail. He couldn't sit back and wait for death, right? Its technology is half ahead of the Marvel Universe. But that is also the result of consuming a lot of manpower, material and financial resources of the country. How many batches of researchers have been killed for this top technology? How can the good things of this country be taken away by those robbers who say they will take them away? In the past, if you were behind, you would be beaten. But now if you are ahead, you will be divided and invaded. What kind of world is this? I feel that Vita is engaged in a meaningless struggle now. Instead of struggling to his death, it is better to have a good talk with those countries and sign treaties. At least the end will not be so miserable. Raza touched his nose and said. Albert shook his head and expressed his own opinion on this. That's not necessarily true. Human greed is infinite. As long as you let him see hope, he will intensify his efforts to rob and embezzle, wishing to take away all of Vita's possessions. He has all the technology in his pocket, and he wants to take all the researchers from Veda to his own country. Although Vita's move is not considered wise, it at least shows his attitude and position never compromise. This attitude of defending rights to the death should make those countries restrain themselves. Raza nodded in understanding and said, Boss, what do you think Veda should do to save herself? Definitely make allies and seek help. Albert said to the point, Veda is a small country. Although it has top-notch technology and is extremely rich, the power of an individual is limited after all. Only by forming alliances can we save it from dire straits. In fact, it was not Albert's surprise that Avada ended up in this situation. Avada has always relied on its advanced technology and looked down on many other countries. When other countries wanted to learn from it and improve their own technological level, it even hid it and was unwilling to share it nowadays. Vita is being bullied, and there are very few countries that stand on the same line as it. Big countries are coming to snatch resources. As for small countries, the bold ones will rush forward, hoping to get a share of the pie. Those who are timid will be like the masses, neither robbing nor helping, just watching from afar. This state is somewhat disappointing. Hey, that hot search is gone. When Raza suddenly looked at the screen of his tablet, he found that the hot search article that had been fermenting very quickly on the internet disappeared almost in a whoosh. He tried to search for related terms, but found that it was all in vain and could not be found at all. Albert's eyes moved slightly, and his body moved from the boss's chair in front of the desk to the leather sofa beside him. He leaned back slightly and closed his eyelids slightly. As if he was tired, Raza was very discerning when he saw this. He immediately put away the tablet and said, Boss, are you tired? You can rest first and come back to me if you need anything. Wait a minute. Albert's deep and mellow voice sounded in the large office. Raza nodded and stood respectfully in front of Albert. With his head slightly lower, read his waist bent, and his ears raised, waiting for Albert's instructions. Always pay attention to the developments in Veda and other major countries. If there is any disturbance, report it to me. Yes, boss. Raza lowered his head in response, with a fleeting look of complexity in his eyes, and turned around to retreat before going out. Don't forget to close the office door gently. Albert looked at the closed door, his lips moving slightly, thoughtfully, although he closed his eyes. His mind was still spinning, thinking about Veda. For such a small country, it is still a somewhat self-righteous country that rarely communicates with other countries. Definitely it has the capital to be self-righteous. But it is indeed not a good strategy to build things behind closed doors. Send bacteria to other sand, have very little exchanges. There is definitely a reason why it does this. Its closing the country is not closed as everyone thinks. but to prevent the country's top secrets from being stolen. But everything has two sides. The consequence of doing this is that it has no friends, and now it is in a helpless situation. Even the articles published by the first newspaper in the Marvel Universe were all deleted by public relations in less than half an hour. No matter how you search, you can't find any trace of it. Albert could have just sat back and ignored it. In fact, it was none of his business, however. He just sat here with nothing to do. And he always felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. So after thinking about it, he still felt that he should do something. Vita is in urgent need of allies now. Maybe Albert can help connect people. Build a bridge or something. He doesn't covet Vita's things. But he can't bear to look at such a technological power. It was divided up to the point where nothing was left. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Albert was even surprised. You must know that when he first traveled to this world, his mentality was completely different from now. At that time, he was not interested in anything and had no big pursuits. The idea at that time was to make peace with what he had come. God gave him a new identity and asked him to come to the Marvel Universe and live as Albert. Then he would live well, neither causing trouble nor committing crimes. And living peacefully, living this life is enough. But who knew that so many things happened later? Including what happened to Vita now. That he could no longer just be an ordinary spectator. Albert made a pot of green tea, poured himself a cup, and brought it to the floor-to-ceiling window. The white steam of freshly brewed green tea is curling up, and the fragrance of tea is overflowing. Although the man was sipping the tea, his mind was not on the tea. Caroline came at the right time. As soon as Albert finished drinking the cup of tea in his hand, she opened the office door and walked in. Boss, this is the latest report sent by Xingqian Laboratory. Please take a look. After Caroline finished her report, she turned to go out, but Albert stopped her. Boss. Caroline lowered her head slightly, waiting for Albert's instructions. Albert's slender fingers stroked the pattern of the teacup and glanced at the report on the desk, but did not read it. He had more important things to do now. He raised his eyes slightly, and his tone was as leisurely as his expression. I haven't seen Mr. Tony for a while. I miss him very much. Please help me invite him over and have a cup of tea together. Yes, boss. Albert definitely doesn't miss Tony anymore, let alone inviting him over for tea, but as a secretary, Caroline would never ask too many questions. Years of being a secretary taught her what to ask and what not to ask. Drinking tea, who has time to drink tea with him? After listening to Jasvi's report, Tony rolled his eyes. He was currently busy monitoring Vita's affairs. He was bound to get the rare material vibranium. Tell Albert that I'm very busy and tell him to leave me alone. After Tony finished speaking to Jasvi, his attention returned to the computer screen. The department responsible for surveillance would keep synchronizing information to him. However, except for the hot search 2 hours ago, Veda has no more responses for the time being to Tusker Industries and other ambitious forces. Which country is the most technologically powerful in the Marvel Universe? Which country is half a century ahead? Under their overwhelming power, they are not just like eggs. But if an egg dares to touch a stone, that is simply overestimating one's capabilities. Jasvi did not leave immediately. Looking at Tony, who was back at work, he hesitated to speak. Tony suddenly raised his head and saw Jasvi still standing there, frowning slightly dissatisfied. Why don't you leave and stay here to hinder my eyes, Tilda? Only then did Jasvi speak cautiously. But the messenger on Albert's side said that you must go there. What Mr. Albert wants to talk to you about is Vita. Tony was so angry that he wanted to hit someone, and his sharp eyes were directed at Jasvi. Can't you just say delivery all at once? Jasvi lowered his head and did not dare to speak. The boss had been too irritable recently, so it was better to speak less while he was talking. Tony had already picked up the coat hanging on the back of the chair and hurried out. When he reached the door, stopped again and looked back. Have you finished speaking? Is there anything else you want to report? Jasvi shook his head repeatedly and said no. Tony said coldly, why don't you go quickly? Go down and drive for me. Tony's car quickly arrived at the Osborne Company building. The towering buildings and bright glass dazzled him. Damn, Albert, why do you have to choose this time to drink tea? I really don't want to come to this damn place. Tony got out of the car and kept talking. Complaints are complaints. It's not that he really doesn't want to commates about Vita. So he has to come even if he doesn't want to. Caroline quickly picked up Tony and asked him to sit in the reception room. Where's Albert? As soon as Tony sat down on the sofa. He couldn't wait to ask where Albert was. Caroline replied respectfully, Mr. Tony, please wait a moment, the boss is still in a meeting. He will be here soon, what you want me to wait for him? Tony was so angry that he stood up and was about to leave. Caroline hurriedly said with a smile, don't be angry. The meeting is over soon and the boss will be here soon. Tony suppressed his anger and sat back on the sofa extremely unhappy. About half an hour later, Albert finally appeared in the reception room. Osborne's boss is really busy with everything he has to do. As soon as he saw Albert come in, Tony twitched the corner of his mouth and said nothing in his tone. Albert smiled slightly and walked in slowly, Mr. Tony, I've been waiting for a long time. Do you want tea or coffee? Tony rolled his eyelids and said in a cold voice. Except I don't like tea or coffee. I'm only interested in Vita, even though Tony said no. Albert went to make a pot of tea leisurely and calmly. Poured a cup for the guest opposite. And poured another cup for himself. Let's be more direct. If you talk to me about Veda, do you also want to get a share of it? Tony directly pushed away the cup of tea in front of him and looked at Albert intently, with an expression on his face that seemed to be a smile but not a smile. Tilda, let me just say, how could you be so kind and tell me that there is vibranium in Vita? You want it but you don't have the ability to get it. So why don't you let me clear the way? After listening to Tony's words, Albert just smiled slightly, took a sip and then said calmly, Tony, you misunderstood me, HMPH. Tony snorted coldly, stop pretending to be in front of me. You may look majestic, but you're actually full of evil. After hearing this, Albert couldn't help but burst into laughter. He drank 2 more sips of tea before saying, the things you did made too much noise and I already know it. Before Albert could finish speaking, Tony rushed to say SHIELD. And CIA know it and the whole world knows it. Do you know what's so strange about it? Albert put away the leisurely look he had just shown, looked at Tony seriously, and said in a serious tone, forget it that you covet Vita's technology yourself. And you also united with so many other forces to illegally appropriate it. Your mother is here, this will destroy a technological country. HMPH hum. Tony hummed several times with a look of disapproval. The weak eat the strong, natural selection. The winner takes all. Nevada cannot withstand the destruction of a small country. But it monopolizes so much, you deserve the energy you deserve. Albert frowned. You have forgotten your original intention. Tony smiled sarcastically. My original intention is to be the strongest person in the Marvel world. No matter the cost, not afraid of any means. Albert was silent. It worked, and sure enough it worked. The power of the aggressive method he used on Tony was far beyond his expectations. Now Tony's inner grid has reached its peak. Although I am hegemonic, I also understand that good things must be shared by everyone. Albert, we have cooperated for so long, and you should have a piece of the big cake of Veda. Tony said. Albert shook his head and said without thinking, thank you, but I don't need this cake. Tony's eyes moved slightly. His hands spread out on the armrests of the sofa, and his tone was a little lazy. Then what are you asking me for? Could it be that you want me to let Vita go? No. Albert raised his eyes and looked at Tony. I don't expect you to stop, I just hope you can draw a line. Show some mercy and don't kill everyone, after all. Vita is also a part of the Marvel Universe. You can use your you want something, but you can't destroy the order of the planet, haha. Tony seemed to have heard some big joke. If Albert is so holy, why did he tell me about vibranium in Vita in the first place? Now that he told me, he asked me to restrain myself. Don't you think you are funny, mister? Tony, don't be a good person when you get an advantage. Tony's rude words made Albert's eyes become sharp. His eyes were like X-rays, as if they could pierce a person's body. If Albert hadn't revealed the information to Tony, Tony might not even know about vibranium, let alone know that there are many such things in Vita. Tony changed his sitting position, folded his legs together, intertwined his fingers and rested them on his legs, waiting for Albert's next sentence as if nothing had happened. Albert also said the following words. You and I are both businessmen, and businessmen put interests first. But I hope you will leave room for things. Tony replied coldly, are you teaching me how to do it? Albert's tone was calm. Do you think I want to teach you how to do things? If you hadn't made too much noise and alerted SHIELD and CIA, I would have asked you to come over for tea. The corners of Tony's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something but he still couldn't. He knew that now was not the time to fall out with Albert. Because although the size of the Osborn factory is far smaller than that of the Stark factory, Albert recruits all capable people. He himself is originally very strong, so there is no guarantee that he will not rise to prominence one day. The more friends you have, the easier it will be to travel. It is better to dissolve enemies than to make enemies. Okay, thank you for your advice. I will go back and think about it carefully. I have many things to do and am busy at work, so I won't accompany you. Tony stood up from the sofa as he spoke, straightened the tie on his chest and then strode out. Albert glanced at the cold tea on the table and couldn't help but complain to the door. It's a waste of a good cup of tea. My friend brought it back from the next continent. What a waste. Tony, who had already reached the door, paused. Albert could only see his back but not the expression on his face. But Albert is sure that Tony's face must be disgusting. This is the result he wants. If Tony is not happy, he will be happy. This is also a way of fighting between rivals. Or so Albert thinks. Raza came back to report that the latest news is that Vita is looking for allies. Albert nodded. Well, Vita is not too stupid. Raza couldn't help but give Albert a thumbs up. Boss, you are really amazing at predicting the trend of the situation accurately. Albert waved his hand. I can't say it's accurate. I just have a good understanding of human nature. And his understanding of human nature also benefits from the support of the Speed Force. That power not only made his entire body stronger, but also made his entire brain smarter and wiser. But he knew that his Speed Force still had a lot of room for improvement. Therefore, what he has to do now is to use his greatest ability to develop his potential. So he couldn't let Tony destroy Vita. Because besides vibranium, Vita has many things he wants. Boss, are you ready to take action? Raza is an impatient activist. Seeing Albert being so leisurely and content every day, he felt a little anxious for him. A typical emperor is not in a hurry and eunuchs are. What should I do? Albert leaned lazily on the back of his chair, Bia. And his voice was extremely lazy. Let Vita figure it out on his own first. Poor Raza was really suffering from the pain. He had been inquiring and delivering intelligence these days, and he was not given the opportunity to use force. He was afraid that if this continued, fungi would grow on his body. Albert saw through Raza's thoughts at a glance, and said quietly, if you are too busy, go and fight with your men on by one, take turns, good. Although Raza promised, he was still depressed in his heart. Although the people in his hands were all elite soldiers and generals, they were nothing compared to him. It's boring to fight them. Albert has no time to pay attention to Raza's current state of mind. He has more important things to do at 10 o'clock at night. New York City is still full of neon lights, and the roads are still busy with traffic and traffic. The crimson lightning appeared again in the sky over the city, and it disappeared so quickly that one suspected one was dazzled. Albert looked deeply at this city that never sleeps, and his heart was even more excited. 3 years have passed by, and he has transformed from a low-level researcher who was fired at the request of others to the leader of Osborn Industries. But he knew that this was just the beginning. He remembers that door all the time. That door that does not exist. That door was both pressure and motivation. Hope and fear for him every time he thought about this. He would urge himself to go faster, accumulate capital faster, and improve his own energy field faster. Only in this way can he calmly deal with all unknown things. He flew around New York City and finally landed in front of his villa. Pressing the familiar 6-digit code, the door of the villa opened instantly, and Albert slowly walked in. He took off his shiny leather shoes and put on wide and soft slippers, and was about to get a bottle of red wine at this time. The mobile phone in his pocket vibrated violently. He took out his cell phone and saw a series of new text messages. Sent by Raza, boss. The latest news: Vita has found new allies, namely Alaska and Bangladesh. Albert only glanced at it and threw the phone back on the sofa. Alaska and Bangladesh are both small countries, even smaller than Vita. At present, Vita can only find allies at this level. Bigger and more powerful countries disdain to ally with it, even though it has the most powerful high technology in the Marvel Universe. Tawny, on the other hand, didn't know whether it was because of Albert's words or some other reason. But he didn't act rashly for the time being. The situation is now stable and everything is business as usual. Things are developing according to plan. So Albert naturally doesn't need to worry too much. He opened a bottle of red wine and poured himself a glass. While shaking the scarlet liquid in the glass, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. In fact, his current ability has become stronger and stronger. Not only has his speed accelerated from the initial 200 sonic speeds to the current 300 factors. At the same time, he also has a powerful skill. The stealth skill, no matter it is day or night. He can enter any place as he pleases. It can be said that he comes and goes freely. With this stealth skill and his super speed, it is extremely easy for him to steal money. But that is illegal and cannot be done. He is a good law-abiding citizen. Under his management, Osborne Industries is also booming. Although the current rate of money coming in is far from what he expected, it is getting better after all. Now he not only has dozens of luxury cars and several villas that he bought in full, but also bars and manors. If he wanted, he could even buy a street outright. But Albert felt that it was not necessary. Glancing at the bright night outside, he raised his neck, drank the liquid in the cup in one gulp, and turned towards the sofa. There is a small square table in front of the sofa, and a laptop is placed on the table. Albert didn't think much. He just clicked the mouse and entered a black website. This website can see foreign information, and he browses relevant information about Vita and the two small countries it is allied with. Searching for information is only one of the purposes. The second is also the more important purpose. Albert wants to find a local spy in Vita to constantly provide him with the latest information. Albert understands very well that no matter how long his hand is, no matter how capable his men are, it is not as good as having a local spy over there to make the news better informed. Moreover, finding people in Vita would not be easy to expose, which would make it easier for him to carry out his plan. Transactions on the dark web are very reliable, and the spies you find will never cheat, because only those with ability can enter the dark web, while those who can trade must abide by the rules. As long as the money is in place, nothing is a problem. Even if Albert is in New York, he can make plans thousands of miles away. After arranging the spies, he opened the stock software and prepared to sell the stocks in batches. The reason for selling in batches is very simple. He has too many chips and too much capital. Selling them all at once will attract too much attention. He does not want to attract attention. Everyone knows that Osborne Industries has been booming in the past 2 years, unlike before, and they also know that Albert has made a lot of money. But no one knows the exact number of how much money he earned. They will definitely not know the specific number. After all, Albert's current amount of funds is far from being on the Forbes rich list. However, his strong capital cannot be underestimated. Otherwise, He would not be able to invest 2 billion in the stock market at one time. Moreover, he invested all of these 2 billion in Tusker's stock. The level of madness is astonishing. However, it turned out that his move was correct. The market value of Tusker's stock is so large that even if it falls, it won't plummet all of a sudden. He has time to operate. Fortunately, the stock rose as he hoped, with a profit of 11%. For such a large amount of capital, this profit is really considerable. All veterans of the stock market know that you can't be greedy when you make a profit. Albert is not a veteran, but he also knows that he can't be greedy. After all, a bird in the hand is worth 100 in the bush. After the operation, Albert turned off the stock software and finally reached the most relaxing moment of the day. He took a hot bath and had a good sleep. The next day, he was woken up by his stomach growling. In the past, Albert used to read a morning newspaper before going down to have breakfast. But today, he was so hungry that he had to skip this step. After simply washing up, he went straight downstairs to have breakfast. The home nanny had just brought the exquisite breakfast to the table and was about to call Albert when she found that the man was already sitting at the dining table. "Sir, please have a meal," the nanny said respectfully and stepped aside. After breakfast, Albert walked out of the door. The driver had already driven over and was waiting there. Sitting in the car, Albert realized something, since he had an additional invisibility skill. He seemed to be particularly prone to hunger. "Please give me flowers." In addition to having to eat a midnight snack at night, he also woke up earlier than usual in the morning. He was woken up by hunger. Fortunate Lithas didn't have much impact on him, and he didn't think it was a bad thing. He got so much, so he should exchange it for something. What's more, becoming a foodie is not a bad thing. The direction the luxury car was driving was not Osborne's headquarters building, because today was not a working day. Today is Saturday, Albert's day off. The place he goes to now is Manhattan Restaurant. New York is a city where dangers are hidden everywhere. But it is also prosperous and lively in other cities. At 8 o'clock in the mornings, the shop doors would still be closed 00. But in New York, when it's just dawn, you can see the shopping mall. The doors of the stores are wide open, and the bosses and employees are welcoming you with the warmest smiles. This is why there are so many places to settle down. But Albert chose New York. This city is lively, energetic, hopeful, and ambitious. Albert rarely came to restaurants before, because delicious food did not attract him much. If it was not to maintain his life, he would not even waste the little time eating. After becoming a foodie, he started to get cold from the food he ate at the same time. He was surprised to find that the intake of delicious food helped replenish his energy. It's not the kind of energy that maintains body functions, but the kind of energy that enhances his body's super ability. Definitely, the food that can enhance his physical super ability is not ordinary food, but food from all over the world. Extraordinary food. The Manhattan Restaurant is the largest food imported restaurant in New York and even America. Albert eats the food in this restaurant, which helps him evolve in addition to food. He discovered that some rare metals can also help him evolve, such as vibranium, which is abundant in Vita. So now he has another side task, to collect vibranium to enhance his power. The global limited edition luxury car drove smoothly on the wide road. Albert lowered the car window a little, and the gentle morning breeze blew on his face, which was pleasant and beautiful. Manhattan Restaurant. The waiter in a black tuxedo almost slid to Albert and handed him a menu. "Sir, this is the menu of our restaurant, please take a look." Albert nodded slightly, took the menu and started ordering. Unlike ordinary restaurants, the signature dishes on the menu of Manhattan restaurants are never fixed, but change almost every day, because his cuisine is not an ordinary food cuisine. When eating here, there is nothing you can't think of and nothing you can't see. Albert is tall and handsome, and because he is a frequent visitor to the New York Daily News, he attracts frequent glances from people around him as soon as he sits down, including many young and beautiful women. Albert has long been accustomed to this. He is not interested in beautiful women. He is only interested in evolution and making money. Because of his status, there were not many women who dared to come and strike up a conversation, which was good and he felt at ease. The food was brought to the table quickly. It was a cuisine that Albert had never seen before. But it was not weird, but it was very appetizing. Albert picked up the chopsticks and began to eat happily. After enjoying the whole table of delicious food, it was already 11 o'clock. Albert ordered the driver and drove back to the villa. After getting up from his lunch break, he drove to the Star Laboratory himself without a driver. Today is a rest day for everyone at Osborne. But Connors has no risk that is a workaholic. Not to mention normal rest day 7 during holidays. He would stay up all day long just to work, boss. Seeing Albert come in, Connors stopped what he was doing and stood up to greet him. Albert waved his hand motioning for him to sit down and said, "It's okay, I'll come over and take a look." "You can just continue your work," Connors nodded. He was currently immersed in the experiment and could not be disturbed. Connors continued his work, while Albert wandered around the laboratory. In the laboratory there are nearly 200 researchers, including researchers and assistants. When you walk in on a normal working day, you'll see a dense mass of people. But today, Connors was the only one there. Albert walked straight to the experimental table where vibranium was placed. Vibranium is now placed in a square glass frame. There is a small glass tray inside the glass frame, and the vibranium is placed on the glass tray. The tray is rotating at a constant speed, and the vibranium on it is also moving at a constant speed. Vibranium, what a good thing. Albert put one hand against the glass and looked at the small stone intently. About 10 minutes later, Connors was almost done with his work and came up behind Albert. "Boss, I'm done here. Do you have any instructions for me?" "It shouldn't just be a walk around, right?" he asked. Albert smiled and nodded, raising a hand and placing it on Connor's shoulder. He is indeed a special researcher. His brain is smarter than the average person. Connors also looked at the vibranium in the glass frame and murmured, "The properties of this metal are very special and very rare. It's a pity that we only have such a small piece in the laboratory. It would be nice to have more." After listening to Connor's words, Albert just pursed his lips slightly. A piece of vibranium is indeed pitiful if there are more. Our research work will be easier to carry out. Connors is not interested in vibranium's commercial value. He is interested in its research value. The reason why I have been soaking in the laboratory day and night these past few days is because of this piece of metal. How about it, Dr. Connors? Is it possible for us to create a vibranium with the same properties ourselves? After hearing this, Connors just curled his lips and shook his head. "Boss, you are also doing research. You should know better than me. Creating a vibranium is simply a fantasy." Albert pursed his lips, knowing that this was a fantasy. So as soon as he came back from the laboratory, he opened his computer and entered the dark network, and sent a message to the spy over at Vita, asking him to help find some vibranium and send it to America. "That's another price," the spy quickly replied, adding, "My name is Porkserand. I like to be called by my name." Albert's typing hand paused slightly, raised his fingertips, and when he lowered them again, the word poker appeared in front of the line in the dialog box. Then he clicked the enter key to send the message. 100 million is too little. The man opposite said quietly to Albert, "Sir, in our industrial are very sensitive to valuable things. And vibranium is more than this price, indeed. Those who work in their profession are extremely dangerous. And those who lick blood from the sword must be very clear about whether each of their tasks is worth the price. If it's worth it, do it. If it's not worth it, don't do it. If it's worth it, risk your life and they will do it. If it's not worth it, don't do it for hundreds of millions of dollars." "Okay, 150 millions. Albert was also generous and straightforward. After thinking for a moment, he decided to give the other party half. "Okay, deal." There was no emotion on Poke's face. He deserved this price. "Boss, do you think that spy can bring you vibranium?" When Raza asked this question, although it was a question, his tone was a bit sour. He is obviously the boss's most capable man, and he has been injected with new energy recently. Not to mention 1 against 100 against 1,000. Or against 10,000 is not a problem. But why is it that for such a big thing as vibranium, Albert doesn't go looking for himself, but instead goes to a stranger thousands of miles away, whom he has never met and knows nothing about? Lazar, I know what you are thinking in your heart. Looking at Raza's worried look, explained. I don't let you go to where because you have been around me and I recognize you. There are too many people. If you rush to Weta, you will be exposed easily. Secondly, you don't know the environment and situation there, and you have to inquire about the background before going there, which requires a lot of time and energy. However, if I directly find someone locally, it will be very conducive to the completion of the task and the progress of my plan. But boss, how can you guarantee that the person you are looking for is reliable? Raza's tone was full of anxiety and disrespect. Albert smiled and patted Raza on the shoulder. I have been Osborne's boss for a few years. If I don't even have this ability, how can I still live in New York and America? Raza was still worried. I'm just worried. Worry. Albert reassured Raza, don't worry. The person I'm looking for is absolutely reliable. Am I reliable? Raza curled his lips and his tone became more sour. Raza's appearance made Albert dumbfounded. Lazar. You don't want me to coax Yaldo, you? Raza blushed momentarily after listening to Albert's words. No, boss, I didn't mean that. Okay, then go ahead and keep a close eye on Tony. If there is any trouble with him, report it to me immediately. Yes, boss. Lazar, who had something to do, instantly felt like he had been given a shot of blood, and his whole person became energetic. Time soon came to night. It's past 9 o'clock, which is the time for many people to fall asleep. But Albert won't go to bed so early. Night is his prime time for training. There is a secret underground base in the back garden of the villa, where Albert usually trains. He couldn't hang around New York every night, although he was so fast that no one had time to blink. He would be easily exposed if he did it too often. 14, so flashing back and forth in midair is not a long-term solution. So, he built a secret base in the back garden of his villa for his training. This secret base is very cleverly designed, not only with intricate terrains, but also with many humanoid targets. These targets all have high-speed movement, which is very suitable for training people's acuity and attack power. Because he can't reveal his power now, he can't find anyone to spar with him in the Marvel world. At this stage, he can only practice by himself. No matter what, change is a good thing. Albert believes that his energy will continue to improve. However, after a training session, was not very satisfied. Because he can attack quickly, but he can't defend well. After all, his body is flesh, not steel, and physical defense is weak after all. After coming out of the secret base, Albert was still unable to relieve his inner depression. His mind was always running rapidly now, although he has many energy methods to restore and enhance his own energy. What if he encounters a powerful enemy? Without a strong defense system, he can never guarantee the absolute safety of his life. Definitely, if he really encounters such an enemy, he can choose to retreat or even escape. Didn't Sun Tzu say in The Art of War 36 strategies? The best strategy is to move. Albert is not a fool. He knows how to assess the situation and will not overestimate his ability to throw an egg against a rock. He will not fight head-on after all. The heroism of killing someone thousands of miles away because of the temporary desire to win is extremely stupid. Isn't there another saying that says, if you keep the grain hills, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. If I am not your opponent now, then I will have a next time. And the next time and the next time. And I will be able to defeat my opponent one day by practicing hard and constantly evolving. But even though that is said, everyone knows that it would be great if the target person could be defeated in one go without retreating or dodging. Albert looked down at his body. thinking that if its defense strength increased, he could attack more violently without having to worry about defense. While Elbert was thinking hard, a purple light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. This light was bright and evil. It's that door. The non-existent door appeared again. Elbert couldn't hide the excitement in his heart and couldn't wait to go to the door. Even his mind became much clearer. Standing in front of the door, Elbert's entire body was covered by the mysterious purple light. This door made Elbert excited and happy, but also made him feel complicated. He knows that he is closely connected with the world outside the door. This door is the link of connection and the key to improving his ability. His abilities are far from being developed. If he could fully develop them, he would not dare to say that Marvel is number one. But when something terrible happens, there is no problem in self-protection. While Elbert was brainstorming, the purple light emitted by the door in front of him suddenly turned into a bright light, so intense that people had to close their eyes. When I opened my eyes again, the door had disappeared. But Elbert clearly felt that his body's strength had become different. In order to verify, his thoughts looked up at the night sky. Sure enough, in his eyes, the distant star was no longer something that only blinked, but a bright planet. Yes, he has acute eyes. These 1,000-mile eyes instantly swept away his depression tonight. He began to feel confident again, and everything was going in the direction he wanted. The excited Elbert couldn't sleep at all, and he came to the secret base again, fly jumping attack. These most basic skills training did not miss any of them. A human-shaped target hit him quickly in front of him. Elbert swung his fist and the target instantly turned into powder. Not only that, the remaining energy of this punch rushed forward, punching a hole in the wall in front of him. Elbert retracted his fist blue, then looked at the hole in the walls, and couldn't help but curl his lips. He is now super powerful, which is definitely a good thing. But if it is not controlled well, it will also cause a lot of trouble. Looking at the pair of powder on the ground, Elbert secretly said to himself, "It seems that he will have to train more diligently in the future. From now on, just take half a day off every week. On Saturday's rest day, set aside half a day to train and constantly evolve and improve yourself. Go train, evolve, and constantly strengthen yourself. This will be Albert's daily routine in the future." On the other side, Tony was sitting intensively grabbing the vibranium project. Albert's words could only temporarily delay Tony, but they could not make this ambitious man restrain himself. No, the instigator was already discussing with Ross and others. The group spread the map on the table, and Vita's position on the map was circled with a red pen. Which place in Vita is most likely to have vibranium? Which place has the weakest military defense? Which place is the most suitable for people to live? They all investigated it clearly. Now I just want to swallow Vita in one gulp. Vita, this small country that is confident and arrogant, pitiful and pitiful, has been clearly arranged, Mr. Tony. You are saying that Elbert informed you of the important news that Vita has vibranium, but he himself has no idea of asking Vita for vibranium. Do you think he has any conspiracy? Rose's questions and concerns were not something that Wani had never thought about. However, after much deliberation, he couldn't think of a reason, so he simply gave up. Now, getting vibranium is the big thing she wants to think about. Now that Ross brought it up again, Tony felt more and more that something was wrong. Forget it. No matter what his purpose is, anyway, Vita is already under our surveillance now. Vita's vibranium must be ours. Tony's eyes were sharp and he spoke confidently, making no secret of his ambition. Ross held his chin with one hand and looked at Tony and said, "Mr. Tony, do you think we should send someone to monitor Elbert to see if that guy is up to something?" Tony waved his hand. "No, I saw him 2 days ago, and he has no intention of joining us. That guy isn't interested in vibranium." Tony's words made Ross a little unconvinced. Elbert was not such a stoic person, definitely not. Tony denied it for almost a second. Not participating in our plan does not mean that Elbert is not interested in vibranium and Vita. I think he has his own plan. Albert's plan is to use Tony to open the way. There is no free lunch in the world. Tony got important information from him. So naturally he had to pay something to be worthy. Albert's vision was indeed vicious. And Pork's ability was indeed what he thought. And even somewhat beyond his expectation. Every link in his plans, and every person involved in the process, did not pull his hips. Pocket is Vita's biggest helper in this process. Boss, someone from SHIELD is here. Albert has just turned off the computer screen and is preparing to make a cup of coffee and enjoy this lazy afternoon. As a result, Raza's words made him lose interest instantly. Looking at Raza, Albert rubbed the tip of his eyebrows and asked SHIEL. Director Nick Fury would like to invite you over for a cup of tea. It's really interesting. Albert couldn't help but laugh recently. Either I've been inviting others to drink tea, or they've been inviting me to drink tea. Even if I drink tea every day, I'll get tired of it, okay, boss? I will go out and tell him that you are very busy and can't spare time to go over and have tea with their director Tilda. Raza said and turned to leave the office. Lazar, wait a minute, Albert called out to Raza. Go and tell him that I will be there at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. But I will drink coffee instead of tea, #L. Raza is really a bit confused now. He doesn't know what his boss is thinking. He is obviously annoyed by the people of SHIELD. But why did he agree? What about an appointment? Boss, my subordinate is stupid. Could you please tell me why you agreed to go to the appointment? Albert put his hand on Raza's shoulder and smiled slightly. Nick Fury wants to ask me for something. I'm going to see how low he can lower his posture. Oh, Tilda, I understand. Raza suddenly realized and patted his head. It turned out to be like this. The boss wanted to go to Nick Fury looking helpless. Albert pursed his lips and smiled exactly. Raza secretly said in his heart that it would be very scary if the boss became sinister. Be careful when you say bad things about me, I can hear you. Albert raised his chin and said lazily. Raza's heart skipped a beat. And he was so nervous that he was a little incoherent, boss. Can you hear what I'm saying? Albert pressed his eyebrows and said quietly, I heard you saying that I am a scheming person. This is a small annoyance caused by super ability. It is too bright and sharp. And you can even hear other people's voices occasionally. Although it is beneficial most of the time, there will inevitably be times when it is not so good. But when he said this, Raza became a little frightened. From now on, he would have to control himself more and reduce his mental activities. Boss, I'm going out first. Raza felt that he couldn't stay here any longer. He was afraid that he would accidentally curse something and be heard by the boss. Okay, go and do your work, in fact. Albert himself is also a little depressed, because he still cannot master the skill of listening to other people's thoughts. He can only occasionally hear the thoughts of people whose abilities are lower than his own. Having too many skills is not a good thing. It is better to concentrate on cultivating 1 or 2 skills. This is actually a better approach. It's past 5 o'clock. Albert turned off his computer, get up, and left the office, heading to SHIELD for an appointment. Boss, do you just want me to follow you? Do you need to bring a few more people? Raza asked respectfully while opening the car door for Albert. No need, Albert replied calmly, just you and me will go. Nick Fury won't eat people, good, Raza nodded. Even if Nick Fury can eat people, he still has the ability to protect his boss. The pure white Maybach drove on the wide and flat road. Realizing that the speed was a bit fast, Albert closed his eyes and took a nap and said calmly, Lazar, you don't have to go so fast. Just drive at the normal speed, okay boss? Raza nodded. But within 2 seconds, he couldn't help but ask the question in his mind, boss. We agreed to arrive at 5 o'clock. But we didn't leave until after 5 o'clock. The speed of the car is not fast now. Is Nick Fury going to get there? It's okay, it's a small problem. Albert looked as if nothing had happened. Just let him wait. If he wants to see me, I have to go there in person. I am willing to go to the appointment. which is already a great honor to him, let him wait. A few hours nothing, that's true. Albert nodded in agreement and drove slowly. The boss was not in a hurry anyway and, as a subordinate, there was no need for him to rush blindly, SHIELD. In the reception room, Nick Fury had already prepared steaming coffee and was pacing back and forth in the reception room. But Albert was nowhere to be seen. This evil guy King Kyan still doesn't get into trouble. Nick Fury was a little angry, seeing that the originally steaming coffee had gone cold. He felt like he was being teased. Mr. Nick, Albert is here. When Nick Fury was waiting a little impatiently, he finally heard a report from his subordinates, and the expression on his face was not so ugly. And when Albert came to the reception room, Nick Fury's whole face completely changed, becoming smiling and enthusiastic. Mr. Albert, I thought you weren't coming. Thank you for coming. Looking at the smiling tiger Nick Fury, Albert just raised his eyes lightly and said, Mr. Nick, I came all the way here and am a little thirsty. Where is my coffee? The cup just now has gone cold. Let me make you another cup. Nick Fury still smiles very friendly. Albert knew that there was a deep purpose behind Nick Fury's attentive behavior, but he didn't take the initiative to ask. If the other party didn't say anything, he wouldn't ask and would drink coffee quietly first. Nick Fury sat down opposite Albert and sipped his coffee quietly. The two were silent for half a minute. It was definitely Nick Fury who finally broke the silence. He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Mr. Albert, I won't mince words with you. In fact, the reason for inviting you here today is for Vita's business. As expected, Albert didn't have much expression on his face. The Vita matter seems to be something that your SHIELD has to change. It's not my turn to intervene. Before Nick Fury could reveal his intentions, Albert had already rejected him. This move was a preemptive move and made Nick Fury a little confused. Nick Fury cleared his throat and said to Albert in a nice voice, Mr. Albert, I didn't ask you to get involved in this matter. I just want you to help me persuade Tony. Albert curled his lips and subconsciously refused. I'm not good at persuading people. Nick Fury had long known that Albert was not easy to talk to and was prepared to be rejected. So when he heard this, he didn't have much 537 fluctuations in his heart. Mr. L. You know that the current situation is very unfavorable to Veda. We are all members of the Marvel Universe. And I think what you also want to see is international peace. Nick Fury intends to show affection to Albert and act rationally. Albert just spread his hands with a look of helplessness on his face. I'm really powerless and there's nothing I can do to help. Albert, do you think this will work? We SHIELD still have some relations with the military. If you can help me solve this matter, I will help you say a few more good words to the military and let them give you more. Some orders. Albert pursed his lips, feeling a little funny, but Mr. Nick, you don't seem to have that much respect. Besides, we don't need outsiders to intervene in our Osborn affairs. In one sentence, Nick Fury choked and his face turned blue and white for a while. I've finished my coffee and it's time for me to leave. Albert put down his empty cup and stood up to leave. Nick Fury didn't stay with him either. He had already made it clear just now. There was no need for him to be shy and beg for help in a low voice. As soon as Albert left, Hill ran and raised his beeb and cursed. This Albert is really ungrateful. Give him a chance to owe a favor. And he still doesn't appreciate it. Nick Fury's face was also ugly. He had hit a wall with Albert. He now didn't know how to solve the Veda matter. In that small country, complaints come to SHIELD every day, but they have never been able to give a satisfactory response. This will make people criticize and scratch their feet. As a result, Nick Fury is now one of the top 2 players. And Albert, he doesn't care how big Nick Fury's head is. They SHIELD are not capable of their own abilities. And they still want to trouble him, but there is no way. In the car, boss, I have another question for you. Raza considers himself a smart person, but in front of Albert, he always feels that his IQ is not enough, say. Albert spat out a monosyllable calmly. Well, Lazar paused before asking what I want to say is boss. Since you don't want Tony to cause too much trouble, why don't you cooperate with SHILD? But I don't want Tony to stop either. Elbert replied calmly, furthermore. We at Osborne are currently cooperating with Tusker. And hanging out with Nick Fury is equivalent to openly opposing Tony and Tusker. This is not good for us. And I will not do anything that is not good. Raza learned again. So there is a reason why Elbert can become the boss. With such a smart mind, what can he do that will not succeed? However, he still felt that these few hours today were a bit wasted. The boss can obviously use this precious time to do more useful things. But he chose to go to SHILD for a cup of coffee. Boss, does the coffee taste good, Lazar? Who has always been seriously made fun of Elbert. Faced with Raza's teasing, Elbert responded with a smile. It's delicious. If you have a chance next time, I'll let you try it too. Okay, then look forward to the next time, Raza laughed. Elbert was in a good mood today after returning to the villa. He put on his swimsuit and had a refreshing swim. As his energy becomes more powerful, he can cause great damage if he is not careful. With a wave of your hands, the swimming pool can stir up turbulent waves. With a flick of your finger, the swimming pool can break apart. In fact, at the beginning, he really couldn't control his power at all. During that time, he was breaking down the house almost every day. So at that time, lived alone without any nanodriver or security guard at all. Because he was afraid of causing some trouble, and if someone saw him, his identity would be exposed. It wasn't until later that he slowly gained control of his own power that he dared to hire nannies, drivers, and security guards. And his villa is no longer so deserted after swimming. Elbert went to the Sky Garden on the top floor and sat on the big sun lounger, drinking freshly opened red wine and eating snacks while watching the twinkling stars in the night sky. At this moment, it was really comfortable. After he finished enjoying himself, he was going to train at the secret base again. But before training, he wanted to go for a walk. As soon as I walked out of the villa, a woman blocked the door. This woman is none other than Natasha Romanoff from SHI. ELD. Seeing Natasha Romanoff, Elbert couldn't help but frowns. Did Nick Fury ask you to come? Natasha Romanoff shook her head. No, I came here myself. After hearing this, Elbert frowned even deeper. What are you doing here? I have something I want to talk to Mr. Elbert about. Natasha Romanoff opened her red lips and said with a smile. Sorry, I'm not interested in talking to you, Elbert said as he passed the woman and was about to leave. Elbert, Natasha Romanoff called to Elbert. I want to talk to you about Veda and Vibranium. Elbert paused but did not turn around. He just turned his back to the woman, seeing Elbert stop. Natasha Romanoff raised the corners of her lips slightly. How's it going? Are you interested now? Elbert turned around and faced Natasha Romanoff. His expression became serious. I want to ask, are you here on behalf of SHILD? Or are you here on behalf of yourself? I am definitely representing myself. People die for money and birds die for food. I should always seek my own interests. So says Natasha Romanoff. The appearance of Natasha Romanoff makes people feel something is wrong. Although there is nothing wrong with saying that people should seek their own interests, her status is too special. So Elbert feels that things are not that simple. Elbert, don't doubt me, I'm here just for myself. Seeing Elbert's skeptical look, Natasha Romanoff smiled and explained. Then I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. Elbert looked as usual. I'm not interested in Veda's affairs either. So I have nothing to talk to you about. After he finished speaking, he continued to stride forward, walked to the corner and flew away with a swish. When Natasha Romanoff chased after her, she couldn't even see a single figure. She couldn't help but have a complicated expression. Could this Elbert be capable of invisibility magic? After staying away from his villa and making sure that he was not being watched, Elbert relaxed a little. Regarding keeping his identity secret, he has always done a good job and never let himself be exposed. He usually behaves in a very low-key manner. Even though he is the god of speed, he has never thought of using his sonic super ability. If he uses it, he can go from home to work in 1 second. But when he goes out, he usually drives and walks normally. In addition to the gymnasium, he usually goes to restaurants. And he doesn't wander around. Ever since he discovered that eating different foods can accelerate evolution, he became interested in delicious food. Then he discovered that food was really a great enjoyment for him. Saturday is the day off. Albert went for a drive. He took a second-class highway with fewer cars and fewer people, and it was almost smooth all the way. Not to mention how refreshing it was, too. There was a long-haired beauty with convex front and back, blonde hair and blue eyes. Oh no, beauty or not is not the point. The point is that she was blocking the middle of the road, motionless, seeking death conflict. After seeing clearly that the person in front of him was Natasha Romanoff, Albert realized that this was someone looking for trouble. Natasha Romanoff had the ability to avoid Albert's car, but she just stayed there motionless. Albert had no choice but to apply the brakes. The wheels scratched the ground and made a sharp sound. What do you want to do? Albert was a little angry. Got out of the car, slammed the car door, and came to Natasha Romanoff. This woman is really haunted. This is not how you look for trouble, mister. Albert, you have a day off today. Could you please have a cup of coffee with me? Facing Albert's anger, Natasha Romanoff just remained calm. Even smiled slightly and said to him, "Don't be so hostile to me every time. I swear I don't have any ill intentions in coming to you. I really just want to have a chat with you." It is true that Natasha Romanoff came to Albert not at the request of SHIELD, but her purpose was not pure either. Based on the evidence she has obtained, she suspects that the man in front of her is from another planet and has super abilities. She wants to find out the truths. Meeting and talking directly is the fastest and most effective way. The more we talk, the more loopholes the other party has. And she doesn't believe that nothing can be found out. But Albert is such a shrewd person, normally. He is extremely cautious. Now how could he expose himself in front of a SHIELD person, Miss Natasha Romanoff? Your current attitude does not seem like you want to have a good conversation with me. The other party was looking for trouble first, so there was no need for Albert to be polite to her. Natasha Romanoff smiled. "I'm sorry. My attitude was not very polite, but I can't help it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to stand here and talk to you properly today." However, after the woman apologized, she changed her attitude and directly took out a dagger and put it against Albert's neck. The blade was sharp and cold. Facing Natasha Romanoff's dark pupils, Elle already understood what the other party was going to do. Unexpectedly was so careful and was still being watched. Natasha Romanoff's move was to test whether he was Superman. Looking down at the daggers, Albert made a surrender gesture and said, "Ms. Natasha Romanoff, if you have something to say, please speak up. Don't draw the knife if you disagree." Natasha Romanoff's eyes were sharp and she remained silent. "What do you want? Money, fame, status? Whatever I have, I can give it to you." Albert's tone of voice was full of flattery. Natasha Romanoff, judging from Albert's tone and demeanor, he is completely a shrewd businessman. But when it comes to super ability, he doesn't seem like it. For a moment, she was also a little confused. "Please give me flowers." But her confusion only lasted for 2 seconds, and her mind quickly became clear again. In an extreme crisis, no one would risk their lives just to hide. Now is the best time to test. Thinking of this, she tightened her hand holding the dagger, and blood was already seeping out of the man's neck. Albert was so frightened that he shouted urgently, "No. No, please say it carefully. Say it carefully if you have something to say." The sword could not hurt Albert's inner self at all, so he was confident. "If you want to do a show, then do the whole set." Bang. The knife that was originally pressed against Albert's neck was withdrawn by Natasha Romanoff and turned in 1 second, and was thrown to the road. Looking closely, the dagger had been deeply inserted into the cement road. and only a small section of the handle could be seen. Exposed on the ground, Albert, on the other hand, looked shocked and touched his neck with lingering fear. "Aki, I'm still alive." Then he reacted and yelled at Natasha Romanoff angrily. "You are such a crazy woman. What on earth do you want to do if you keep pestering me? I didn't mean to do anything. I just made a little joke with you, okay, you can leave now." Natasha Romanoff said nonchalantly, listening to the other party's light words and his nonchalant look. Albert became furious. "I almost died just now. This kind of joke is not funny at all, is it? Rushie. LD people so ignorant of other people's lives." Natasha Romanoff ignored Albert, and she couldn't hide the disappointment in her eyes. He bent down and pulled out the dagger inserted into the ground, and walked away without looking back. Natasha Romanoff's figure had disappeared, but Albert used energy to find that she had not left. Sure enough, she still didn't give up. She was betting that Albert was the person she was looking for. However, Albert didn't give Natasha Romanoff a chance. He got into the car, directly started the engine, and sped away. When Albert's car disappeared at the end of the road, Natasha Romanoff's figure emerged from the woods. Now she has to believe that Albert is not a superable person. People with super abilities are also living people. Faced with life danger, it is impossible for B not to make some resistance. As for L's performance, he behaved like an ordinary person from beginning to end, and did not look like a person with super ability at all. Well, Natasha Romanoff sighed softly, unless the other party has superb acting skills. But no matter how she thought about it, she never felt that the other party was acting. She even held a knife to the other person's neck. But he didn't say she wanted to call the police. This reaction is very consistent with the behavior of a businessman, or even a rich man after returning in vain. Natasha Romanoff felt extremely depressed. But what made her even more depressed was that Nick Fury came looking for her just after she got home. "Natasha Romanoff, tell me the truth. What did you do to Albert today?" It turns out that Albert was already in the FBI at the moment, and he severely accused Natasha Romanoff and SHILD, saying that they didn't treat people as human beings. He also begged the police officer to make the decision for him. 450, Natasha Romanoff pouted. This Albert is still the boss of a large factory, but he is so petty when she put the knife to his neck. His fawning look was a model in the industry, but she didn't expect that this person would turn around and file a complaint with the FBI. It was so boring. I just want to test whether he is a super ability person. Natasha Romanoff said calmly. What about the results of the test? No. Natasha Romanoff answered with absolute certainty. Okay, then there is no need to observe him. There is really no need to waste time on this person. Good. After hanging up the phones, Nick Fury was also a little disappointed. Nowadays, SHIELD is very short of helpers. They spend a lot of money and energy to train agents. But the ability of SHIELD's highest level agents is even 1,000th less than that of those with super ability. If they can recruit people with super abilities, the arduous task of protecting mankind will no longer be difficult. However, there is no point in being impatient. Now Nick Fury can only pray that that dangerous day will come later. I hope their superheroes will show up soon and join them to protect mankind and the planet. The other side, in the FBI police station. After finishing the notes, Albert finally had a smile on his face after getting into his modified supercar. Nick Fury, you want to fight me? We're still a little green. It's definitely not that Albert doesn't want to protect humans. It's just that it would be very tiring for him to be a superhero. Before something terrible happened, he wanted to live an ordinary life and be a happy little rich man. Because of Natasha Romanoff, his drive plan today was cancelled and had to be rescheduled to next week's rest day. For dinner that day, Albert did not choose to go to a Manhattan restaurant. Instead, he went home and asked the chef at home to cook it. It has to be said that everyone he hires has ability. For example, the butler, who is responsible for purchasing ingredients, can buy what Albert wants to eat after looking around several times. Enjoying delicious food and getting a boost of energy at the same time is one of the great pleasures in life. After eating and drinking, Albert got down to business. Turn on your computer, enter your password, and enter the dark web all in one go. Albert and Poker have an agreed time. So every time Albert enters the black network, Poker is online. Boss, I found vibranium, however. Vita sent people to guard it tightly, so not even a fly can fly in. What Pork said to Albert was just a normal report and did not imply that the task was difficult. Okay, find a way to get it out. Albert paused and continued typing. I will transfer half of the money to your card tomorrow. And then I will transfer the other half. Good. Boki only replied with the word good and then offline from the website. The plan is proceeding in an orderly manner. And Albert himself is unfazed when he should eat, drink, and go to work. No one noticed anything strange about him. The frustrated Natasha Romanoff was unwilling to give up. After continuing to observe Albert for a month, she finally gave up. What kind of superpower is there? He is just a capitalist with no treachery or business. How do you expect him to be a hero? He is more like a bear. Natasha Romanoff complained and left angrily. The days passed quickly, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Tony Tasker's side is almost ready, but the arrow has not been shot yet. Even Raza, who was sent to monitor, looked a little anxious. Come back and report to Albert, boss. You said they want to rob or Nathau. Can you say this? It's Ak, you don't have to worry about where they sing. Just watch them quietly. Raza scratched his head. Okay. Albert looked at Raza and suddenly said with a smile, Lazar, how about I give you 2 days off and go somewhere with me? Boss, are you going to Weta? Raza asked seriously. Hearing Raza ask this, Albert couldn't help but laugh. Why go to Vita? Their country is in turmoil now. How dangerous it is. Raza couldn't guess what Albert was thinking, so he could only ask directly, boss. Forgive me for being ignorant. Can you tell me directly where you are going? Albert stopped trying to sell out to him and said with a smile. Go to the Atlantic Ocean. Raza looked confused. What are you doing because of the West? Watch the sea, fish, and dive. Raza was even more confused. Boss, why do you suddenly want to go see the sea, fish, and dive? And also go to the distant Atlantic Ocean? Albert pursed his lips and smiled. I've been under a lot of pressure recently, and I think it's time to relax and relax. Is your boss under a lot of pressure lately? Why didn't he see it? Okay, it's settled. Albert made the final decision and said to Raza, go and make arrangements and fly my private jet. Oh, good. Since it was something that the boss had already decided. Raza didn't plan to ask any more questions. It's just a trip anyway, so why not? After going to the Atlantic Ocean was put on schedule too. The subsequent process was quick and smooth. During this period of time, Albert worked hard to practice defense skills and went diving in the Atlantic Ocean simply to test his own physical body's defense ability at this stage. Without taking any protective measures, Albert simply dived into the deepest part of the sea with his body. The water pressure deep under the sea is an extremely harsh environment, but he found that he had the ability to breathe in the water. However, this ability can only be maintained for 3 hours. When the 3 hours were up, he had to return to the sea. Raza is the only human who knows that Albert has superpowers. There was no need for Albert to hide it from him. After all, he had to let Raza help him with many things. What's more, Raza is also a person who has been injected with energy, and he is not on the same team as ordinary people. Raza has always admired Albert and is Albert's #1 fan. Now I see Albert diving underwater for 3 hours before rising to the surface. I can't help but admire him. Boss, you are really amazing. I thought you turned into a fish. Albert rolled his eyes at Lazar and said, Akyak. Let's go and eat. The advantage of being in the Atlantic Ocean is that you can have the freshest seafood dinner at any time. As he was eating squid, Raza across from him suddenly screamed, Boss, look. Big news. As he spoke, I handed the phone over to Albert. Which was the latest news from his subordinates. Tony Tasker, who had been on hold for a month, appeared in Vita. Interesting, really interesting. Albert looked at the phone with interest. Shortly after he received the news, the media quickly came out to report the matter. Now the internet is full of news about Tony and Vita. Tony, finally, I can't keep calm anymore. Raza looked at Albert as if he was watching a good show, boss. What do we need to do now? Albert picked up the glass of champagne in front of him and took a leisurely sip before speaking. No need to do anything, just wait and see what happens. 14 Raza still couldn't help but cursed. Tony has gone too far. How is his behavior different from that of a robber? Albert pursed his lips. He doesn't do these bandit things for a day or two anymore. Just get used to it. Raza curled his lips. How can there be any custom in this kind of thing? Albert smiled and said nothing. Maybe Tony Tasker in the future would be 100 or 1,000 times more terrifying than he is now. Tony and a group of people stayed in Vita for 3 days and negotiated with Vita for 3 days. Originally, Tony could just grab it. But due to the pressure from SHILD and the CIA, he decided to have a good talk and try not to conflict. After all, I have to hang out in America in the future. And it would be bad to have too much trouble with these organizations. But in fact, Tony Tasker's so-called have a good talk is actually still gangsterism and unequal treaties. Vita took a big breath, vomited a big mouthful of blood, and sold 500 grams of vibranium to Tony at a price lower than the market price. 500 grams is already a large amount. The amount of vibranium excavated in Vita so far is only about 5 kilograms. And this payment is only 1/10 of it. Jackson, the director of the Vita Scientific Research Institute, stood opposite Tanyand when he gave out the vibranium. His heart was bleeding, in sharp contrast to Jackson's depression and resentment. Tony's face was full of joy. Holding this heavy vibranium in your hand, I feel so happy. The trip to Vita is really worth it. Tony's deal with Vita was such a big deal. And the media definitely reported it again. Albert was scrolling through the information with a leisurely look. Raza became anxious again. Boss, look. Tony has brought back 500 grams of vibranium. But we still only have such a small piece and put it in the laboratory. As I know, Albert said calmly, I'm reading the news right now. Then you're not in a hurry. Raza was almost dying of panic. But Albert acted like a normal person. Albert drank his coffee lightly and said nothing. Raza continued to ask, didn't your spy in Vita say he could bring vibranium back? He couldn't help but start to feel sour again. He was jealous of the spy during this period. Albert couldn't help but laugh. Lazar, you're here again. Poke is far away in Vita. And he won't steal the limelight from you, Raza pouted. I didn't say he was stealing the limelight from me. I was just anxious. I'm not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? Albert remained calm. If you want to achieve great things, you have to learn to be calm. Raza nodded seriously and went to work. 500 grams of vibranium. Tony only shared a little bit with others and kept the rest for himself. Finally got this rare thing. Tony definitely didn't forget to show it off to Albert. Hey, Mr. Tony is here. What a rare visitor. Seeing Tony Tasker's tired look, couldn't help but smile. You just got off the plane. You came to see me as soon as you landed. It seems that my status in your heart is still very high. With vibranium, Tony sat across from Albert and felt more confident than before. Albert, you will never be better than me in this life. Tony Tasker looked like a winner. Alban Industry has always been ranked second to Tasker Industry. Now that Tony has vibranium, Alban will be used for several streets. But Albert just smiled faintly and said, you are very powerful. Now the whole world knows that you are a robber. Tony's mouth twitched and he snorted, you are jealous of me. The smile on Albert's lips deepened by 2 points. I'm jealous of a robber, you. Tony choked, too angry to speak. Albert took his time and continued, Mr. Tony. It's getting late. Don't you please come back first? Tony snorted coldly and walked away. The job of spying on Tony is over. And Albert now has more time to spend on the dark web. Pork finally received reassuring news for Albert, boss. I will definitely get vibranium for you in 2 days. 510, Albert smiled with satisfaction. Everything went well with his plans. What he has to do next is to continue to evolve himself and increase his energy. In addition to the benefits, he is sometimes a little worried. This superpower has already appeared in the world. So Iron Man will also appear in the world soon. Who will be the Iron Man of the Marvel world? Albert thought about it, and all he could think of was Tony Tasker. Tony, the embodiment of evil. He came back from Vita this time and got vibranium, which means that he will soon get super ability by then. The whole of New York, heaven, the whole of America, and even the whole of Marvel will become chaotic. At that time, the Marvel Universe entered the first stage it should go through. Naturally, Albert will not interfere with this, and he cannot interfere with it. This is what this planet should experience. All he can do is to continue to practice diligently, and when danger comes, can deal with it calmly. And Tony also needs to go through that before he can truly grow up. As for whether he can change his mind and become a new person, it all depends on his own destiny anyway. No matter what the outcome of others is, Albert only needs to know how to take his own path. He doesn't want much. Only one thing, to live and live peacefully in the Marvel Universe. What? Albert's performance as a normal person completely convinced Nick Fury that he was not a superable person. Natasha Romanoff also gave up. She was just an ordinary person. It was a waste of her time and energy. Spy Poker was very helpful. He actually got the vibranium back in just 2 days as promised. How to send such an important thing to America? Albert sent Raza to go to Vita, personally hand over the vibranium and bring him back. Raza was very excited. He had long wanted to see with his own eyes what this spy who Albert valued so much looked like. As a result, the other party came wearing a hat and a mask. Why you don't dare to show your true colors to others? Raza spoke in a strange tone. Pork didn't take Raza's words seriously. After handing the things to Raza, he turned around and left. Hey, wait a minute. Raza called out to Pork as if he still had something to say. Pork paused in his steps, but did not turn around to look at Raza. He just asked expressionlessly, "Is there anything else?" Raza told Bach bluntly, "The boss values you very much. I just want to ask, if the boss asks you to come to New York and help him, will you be willing?" Pork turned around and smiled, "I'm helping him now." Raza reiterated, "What I said was go do things around him." Bach said, "I just want to stay in Weta. I don't want to go anywhere else." After saying that, he strode away. After listening to Bach's words, some of Raza's original worries were gone now. Pork is indeed a rare talent. If Albert intends to cultivate him, he will become a figure on par with Raza. However, this is not his ambition. The only thing that interests him is money. While Raza breathed a sigh of relief, he also felt a little regretful. Heroes are sympathetic to each other, 28 3 grams. Connors measured it no less than 10 times and found the same number. So he formally reported to Albert the weight of the piece of vibranium brought back from Vita. Albert nodded, "Okay, tilde." Connors pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with emotion, "It's a little missing, but it's already very helpful for our research. Okay, I'll leave the research to you. Just do the research and don't put too much pressure on yourself." In fact, Albert doesn't have much hope of creating vibranium now. It's best if he can create it. And it doesn't matter if he can't. He doesn't want to put too much pressure on his team. And he doesn't want to put too much pressure on himself. However, external pressure still came. Raza hurriedly reported, "Boss, Tony Tasker is going to hold a press conference." Albert nodded. There is such a big movement to give everyone an explanation. Then tell me, holding a press conference will be good or bad for Tasker's stock? Raza has always adhered to the philosophy of asking if you don't understand. It doesn't matter. Albert shrugged, "I've sold all the Tasker stocks." Raza held his chin and continued, "Boss, you have sold all these stocks, it is indeed wise. You sold at a high point, although I don't know if it is the highest point. If the news at today's press conference was good news, then Elbert's stock could have been sold at a higher price. Elbert said, "The key to making money in stocks is never to sell at the highest point, because you never know where the highest point is. If you blindly pursue the highest point, you will often be educated by the market in the end. You will be sold at the lowest point, or even be trapped and rubbed on the ground." Raza looked like he didn't understand. I understand. The most important thing about stock trading is, don't be greedy. And the most important thing is to protect your principal. If the principal is still there is still a chance to start over. But if you lose even the principality alone, make a comeback. Many investors understand this truth, but they just can't do it. Therefore, people often say that 9 times out of 10 stocks will be lost, which is not nonsense. Yes, the most taboo word in stock trading is greed. Once greed is too strong, you will definitely leave the market with a loss. Albert was able to restrain his greed, so he won a lot of money from stocks. Another very important point is that he has money. A large enough amount of capital, and all of it is spare money. If you use your spare money to trade stocks, you won't have any burden on your hearts. So you will be more rational, and winning money will be a matter of course. Raza curled his lips and said, "Boss, we are different from you. We are retail investors and you are a big investor. Retail investors only get a cut of leaks." Albert looked at Raza and said meaningfully, "Knowing that you are a retail investor and can easily be cut off, then work hard and make yourself a big investor like me." Okay, Raza was beaten to death again. Then he thought of another point. "Boss, you have sold out all your stocks. Haven't you thought about buying them back?" Albert pursed his lips and chuckled. "Worry about my investment work, I'm ready to buy again. But I have to choose a good buying point. Boss, can I learn how to trade stocks from you? Can you guide me?" Raza suddenly came closer and looked at Albert with a flattering look. Albert did not refuse, and said, "I can teach you how to trade stocks. But you have to do the things at hand first. Can you do it?" "It can definitely be done," Raza replied confidently. Albert nodded. "When will Tasker's press conference start?" "Tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon." Raza reported the report seriously and then asked, "Boss, do you want to participate?" "Definitely." Albert's slender fingers tapped on the table one after another. "You must join in this kind of excitement." "Okay, then I'll let Caroline make arrangements." Soon the day came for the press conference. Raza drove Albert and Caroline to the press conference. De New York, the roads in New York are wide and flat, and the streets are lively and noisy. But Albert is unmoved by the noise and only concentrates on looking at the tablet. By this time, he could already predict that the press conference was bad news. So he had to place the buying price early and wait to enter position C later. Soon, several people arrived at the place where Tasker Industries was going to hold a press conference. There were already media reporters there early, waiting there with recorders, cameras, and microphones. As soon as Albert got out of the car, he attracted everyone's attention. After all, he is the owner of Osborne Industries and one of the richest men in New York. "Mr. Albert, what do you think of coming to Tasker's press conference today?" "Mr. Albert, can I interview you, Mr. Albert?" Albert waved his hand, pointed to the Tasker Industrial venue and said with a smile, "Today is their home field. The press conference will begin soon. Everyone should pay attention to the press conference." Raza stepped in front of Albert, clearing a path for him. There were 5 minutes left before the press conference started, and Tony Tasker appeared, seeing Albert in the crowd. Tony curled up his lips and walked over to greet him. "Mr. Albert, it's rare that you come to my press conference." "It's really a great honor for me," Albert smiled. "How could you miss the press conference of the richest man in New York? What's more, you just came back from Vita, and now it's a super big shot. It's ridiculous, it's ridiculous." Tony was talking politely to Albert, and Jarvis came over to remind him, "Boss, we're going to go on stage in 1 minute. Let's get ready quickly." Tony smiled and said, I'm going on stage. Do I need to prepare anything else after saying that? He straightened his collar and walked onto the stage calmly. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the press conference started on time. There were quite a few big shots present today. Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff were also here. Everyone has their own secrets in their hearts. Albert, you're here too, specifically to see Tony, 410. Nick Fury came to Albert and took the initiative to chat. Yes, Albert smiled slightly. Tony and I are friends. And I will definitely come to his press conference 17. Are you and Tony really friends as far as I know? You have never attended any of the previous exhibitions held by Tasker or Tony's banquets. Right? Nick Fury points out the truth in one sentence. Natasha Romanoff was also there, still brooding over the unpleasantness she had with Albert a few times before. I was also thinking in my heart that these people are all old foxes, each one more shrewd than the last, and each one more hypocritical than the last. Some reporters couldn't hold themselves back and came over to Albert with their microphones in hand. Mr. Albert, now that Tusker has vibranium, it is more powerful. What do you think? Will there be any pressure? This question was so sharp that both Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff looked gloating, waiting for a good show. As for Lazar, his hands hanging on both sides of his thighs had already become fists. If Albert hadn't stopped him, his hammer-like fist would have hit the reporter's big face. Albert is also unhappy. There are more and more reporters like this in the media industry, who deliberately ask some intense questions to create conflicts and attract attention. But the emotion shown on Albert's face was completely different from what he was thinking in his heart. He smiled and said there was definitely pressure. Tusker was always ahead of Osborne, and even Hammer Industries was right behind him. We at Osborne still have a long way to go before we can catch up with these two large factories. But I believe that one day we will catch up with them. Every one of us at Osborne is confident that that day will come. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Albert. I have another question. Pause. The reporter was chasing after him and was about to continue asking questions when he was stopped by a pull. Our boss's answer ends here for the time being. Today's home field is Tusker's. Let's continue watching the press conference. Although the press conference was going on, Tony had been paying close attention to Albert. He felt uncomfortable when he saw reporters interviewing Albert at his press conference. Everyone should already know from online news that we got a lot of vibranium back from Vita. Our subsequent research work will focus more on this vibranium. At this point, Tony paused deliberately, which indicated that what he was going to say next would be even more shocking. Really so. We will reduce Tasker's weapons production operations. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. Reduce cooperation with the military, stand on your own. How many people have worked hard just to get a cooperation letter with the military, Bifk? But Tusker is so good that he even cuts weapons production. Isn't this a suicide attempt? But Tony didn't think so. Wouldn't it be better if he could make a lot of money on his own without being restrained by others? To get the business of making weapons, you need to go through many parties to get cooperation. But if it is his own business, such as rare substances in this world, everyone will be shy and rush to cooperate with him. Wouldn't this be better? Tony also knew that he was taking a risky move, but he didn't care. He already had enough wealth and didn't mind risking a business. What's more, he is 80% sure that he can win the bet. But just because he is determined, it does not mean that all investors have confidence. Tasker's multiple cooperation with the military has always been a reassurance for the stock market. As long as this cooperation remains, no matter what the stock market is like today, whether it rises or falls, it will not affect investors' confidence in Tusker's stock. But now, Tony said that he would reduce the production of weapons by international companies and reduce cooperation with the military, which is bad news for Tusker's stock. Thousands of stock investors panicked. Because the press conference is live broadcast and synchronized across the entire network, investors who follow the news can run as soon as possible without losing money, or even make some money. But those novices who are not sensitive to the news will only be cut off. Tony's speech just now has become a classic scene. Thousands of investors will never forget that scene. Reporters and media rushed to interview Tony. But he refused to be interviewed and left the venue under the cover of J.A.R.V.I.S. Now it's fun. A smile appeared on Nick Fury's lips. With a somewhat unclear meaning, Albert, on the other hand, is expressionless. But he also has many thoughts and inferences in his heart. Now he is 100% sure that this is the main Marvel universe. Nick Fury noticed that Albert was not surprised or happy at all by Tony's words. His face was calm, and it was completely impossible to discern his inner thoughts from his expression. Does Albert really think that Tony can become the richest man in the world by relying on that half-packed vibranium? If this is really the casa, then he should be anxious. Or at least a little uneasy, right? But how did Albert do it? How did he manage to have no emotion on his face? Nick Fury is from SHILD. He doesn't understand business matters. But according to the normal thinking of ordinary people, Albert should have some emotions. But what he doesn't know is that Albert is no ordinary person. While Nick Fury was busy thinking, Albert was already leading his men and preparing to leave. Natasha Romanoff, stop him for me. I want to have a chat with him. Natasha Romanoff immediately asked Chief. Who do you want me to stop? Albert, help me stop Albert. Nick Fury said quickly. Natasha Romanoff couldn't understand it. Didn't she say 2 days ago that she didn't need to pay attention to Albert anymore? Why was she asked to stop him now? But strangely enough, she always carried out her boss's orders immediately. And just when Albert wanted to do something, Natasha Romanoff was already standing in front of him. Mr. Albert, I'm sorry, please wait a moment. Natasha Romanoff smiled politely at Albert. Our director wants to talk to you. While talking, Nick Fury had also followed. Albert's impression of SHIELD has never been very good. Coupled with the last road incident with Natasha Romanoff, he doesn't like people from SHIELD even more. Mr. Albert, can we have a chat? Nick Fury, who came to Albert, smiled more politely than Natasha Romanoff. You SHIELD people are really weird. I have no grievances with you. So why do you always come to find fault with me? Albert had forgotten how many times he had been stopped. So he didn't speak politely at all. Mr. Albert, don't be angry, I swear I mean no harm. Nick Fury quickly explained. There's just something I want to tell you about. What Natasha Romanoff did to you that day. I promise will never happen again. Nick Fury swears by it. Besides, I don't have any weapons on me. Anyone who can enter the press conference venue has been searched in advance. So Nick Fury does not need to prove what he says. And Albert will believe him. But belief does not mean cooperation. And Albert has no obligation to cooperate with them. With just one look, Raza understood what Albert meant and stepped forward and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Nick Fury, our boss is very busy. If you have any questions, let's talk about it another day. Nick Fury was unyielding, looked at Albert and threatened. Albert, if you don't cooperate and force you to leave, then my men and I will use force. By then you will attract the attention of the whole people and make people suspicious. What do you think? Albert rolled his eyelids and said lazily, let's talk somewhere else. This is not a suitable place for conversation, okay, mister? Albert will choose a place that is quiet and safe. After saying Thaith promised again. Natasha Romanoff, and I will not touch a hair on your head. Now their SHIELD is very short of people. And there is no progress in saving the planet. He just discovered that Albert is a person with strong psychological qualities, which is one of the qualities that a superhero should have. Definitely. This trait alone does not prove that Albert is the superhero. So Nick Fury needs further proof. Even if there was only one chance in 10,000. He would confirm it. Albert was targeted by them not without reason, after all. In just a few months, the triple jump in identity was completed. In just 2 or 3 years, he became a well-known, wealthy businessman in New York. Osborne Industries, which was previously lifeless, has been prospering under his leadership. There is also an aura that is indescribable. This aura is not an ordinary aura, but more like an energy field. Only people with deep inner strength can feel it. But sometimes this can be an illusion. Because I want a superhero so much, it's not impossible for psychological suggestions to cause misunderstandings. But Nick Fury knows that he will not let go of any possibility or anyone who has the chance to be a superhero. In fact, Natasha Romanoff doesn't really agree with Nick Fury's approach. Albert may be a little different, but he is not righteous or kind at all. How could such a person be a superhero, however? She could only sneer at this. And she did not dare to say it in front of Nick Fury. Lazar, find a place, after Nick Fury said so much. Albert said this to Raza calmly. Raza found a private room in a hotel next to the venue. Come to the restaurant. Nick Fury was a little surprised, but also a little happy. Mr. Albert, are you planning to have a meal together? That's great, I happen to be hungry. No. Before Nick Fury could finish speaking, Albert said, I'll give you 10 minutes. If you have anything to say, tell me quickly. I have a meeting later, okay? Nick Fury smiled, then let's make a long story short. At the press conference just now, Tony announced that he would reduce cooperation with the military. You should be happy to hear this news. Please give me flowers. But I may venture to ask, why are you so indifferent? Don't you think this is great news for you, also? The press conference just now was negative for the stock market. I want to know if you have bought Tusker's stock. Nick Fury poured himself a glass of water. He did not ask the question he really wanted to ask straight away. Instead, he skirted around and tentatively asked Albert other questions. 3 questions were asked in a row, but El still showed no expression on his face. On the other hand, Lazar's face looked a little ugly. Nick Fury really can't understand this. He thinks this is their SHIELD territory. Where are the prisoners being interrogated? Although Albert's face was calm, he was already thinking in his heart, no wonder SHIELD is still standing. Not everyone can have Nick Fury's vicious eyes. The reason why he was targeted was because of Nick Fury's sharp eyes. If Albert hadn't been so outstanding during his 3 years in New York, Nick Fury wouldn't have stepped up to his plate, however. He was so good that they had to wonder if he was just a businessman. I've been guarding Osborn for so many years. What storms and waves have I not seen? If I don't even have the ability to be calm, how can I be the boss of Osborn Industries, Mr. Nick Fury? Do you think so? Nick Fury asked such a question. But Albert just said a few words and then blocked it. Nick Fury continued to ask tentatively. What about Tusker's stock? Yes. Albert said truthfully. Then there is such big bad news now. I have already sold it. Good or bad has nothing to do with me. At this time, Raza reminded from the side, Mr. Nick Fury, there are still 3 minutes. Okay, I have one last question. Nick Fury paused. I want to ask Mr. Albert, why do you want to buy Tusker's stock? Albert was a wealthy businessman, and his stock purchases were never trivial. They were all large-scale purchases. Then buying Tusker's stock, wouldn't it be equivalent to raising the share price of the rival company? What good does this do to himself?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.